Get ready to embark on an epic expedition through my imagination as I explore the Instagram-acclaimed Leweka Region within 3 new ongoing series here on my YouTube channel. Make sure to subscribe to keep up with these adventures, hit that like button if you enjoyed the video, and of course leave a comment down below to let me know what you think and what Pokemon you decide to capture on your adventures. And of course, please make sure to support all of the talented artists I commissioned and worked intimately with to bring all of my ideas to life, as I wouldn't be able to take you on all these exciting adventures through my imagination without their help. As well as all of the amazing voice actors featured in this series, so I'd like to give you the opportunity to get to know them as I ask them a new question relating to Leweka. So please make sure to stay till the end of the video to check that out.
My dear niece and nephew, young Anaya and Chidi, please have a seat. Your Uncle Obasi would like to tell you a tale.
Uncle Obasi, if I may, if we are good, can we play with the starter Pokemon?
Yes, Anaya. Why, of course. In fact, if you listen carefully, one day I will gift you one of these 3 Pokemon so you can go on your ceremonial journey for the throne. The Grass Tribe Pokemon, Girut, the Fire Tribe Pokemon, Hisia, and the Water Tribe Pokemon, Jinfint.
Yeah, I'm gonna pick a seer. There's no other choice.
What do you mean? I think they're all so cute. I'd pick them all if I could.
It won't be long before you two are old enough to succeed your father as champion of the Leweka region. A role that, unlike other regions, comes with great responsibility as ruler of Leweka's citizens. As king or queen, it'll be up to you to look after both the fine people and all the miraculous Pokemon that call Leweka home. And as you know, Leweka is by far the largest of Pokemon regions, so this is no small task.
Really? That's so cool.
Do either of you know why that is?
This is because Leweka is made up of what used to be 6 neighboring Pokemon regions.
Show off.
To the south, you have the Karoo and the Florofimbos of the Okouvo region, painting the Cape's coast. Upward, you have the vast jungle and swamps of the Takati region. To the west, you have the sprawling savannas and wastelands of the Iwago region. To the north, you have the ancient secrets hidden beneath the arid deserts of the Akam region. To the east, you have the Nakeup region's mountainous tundra surrounding Mount Mibinjaro. And last but not least, off the east coast, you have a miraculous island full of rainforest and wetlands, known as the Wigua region. This is the legend of how the kingdom of Leweka was formed. Through the unification of these 6 ancient regions thanks to our brave ancestors.
You mean the first Baobab?
Don't forget champion.
That is correct, young ones. This is also the story of how the Baobab Bloodline, our noble family, came into power.
Did the hero look like me?
Of course not. Don't be silly. Girls can't be heroes. He looked like me.
For the sake of this story, you can both imagine the hero however you please, but they looked like neither of you, as they were much older. Around the same age you will be when you finally set off on your ceremonial trials.
So they were 18 years old?
That is correct.
No fair. All other Pokemon trainers get their first Pokemon at 10 years old.
This is true, Chidi, but you aren't 2 ordinary Pokemon trainers. You are both of royal blood and heirs to the throne. As I said before, being champion of Leweka comes with great responsibility, so it's crucial you are both properly trained in our traditions and mature enough to handle this daunting role.
No wonder our father hardly has time for us. He's too busy doing king stuff and kicking...
Chidi!
I was gonna say Feebas. Has anyone ever beat our father, Uncle Obasi?
Not since he has taken the throne, but believe it or not, I've bested him before in the past.
If you say so, Uncle Obasi.
So, would you like me to continue with the story?
Yes, please!
Very well then. So, this legend starts long ago, right here in our own cozy village of Husa. Home to king and queens right beside the silly river that courses throughout the Leweka region, as well as the gates of Victory Road and the Temple of Champions. Just like it is today, Husa was a peaceful village filled with laughter of children and Pokemon. It actually doesn't look much different today than it did back then, with the same large huts our ancestors built, at least on the outside. The insides have clearly been updated to better suit the times.
Yeah, can you imagine life without TV or the internet?
Or air conditioning or plumbing.
As scary as that sounds, this was a time where most people were still scared of Pokemon and their divine power. Even those who were intrigued by their superhuman abilities worshipped them from afar. While most people in Pokemon lived in harmony, the relationship between the two wasn't as entwined as they are today. Only a few warriors, known today as Pokemon trainers, were fortunate enough to call upon the power of Pokemon. Using sacred tribe wands forged by the legendary Pokemon Elemage, a sorcerer and master of the 18 Pokemon tribes, or what other regions refer to as types, but we call tribes in order to create a greater sense of family between Pokemon of the same affinity. Anyways, the legendary Elemage scattered these wands throughout the 6 ancient kingdoms in order to create a bridge between people and Pokemon, as it saw the magic behind this union at the time, as it was seen as taboo.
What is taboo?
It means unheard of or even forbidden. Duh.
Yes, very good, Anaya.
Which kingdom are we from?
What a fine question. While Husa village sits at the border of the Takati region, our people come from the southern Okouvo tribe. However, you two also have ties to the Akam tribe in the north thanks to your mother, who comes from a royal bloodline. She is a descendant of the former pharaoh, Queen Amunet, who is actually a part of the story and around the same age you two are now.
Wow.
But that is later on. I've gotten a bit ahead of myself.
Does this story have Pokemon battling in it? Because I'm bored.
Chidi, he hasn't even really started. Please proceed, Uncle Obasi.
Very well then. Our famous ancestors sought to collect all 18 tribe wands, hoping that with the power of Pokemon, they'd be able to stand up to the 2 divine Pokemon that ruled over the kingdom of Akem, the kingdom that made up the northern hemisphere of Leweka. However, these 2 monarchs weren't satisfied and sought to conquer all 6 kingdoms, even if it meant eliminating or even enslaving mankind to have us do their bidding.
Well, that's not very ethical or nice.
I agree, but it was a different time back then. And if you think about it, it's not that far off from how we command Pokemon and have them serve our needs today.
But we love and care for Pokemon. Did they love the people?
No, in fact, they despised us, and you can't blame them if you think about it. They were the ones with real power, superior in every way, especially these divine Pokemon who could speak and even command other Pokemon, no different than us.
Whoa, now that's cool. I want to catch a divine Pokemon one day and show them who's boss.
Unfortunately, that won't be possible. These 2 divine Pokemon were sealed away by our ancestors, and a 3rd divine Pokemon, ruler of the Afterlife, Osai River. As Osai River feared its peers' unquenchable thirst for power, so much so that with help from the unknown, it birthed the mysterious phenomenon known as rebirth. Breathing new life into fallen Pokemon after fainting, reincarnating them into something else entirely. Our ancestors used this arcane force to help defeat powerful, hungry deities.
So cool, we're like superheroes.
That was the general consensus. But who is to say where we'd be today if they didn't? A lot of our problems stem from the ignorance and the negligence of people. Maybe if Pokemon were still the ones in power, the world would be a better place.
I don't know. I think things are pretty great. Our father is pretty cool. He's the best king ever.
Perhaps you could be a better one, either of you.
What do you mean by that?
Yeah, I thought everyone loved our family.
Not everyone, I'm afraid. Now, back to the story. Our famous ancestors didn't need to use Elemage's tribe wands like everyone else at the time to command Pokemon. They were actually the very first trainers to house a Pokemon in an ancient artifact resembling the device we know today as a Pokeball.
But Uncle Obasi, that can't be true.
Now, the history books will say they were first created in a foreign region known as Hisui, or what you two probably know as Sinnoh. But recent discoveries have since proven that the earliest form of a Pokeball actually originated here in Leweka, created by a shaman far ahead of their time, Husa tribe's leader at the time, Nandi. Nandi was an excellent leader, wise beyond her years with a heart of gold.
She sounds wonderful.
She was. Legend has it she could see into the future, allowing her to lead the earliest tribe of people here in Husa without hesitation. Nandi is actually related to your good friend Zola and her father, Davu.
She is not my good friend. She is my BFF. Best friend forever.
No one asked. And she's too old to be your friend.
She is not that much older than us.
Yes, she is.
No, she isn't.
Regardless, she's a very bright young girl who's already made a legacy for herself here in the Leweka region with her innovations. Now, back to her ancestor. Much like Davu, who is currently the Psychic-type gym leader here in Leweka, Nandi could summon Psychic-type Pokémon using the Psychic Wand, with a noble and nurturing Nightmarak as their trusted guardian.
That is a scary Pokemon.
No, there is no such thing as a scary Pokemon, and don't let anyone try to convince you otherwise. Nightmarak is the Dreamweaver Pokemon, and its sleep-inducing webs are said to capture the bad dreams of those tangled in them, which it then feeds on.
So, it keeps the bad dreams away by eating them.
Precisely.
That doesn't sound bad at all.
As long as it's not eating me.
I cannot imagine a scrawny lad like yourself would taste very good.
Hey, I'm in peak shape for my age.
Uncle Obasi, I'm confused. How did people keep track of all the Pokemon without a Pokédex?
Another great question, darling. They kept records of the Pokemon they encountered on tablets made of wood or stone, although some ancient drawings suggest that our great ancestors were gifted with a magical device known as the Elemage watch, resembling the Rotom watch the citizens of Leweka use today to register Pokemon to their Pokédex.
Yeah, that makes absolutely no sense. There was no technology or smartwatches back then, so that just invented the Rotom watch a few years ago.
It was said to be another creation far ahead of its time, birthed by leader Nandi thanks to her visions of the future, as she claimed to have got the idea directly from the legendary Pokemon Elemage. I also think it's no coincidence it was created by an ancestor of your young BFF, Zola, who, like Nandi, is gifted with a beautiful mind.
More like a big mouth.
Hey!
What? She talks too much.
Chidi is just mad because he likes her.
No, I don't. I think she's annoying.
Sounds like you two already have something in common.
Now that you mention it, maybe Zola is familiar with this tale and it's what inspired her invention. Or maybe Nandi saw a premonition of her ancestor's device and that's what inspired her to create the Elemage watch. Oh, it is quite the paradox if you really think about it. Anyways, this arcane device served the same purpose as the modern-day Pokédex. The first 3 Pokemon encountered by our famous ancestor on their journey were found here in Husa village, with help from the tribe's very own Professor Acacia. Said to be an ancestor of a gym leader in the Unova region, Lenora, and our very own normal gym leader here in the Leweka region, Jembe. Acacia even shared the same ace Pokemon as his descendant Jembe, the drum tortoise Tortempo, using the power of Elemage's normal tribe wand.
I saw a Tortempo once.
Yes, it was djembes at one of Dad's celebration festivals. We played percussions like drums too.
How wonderful! Acacia even held musical celebrations throughout the Husa village back then as well, inspiring the ones we have today. Jembe's ancestor, Acacia, was essentially a Pokemon professor, much like myself, as he too was fascinated by the mysterious surrounding Pokemon. At a time when many people didn't think to question their superhuman abilities. In fact, most chose to blindly worship Pokemon from afar for this very reason.
I bow down to no one, let alone a Pokemon.
Acacia also had shared an interest for ancient artifacts, much like his descendant Lenora, as he was determined to unlock their true potential. Anyways, Acacia looked to our brave ancestor to help him learn more about Pokemon, as they scoured the 6 kingdoms in search of all the tribe wands, passing on whatever knowledge he already had to help aid our ancestor on their quest. It was this quest for the tribe wands that eons later ended up inspiring the ceremonial Leweka League challenge for the crown, as the collection of the 8 badges are meant to honor and symbolize the collection of the tribe wands.
Then, why are there only 8?
Another great question, Anaya. There actually used to be one for every tribe, spread evenly throughout the 6 regions. But not that long ago, the King's Royal Council, or Elite Four, decided to scale the ceremonial challenge down in order to be more in line with the Pokemon leagues in most regions. They encouraged citizens and even foreigners to participate in this challenge for mere sport, as a way to honor Leweka's rich history and traditions. But, as you so know, only those of royal blood such as yourselves will be crowned as champion after completing the ceremonial gym challenge, as it's believed only to those raised here on these traditions and trained on how to properly rule can carry on the overwhelming responsibilities that come with this coveted title.
Yeah, the crown doesn't belong on mere peasants.
Chidi!
Young Chidi, that isn't how a king talks about his subjects.
I'm sorry.
The 3 Pokemon of our ancestors first encountered were Grookey, Litten, and Totodile. Pokemon that sadly cannot be found in the Leweka region today, but are still thriving in other regions. How they got here in the first place is still a mystery, but many scholars believe they were put here by the mythical Pokémon Elemage to help our hero on their journey. While the hero started with one of these 3 Pokémon, they eventually crossed paths with the other 2 Pokémon after completing their quest.
That's great to hear, because I'd never be able to select one. They're all too cute.
However, while they each evolve normally into their secondary stages, these 3 Pokemon's final stages look much different back in the day. The foreign grass tribe Pokemon, Grookey, would often be found climbing trees or on top of the village huts, getting into trouble with its sun-absorbing stick. The stick Grookey holds is used to beat on tree stumps, stones, and various other surfaces, such as the drum shell of Perka-shell to produce music. Its evolution, Thwackey, skillfully uses its sticks not only for drumming out rapid beats, but also pummeling opponents during battle. It was no doubt a useful ally to our ancestor, and during this time period, Thwackey evolved into a Okouvian Rillaboom. Using its wooden staff, it can spiritually entangle itself with all the surrounding plant life, rapidly accelerating new growth. In addition to being a powerful part of the grass tribe, this ancient variation of Rillaboom was also a respected member of the psychic tribe as well, with its own unique move Jungle Mojo, which awakened the might of the jungle as its vine sprung to life, lowering the target's speed as they struggled to escape its clinches. Even the most formidable of foes would often become drowsy due to the spores produced by this attack. This Pokemon was deemed the shaman by the people of these ancient regions, due to its spiritual abilities and the power to create new life. The foreign fire tribe Pokemon Litten was often found scrounging around the village's huts in search for food or shelter. This hot-headed Pokemon isn't fond of human attention, but once warming up to someone is quite the cuddly companion, especially on a cold night. Litten evolves into Torracat, a fierce Pokemon that any trainer would be lucky to have by their side. At its throat it bears a bell of fire. The bell rings brightly whenever fire spews out, but for reasons unknown it once evolved into a Okouvian Incineroar, a formidable member of the fighting tribe. Okouvian Incineroar engulfs its fist in scorching hot flames as it unleashes a series of savage fiery strikes at its adversaries. This ancient variation of Incineroar was a fierce member of the fighting tribe, earning itself the reputation as the warrior, as it was easily one of the region's top predators at the time, capable of unleashing a fiery attack of its own, Ferocious Fire Bash, which used its flaming fist to unleash a fiery fury of powerful punches, lowering its prey's attack, as they were often too wounded to retaliate, and those who were strong enough to take it were often left burnt. Last, we have the foreign water tribe Pokemon, Totodile, who was found in Husa village splashing around in the adjacent river. Due to its erratic behavior, Totodile, merely looking for a playmate, would often scare off flocks of chibi and other wild Pokemon hanging out by the water's edge. And for good reason, given how powerful its jaw is. But, strong as Totodile's bite is, its evolution Croconaur's bite is even stronger. The tips of its fangs are slanted backwards. Once those fangs clamp down, the prey has no hope of escape. And if you thought Croconaur was nasty, wait until you see it evolve into the ruthless Okouvian Feraligatr. This ancient variant of Feraligatr was a feared member of the Dark Tribe. Horrifyingly vicious, by the time its unsuspecting victim spotted it lurking in a body of water, their fate was already sealed within its bone-crushing jaws. This is because those who are unfortunate enough to cross paths with this revered beast would be attacked with its signature move, Marshland Maw, which would have the ground beneath its target turned to bog, lowering the victim's defense as it maliciously maws at them with its monstrous jaws. Even the victims that made it out alive were often left defenseless against this Pokemon's vicious attacks and potentially poisoned. This Pokemon invoked so much fear within the Six Kingdoms that it became known as the Man-Eater Pokemon. Even the toughest of trainers fell victim to its bloodthirsty bite. But for whatever reason, our ancestor was able to command this monstrous Pokemon.
I would have been able to as well.
I like to believe that to be true. All 3 of these variants have gone extinct, and these 3 evolutionary lines haven't been spotted in Leweka since.
How sad.
Very sad indeed. We share this planet with Pokemon. The least we can do is help them maintain it. Speaking of these starter Pokemon, are you familiar with the ancient rebirth phenomenon that has resurfaced here in the Leweka region over the last century?
Yes, vaguely. I know that it is still rather rare though, as it involves ancient treasure.
That is correct, young one. Back at the time of this tale, the rebirth phenomenon was just birthed, And our ancestor was not only one of the first to use it, but had to face several rebirth Pokémon on their journey, as well as in the form of a formidable monarch Pokémon, each ruling over one of the 6 kingdoms in service of the true kings, the 3 divine Pokémon.
So it sounds like they were more like servants.
More like generals.
In a sense, but these monarch Pokémon were certainly feared by the other wild Pokémon found in their dominion, especially after being resurrected into their powerful new rebirth forms. And like gym leaders Jembe and Davo, their ancestors' ace Pokémon were capable of the rebirth phenomenon as well.
So, how does it work exactly?
Oh wow, son, little Miss Know-It-All doesn't know.
Like your sister said, rebirth is quite elusive, only used by the elite today. So its secrets and even existence are a mystery to most. However, you two are royalty after all, so I'd be happy to tell you how it works.
Yes, please.
Just make sure to keep it short and sweet, or at the very least, spice things up with a little more action.
Fear not, young Chitty. I have merely set the stage, for there's plenty of action to come. But the rebirth phenomenon is a vital part of this story, and your potential future as king or queen of Leweka.
Ignore him, please. Continue, Uncle Obasi.
Using ancient artifacts, Pokemon are giving a second chance in battle after fainting, as they are resurrected with new abilities. Some Pokemon are even reincarnated into powerful new forms, unleashing their true potential of their given tribal element, whereas others will evolve into new arcane evolutions immediately after being reborn. Plenty of Pokemon are capable of accessing both these temporary rebirth forms or evolving through the power of rebirth, many of which will be a part of this story. In fact, the starter Pokemon used by our ancestors had powerful rebirth forms, but I'm getting ahead of myself. I'll get more into that later.
I can't wait.
I've seen Dad's rebirth acting before.
It's so cool.
The resurrective power of rebirth is a real game changer, that's for sure. You see, children, normally reviving a fallen Pokemon takes time through an item or Pokemon's move. But with these ancient artifacts, the revival is instantaneous. However, the artifact vanishes afterwards, which is why so many people come to Leweka in search of these ancient treasures.
How fascinating! I hope to one day see one of my Pokemon channel the power of rebirth.
Me too.
I am sure you will. Leweka's 3 starter Pokemon all have a rebirth form, and I'll let you in on a secret. You will be offered a soul Ankh after starting your journey for the throne.
So, what happened next?
I thought you'd never ask. Chapter 2: The Southern Okouvo Region. Now I hope you two are paying attention, as I won't be repeating myself. We already discussed our humble home village of Husa, where our brave ancestors lived in peace with the Pokemon and other members of the Okouvo tribe. Husa was the hub of the Okouvo region, found on the south of Leweka beside the Seli River. Just to do a little recap, do you remember the names of our ancestors we discussed so far?
I do. There was the wise Acacia, an ancestor of Lenora and Jembe, who helped our ancestor pick one of 3 starter Pokemon not currently found in the Leweka region, but rather throughout other regions, Grookey, Litten, and Totodile, as well as tribe leader Nandi, an ancestor of my young BFF Zola, and her father Davu, who, using her visions of the future, gifted our ancestor with magical devices ahead of their time, wooden Pokeballs, and the Elemage watch used to register Pokemon.
Quite impressive, young Anaya. Forget champion. One day you may succeed me as Leweka's Pokemon professor.
I wish.
Yuck, you're such a teacher's pet. You can be a boring professor while I take the throne as champion.
My job is many things, young Chidi, but boring is not one of them.
Don't listen to him. He has the attention span of a Venonat. Please continue, Uncle Obasi.
Very well then. This chapter takes place to the south of Leweka, not only home to our family's humble home of Husa Village, which also housed a variety of Pokemon that lived in harmony with its citizens. If you were lucky, you could even find the Leweka region starter Pokemon in the wild, within the Okouvo region as well as the 5 other ancient regions. But the Okouvo region was once home of various different biomes, such as the beautiful beaches and seaside cliffs along its coast, fertile farmlands and gorgeous orchards, the floral fimbos that paints its coast, as well as the succulent Karoo, which is a large semi-desert-like environment, and the expansive Namakoro, which is a flat shrubland. Not to mention the grasslands and forest.
What a magical place I am proud to call home.
I couldn't agree more, young Anaya. Like today, there are also plenty of Pokemon throughout all 6 regions, including the Okouvo region, which are nocturnal and only appear at night, either on the hunt or haunting nearby villages, usually being of the dark, ghost, or ice tribes. The Okouvo region is also home to the mountain path and a series of caves we know today as Victory Road, with its entrance sitting right beside Husa Village, as it leads to the Pokemon League's Temple of Champions, where your father's throne room lies, along with the chambers for each of his royal guards, known as the Elite Four. However, our ancestor was unable to access this treacherous path until after completing their quest, so I'll circle back to this area and all of the formidable Pokemon found here later on in the story.
No fair, that sounds really cool.
After receiving word that the monarch Pokemon of the region, the generally calm and peaceful Pokemon Yukuvi and Balasam, had suddenly become violent, tribe leader Nandi sent out our ancestors on a quest to help soothe it, saying they should be able to do so using the power of Elemage's grass tribe wand, currently in possession of the Okouvo tribe's healer, Sanyu, a relative of Nurse Joy, and if I am correct, possibly even us, as I believe I was able to trace her bloodline back to my mother. I'm sorry, your grandmother, Leweka's treasured Elite Four member and ambassador, Tamala.
So are you saying we could be related to Nurse Joy?
I'm not 100% certain, but possibly, if you go back far enough.
The Baobab family really does have quite the extensive family tree.
Oh, you can say that again. However, before turning to Sanyu for help, our ancestors first had to find her.
Where was she?
Probably at the Pokemon Center, duh.
Chidi, you know very well that didn't exist yet.
Actually, she did set up tents throughout the region to help aid the tribe members' wounded Pokemon on their safaris.
That was very kind of her.
Indeed.
That still doesn't answer our question. Where was she?
Be patient, young Chidi. I am getting there. You remind me so much of your father. Our ancestors first traveled through the grasslands known today as Pro-Am Prairie, or Route 1 rather. With a unique set of Pokemon, it is known for such as the speedy Jerbine running through the open fields or hiding in the tall grass, flocks of the flying type Chibi found in or around the water, and the bug type Laverne nestled in the treetops, as well as the occasional wild Dalmat looking to play or purloin on the prowl. All of which are found all throughout the kingdom of Leweka and its 6 regions. While rare, household favorites such as Pikachu and Eevee can be found here as well, which can unlock their true potential here in the Leweka region through the power of rebirth evolution.
How cool. Ferritu is a Pokemon fit for a king.
I'd love to have a Pokemon as dignified as Mummion by my side.
Well, that's never gonna happen, so I wouldn't put much thought into that if I were you.
Hey!
Don't make me get your grandmother in here.
No,
Please don't do that.
Don't do that.
That's what I thought. I guess you could say that move was super effective. Anyways, in the adjacent Selly River that courses through the region, making its way through its roots in the Husa village, you'd also be able to find water tribe Pokemon like Perchu, Aligent, Magikarp, and Poliwag swimming beneath the surface, or even flying tribe Pokemon such as flocks of Flamigo wading in the water, or Anglewing trying to fish out Perchu and Magikarp. At this time, there was even a fairy tribe variant of Natu found along this route or flying around Husa village. Ukuvi and Natu were said to carry the winds of change with them, bringing good fortune to those they come in contact with. If you are lucky enough to spot one of these petite Pokemon perched somewhere in the Okouvo region, you knew good things were coming.
It's so cute! I'd love to capture one if I could.
As would I, Anaya. You know I love my fairy tribe Pokemon after all. After evolving into Okuvi and Zatu, it not only brought good fortune, but was said to be able to detour bad luck as well, as they were said to have perched themselves around Husa village in times of need to protect its citizens from the destructive forces of nature.
So, despite still fearing them, people and Pokemon did live in harmony at this time.
I suppose so, but much like today, the Pokemon seem to care more for the people than the people did the Pokemon.
What makes you say that, Uncle Obasi?
I mean, look at all the Pokemons whose habitat have been destroyed today, like Leweka and Macargo, or the Pokemon who are poached, like Leweka and Rhyhorn. There are even some who believe Pokemon battling to be unethical at its core.
Those people are crazy. Pokemon battling is awesome.
Anyways, this is a topic for another time. After making it through this route, they'd arrive at the Okouvo region's enchanting coast, in what is known today as Clueiro Town.
I love Gloria Town. We visit every summer.
I just love how colorful it is.
This is obviously long before it had its iconic colorful buildings, but it still had its beautiful beaches, filled with Pokemon found in the region today such as Leweka Ice Cube, previously known as Okouvo Ice Cube, wandering the beach. Dimenfin jumping out of the water and portaling around its shores looking for someone to play with. Schools of brandfish sword fighting beneath the surface of the water. Flocks of Wingull everywhere the eye could see. Krabby and Staryu burrow in the sand beside sandy guys or sunbathing slowpoke. And on its massive seaside cliffs, you could find even more Pokemon such as Geodude, Cloth, or Earthworm. Earthworm actually has an evolution first discovered here in Luika, known as Orowa, which, like all of these Pokemon, could be found inside the area's seaside cave with other Pokemon such as Gumi, Chinchou, Chudo, and if you're lucky, even a Lapras.
Oh my! That is one of my all-time favorite Pokemon! It's just so majestic!
These sea caverns were also home to Gligar and Seagull, a water rock type Pokemon native to the Leweka region that bears a striking resemblance to Gligar.
How cool, does that Pokemon still exist today?
It does indeed, but it's just as elusive today as it was then, which lead many to believe it was extinct for a period of time.
I'm glad that isn't the case. It is so sad that Pokemon can go extinct like that.
It is indeed.
What causes Pokemon to go extinct?
It could be for a variety of reasons, but it normally comes down to the change in environment or poor living conditions. While this will often cause Pokemon such as the previously mentioned Luika and Macargo or Rhyhorn to adapt over time, not all Pokemon are that fortunate, which is why as champion it is up to you to help maintain and protect Luika's wonderful environment for the Pokemon that live there.
Of course, it would be an honor. What happened after our ancestor arrived at the coast?
I'm sure they enjoyed a nice day at the beach.
I wouldn't doubt it. However, time was of the essence and they were in search of healer Sanyu. Instead, they ended up encountering Professor Acacia on the beach, who challenged our ancestors to a Pokemon battle to access their skills, since acquiring their starter Pokemon within the Husa village with Acacia's help. Acacia naturally specialized in normal tribe Pokemon using Elemage's normal tribe wand to command them. Pokemon such as his eyes and ears, Patrat, his Apom who accompanies him on the drums, and of course his ace Pokemon, the Drum Tortoise Tortempo. The very same Pokemon that descendant Jembe uses as their ace today. Funny how history has a way of repeating itself like that.
I'm assuming our ancestors kicked their butt.
They were victorious, but Acacia put up a valiant fight, even calling upon the resurrective power of Rebirth to revive his fallen Tortempo in its powerful Rebirth form, where it had seemingly grown wings and become a member of the Flying Tribe.
Whoa, I didn't see that coming.
Me neither. I wasn't aware Pokemon resurrected through rebirth could change so drastically.
Some Pokemon gain new types after being revived with the so long, and others even lose or change types completely.
You mean tribes?
Why, of course, please forgive me. I've been spending too much time talking to one of my peers, Professor Aspen, far off in the Fearin region. Now, after defeating Acacia, our ancestor demonstrated a true knack for Pokemon battling, a skill that would end up aiding them tremendously on their journey. In fact, Acacia was so impressed, he gifted our ancestor his normal tribe wand, as he felt it would be in much better hands with them.
That was very generous of him.
It was indeed. These tribe wands held great power after all. Our ancestor then asked if he knew where to find the village healer, Sanyu. Acacia said he was unsure. It's been weeks since he had personally heard from her, but using his Patrat scouting skills, he was able to track her to the neighboring farmlands, known as the Oracle Orchards. But first had to travel through the region's succulent Karoo area, a semi-arid shrubland.
So, it is like a desert?
Well, kind of, but with a little more plant life, as the conditions aren't quite as harsh. However, it has some of the same Pokemon species you expect to find in the desert, such as Silicobra, Skorupi, and Bramblin, as well as Pokemon native to Luika, such as Jerbean and its evolution Hairbill scurrying around. Rock tribe Hyrox and its evolution Dazstone disguised as giant rocks or boulders soaking up sunlight into their rocky bodies. And the lightning-fast predator Bolta and its evolutions Hita and Thunder, as well as a Pokemon unique to this time, Okouvo and Blitzel. Okouvo and Blitzel would use the mesmerizing stripes on its body to create a mirage, camouflaging itself from predators such as Pyro and Thunder.
How so clever! How come the Blitzel found in Leweka today don't have this ability?
I wish I could tell you, but unlike the modern-day Blitzel you two are familiar with, these Blitzel were also members of the Psychic tribe, which is most likely where this ability to cast illusions came from.
How fascinating! Pokemon never cease to amaze me.
If you think that's cool, just wait until you see its evolution, Okouvo and Zebstrika. Using their dazzling stripes, Okouvo and Zebstrika are able to not only cast illusions, but hypnotize their foes, allowing them to escape some sticky situations.
So they're not only stronger, but even smarter.
This Pokemon was a great asset to our ancestor, as it eventually becoming a ride Pokemon they could call upon to gallop through the 6 kingdoms. Using its electric powers, it could even perform a charged jump, allowing it to lunge high into the air, onto ledges or other places that would typically be harder to reach.
I'd love to ride a Zebstrika. I've only ever ridden a Lewican Mudsdale or Chemorial before.
Well, consider yourself lucky, as there are plenty of Lewicans who hadn't had the opportunity to ride either. As royalty, it is crucial that you two never forget your privilege.
How could I? I'm reminded how cool I am every time I look into the mirror.
It must need cleaning then.
Har, very funny.
Quite funny.
So what happened after our ancestors arrived in the farmland?
Well, they eventually found Sanyu, of course.
Aren't those farmlands and orchards now found in the town of Isivuno?
Right again, Anaya. I'm sure your father has taken you there many times. We always loved playing in the orchards as children.
Not really. He is too busy being king and all. But Grandma Tamla has taken us before.
Yes, I love playing with the Miltank and cute little Dirthog.
How sweet. I can tell you clearly love Pokemon, Anaya.
I do, more than anything.
This town and its neighboring farmlands are full of wondrous Pokemon grazing its fields. The crops grown here today help feed the entire Leweka region.
I don't care about food. Tell me about the Pokemon found there.
I'll remember that when lunchtime rolls around. The orchards were home to a variety of Pokemon such as Applin, or Leweka's very own Pembat hanging from the trees disguised as fruit, with its fertile farmlands filled with hordes of Pokemon such as Mareep or Flaffy, as well as Tauros and Miltank grazing in the grass. Not to mention noisy Spearow and Combi fluttering around, Psyduck splashing in the ponds, and Sunkern and Pumpkaboo amongst the crops. Most of these Pokemon are found exclusively in this area, as well as Leweka staples found in the various other areas such as Dirthog rolling in the mud, Jerbeen jumping through the crops, and the occasional Gazap and Zapel eating the crops.
Those really are a wondrous batch of Pokemon.
If you say so, the only one worth catching if you ask me is Tauros. The rest are rather weak.
Now, you mustn't think that way, young Chidi. Every Pokemon is powerful in its own right, and a Pokemon's true potential comes from the bond it shares with its trainer.
Okay, I get it. I was just joking around. You two don't have to get so worked up about it.
Please excuse him.
Shortly after arriving in the Oracle Orchards, our ancestor found healer Sanyu, who said she traveled there at one of the village farmers' requests to try to help nurture a wounded Miltank back to health, with the healing powers of her Aloviate.
The same Pokemon used to assist Nurse Joy in Pokemon centers today.
The healing properties of Aloviate's healing aloe vera truly does wonders.
That's what Grandma Tamla uses on all my cuts and bruises. Maybe they're related after all. So did this Nurse Joy agree to help our ancestor?
Yes, but only after partaking in Pokemon battle, as she did not want to part with her treasured grass tribe wand. In this battle, she apparently used grass types such as Hoppip and Okouvo and Oddish, and of course her Aloviate.
Okouvo and Oddish?
Yes, a Pokemon sadly not found today. Scholars believe this is due to the climate change, but I'll get more into this Pokemon and its evolution later. They will play a vital role in the story. After being defeated by our ancestor, Sanyu agreed to use her Grass Tribe wand in order to help soothe the unruly monarch Pokemon of the Okouvo region.
So, I'm assuming after that, our ancestor then traveled to the Floral Finbows.
Aren't we getting ahead of ourselves? I'm glad to see you two enjoying the story, but not before traveling back to Husa village to report to tribe leader Nandi, who after receiving another vision told them to first travel to the Namakuru area where she meet them.
So what was this area like?
No different than it is today. I'm quite certain the two of you have been there before. It is a rather flat plain, full of plenty succulent plants and the grass tribe Pokemon. Pokemon such as the Stapuline, a star-shaped flower Pokemon resembling the Staruline, and of course Aloviate. The Pokemon used both by the Okouvo tribe's leader Hila Sanyu and Nurse Joy today, as well as the Pokemon such as Litleo, Nidorina, and Nidorino. Leweka natives like hordes of Gazap, the elusive dragon-type Lizardole, or the troublesome fire starter Chardvark. Not to mention bug tribe Pokemon such as Pinsir or the pesky Lokix line. Both Lokix and Stapme even had rebirth evolutions, using the power of the Soul Stone to reincarnate them immediately after fainting into elusive new evolutions. Stapwe and Lokamek, both still found in the Leweka region today.
Sweet, I'd love to own a Lokamek. It looks so cool.
And I'd love to befriend a Stapwe. It's just so beautiful.
Anything is possible if you want it bad enough. Anyways, shortly after exploring this area, our ancestor found tribe leader Nandi waiting for them, as she challenged them to a Pokemon battle to test their strength before taking on their first Monarch Pokemon.
What Pokemon did she use?
I'm assuming Psychic Tribe Pokemon, given she was in possession of the Psychic Tribe Wand.
Well, duh, I knew that much, but that still doesn't answer my question. I mean, I'm sure she used that scary dream-eating spider Pokemon.
Yes, why of course. She used her ace Pokemon Nightmarak, as well as a Ralts and a Kuvian Blitzel. She even had a Soul Onk, in which she used to revive her fallen Nightmarak into its powerful rebirth form, as her visions warned her that our ancestor would end up having to battle the unruly Monarch Pokemon in its rebirth form, so she wanted to make sure they were well prepared.
Even with a bigger, scarier version of the spider Pokemon, she was clearly no match for a Baobab like us.
I'm not sure how you can fit so much confidence into that little body of yours, but it's quite impressive. Speaking of confidence, Nandi was confident that our ancestor was ready for the battle ahead, gifting the Psychic Tribe Wand and the ability to call upon Zebstrika as a ride Pokemon as mentioned earlier, allowing them to gallop through the region so they could rush to the rampaging Monarch Pokemon before it could hurt any other wild Pokemon.
That was kind of her to give our ancestor her tribe wand like that. But I'm curious, how would she call upon her Pokemon without it?
At that point, her Pokemon appeared to already have bonded with her, but I forgot to mention she also was in possession of the Bug Tribe Wand, allowing her to call upon Bug Pokemon as well, just like your friend Zola.
BFF.
Yes, your BFF. My apologies. With help from their new ride Pokemon, our brave ancestor raced to the Floral Fimbulsa to conduct their fated battle against the Monarch Pokemon, Belasum. In a battlefield of brightly colored flowers accompanied by a variety of grass tribe Pokemon, such as the Gossifleur and Hoppip lines, gracefully drifting through the sky above, along with the fairy tribe members Flabebe and Floette. Bug tribe Pokemon, such as the Ladybug and Beautifly line, helping to pollinate the flowers, as well as Pokemon species native to the Leweka region, such as the fiery Flilily dancing through the fields, burning any flower it feared was prettier than it to a crisp.
Well, that isn't nice.
And as promised, the Okouvian Oddish line, which I teased earlier in the story, which was also a member of the fairy tribe. Okouvian Oddish had a tall leafy headpiece. It waved around to help cool off other Pokemon in the Okouvo region's scorching heat. It evolved into Okouvian Gloom, who was said to be a lot happier than its modern-day Cantonian counterpart, as it frolicked through the floral Fimbos, helping to cheer up all of the other Pokemon it encountered with its serotonin-producing spores. And using the Sunstone like normal Gloom, it evolved into Okouvian Belasum. Okouvian Belasum twirled around the floral Fimbos, happily performing for anyone willing to watch. However, due to its sweet serotonin-producing spores, it was always able to draw a crowd of wild Pokemon applauding its every move. And of course, Okouvian Belasum is the star of the show, as it was the monarch of the Okouvo region our ancestors sought to calm as it randomly started to rampage. You see, they came across a young boy named Tumo from deep within the jungles of the neighboring Takati region. He too sought out to battle and command the Monarch Pokemon using his Fairy Tribe Wand.
Is he an ancestor of anyone we know?
I don't believe so. If I recall properly, his descendants are currently found in the Tropical Zone region. So maybe by the time either of you are champion, one of them could have made a name for themselves there.
So he's a nobody. Got it. Why was he after the Monarch Pokemon anyways? I mean, it's only a Belasum after all.
I'm sure he's about to tell us.
His people back in the Takati region were threatened by their own Monarch Pokemon. He hoped too this Monarch Pokemon would be strong enough to defeat. Like Aloviate, Okouvian Belasum also was said to have magical healing properties he hoped to utilize as the Pokemon of his region were falling ill to a mysterious virus known today as Pokerus. causing them to become more feral and level up at an unnatural rate, making them extremely dangerous for people of this region, who even with Pokemon were unable to stand up to these high-level predators.
Spoiler alert, isn't this going to be important later on in the story?
That is correct, young Chidi. My sincerest apologies. Once again, I've gotten ahead of myself. But knowing you, you'll probably have forgotten about this whole thing by the time we get there.
I'd be offended if it weren't true.
As I'm sure you already assumed, young Tumu used fairy tribe Pokemon, such as Okouvo and Natu he had befriended while in the Okouvo region, a monkey, and his partner Pokemon, a playful and bubbly Clefairy.
Weak. This battle had to have been a cakewalk for our ancestors.
Maybe so, but it was still an unwanted distraction from the problem at hand.
So did we steal his fairy tribe wand after wiping the floral Fimbus with him? See what I did there?
Yeah, mispronounced Finbows.
No, Tumo, who according to the legend was a sore loser, threw a tantrum and fled back to the Takati region after his defeat.
What a baby.
You're one to talk. You cry every time Grandma Tamala makes you eat your veggies.
Do not.
Do too.
Enough! You are both acting like babies when you should be heirs to the throne. And just when I'm about to get to the best part.
The battle against the monarch Pokemon?
Indeed, our ancestor, now joined by Healer Sanyu wielding her grass tribe wand, were able to intercept this angry Okouvian Blossom as it was attacking an innocent Jerbine. This Blossom danced around the floral fields, executing a series of spinning attacks our ancestor had to dodge.
Wait, the Pokemon attacked humans?
Why, of course. Make no mistake, it can still happen today, but it is far less common thanks to the abundance of Pokemon trainers. These monarchs really challenged our ancestor, however, as they often had to dodge their attacks. Having used the magical power of the tribe wand to corresponding, the monarchs strive to slowly weaken it in order to trigger a traditional Pokemon battle.
So these wands had magic powers outside of controlling Pokemon?
Yes, for example, the grass tribe wand lent to our ancestors by Sanyu for this battle shot magical grassy energy at the foe.
How cool!
With each magical attack that landed on it getting closer to being able to fully command this Pokemon, as they weren't as easy to command as most wild Pokemon.
As exciting as that sounds, it also sounds quite scary.
It was as Blossom's petals swirled around the field, making it harder to avoid Blossom itself, as it gracefully spun at our ancestor. So I'm sure our ancestor had to create enough distance from Blossom and carefully time their attacks. I'm sure using a fire tribe Pokemon helped to speed up the battle as well. After defeating Blossom and enchanting it with the borrowed grass tribe wand, it was now under Healer Sanyu's control. As she said, she felt it was best to use this monarch Pokemon and her abilities as a healer to go and help the people of the Takati region, as she felt bad for Tumo.
She had a really big heart, always helping those in need, regardless of the risk.
Yes, if she is our ancestor, I like to think that is a trait that lives on in the Baobab bloodline today. In fact, I have no concrete evidence of this, but a strong theory that she ended up marrying our ancestor.
Ha! So our ancestor was a boy.
Chidi, as I said earlier, you two can imagine the ancestor looking however you please, as that really isn't relevant to the story at all.
It is if they ended up marrying the Nurse Joy lady.
As I said, I'm not certain that happened.
Chidi, I don't care if our ancestor was a boy or not. Unlike you, I have something called imagination, residing in the part of the brain consumed by your ego. So, I think it's safe to say our ancestor went with Healer Sanyu to help the people of the Takati region.
Why, yes, there wouldn't be much of a story otherwise. That actually leads me to the next chapter of this tale. Chapter 3, the Central Takati Region.
So, in the last chapter, our ancestor ventured out from their cozy village of Huisa further into the southern Okouvo region in search of Healer Sanyu,
As they needed the grass tribe wand to stop the agitated monarch Pokemon.
the beautiful queen of the Finbows, Okouvian Blossom.
Although they weren't the only ones looking to take on this monarch Pokemon, as a young boy from the jungle of the neighboring Takati region was hoping to use their fairy tribe wand to command this Pokemon, hoping it would be strong enough to take down the monarch Pokemon that plagued his region with a mysterious virus known as Pokerus, helping the wild Pokemon of the region level faster, making them more dangerous than ever and harder to command. Luckily, our brave ancestor and Healer Sanyu agreed to journey to the Takati region to try to help Tumo and his people.
Okay, so now that we are all up to speed, what was the Takati region like?
The Takati region, located in the heart of the kingdom of Leweka, was a lush region made up of thickets, woodlands, and vast jungles, with enchanting creeks, cascades, and a raging river coursing through it. Ancient temples, grottos, cliffs, marshlands, and swamps, all filled with miraculous Pokémon of all 18 tribes. But before our ancestor and healer Sanyu ventured into the deep jungles of the Takati region, they had to go back to the Husa village to get permission from tribe leader Nandi.
I can't imagine she'd mind. Uniting the 6 nations was kind of her idea after all.
More like the mythical Pokemon Elemages, really, as it spoke to her through her visions.
While they had already formed a plan to unite the 6 ancient regions in order to try to stand up to the power-hungry Divine Pokémon, she was hesitant, as she claimed the tribe leader of the Takati region, Kwame, was quite unfriendly and unaccepting of outsiders, as they were even more traditional than the people of the Okouvo region, or any of the other kingdoms for that matter, unwilling to adapt to the ways of the outside world, as they hid themselves deep within the vast jungles of the Takati region, where they sought to become one with nature. So convincing them to unite their tribes would not be easy. But after hearing of their situation due to what young Tumo had told our ancestor, she felt if they had any chance of doing so, that this would be it, by saving the people of Takati from their treacherous monarch Pokemon that plagued their nation.
Not to be a party pooper, but we already know they managed to do so, otherwise we wouldn't be here. As we know, Leweka was formed after all 6 nations were unified thanks to our great ancestors.
Chidi, that's not the point. It's about their journey and how they managed to do so.
I couldn't have said it better myself. Just as your trials to the throne will be more about your journey through the Leweka region, seeing it through the eyes of its citizens, both people and Pokemon alike.
I'm sure Healer Sanyu was a big help to our ancestor, especially with her newly acquired Okubian Blossom.
Indeed, she was even gifted a soul ankh from Professor Acacia in case she needed to call upon its powerful rebirth form.
This Acacia was one stand-up guy.
That he was, much like his descendant today, Jembe. Together our ancestor and Sanyu ventured through the crown thickets that sat right beside the top border of Husa village.
What Pokemon were found in these areas?
The thickets were home to a variety of Pokemon native to Leweka, such as Jolly Jerbine and Herbil, Laverne and Dracul nestled in the trees, playful Dalmut or Rorschach, Perkashell or Tortempo banging their drum-like shell amongst the trees in order to make music, as well as the dream-weaving Spydream and Nightmarok, electric and flying tribe member Thekwat, and its dazzling evolution Pishak in both its more presenting male and subtle female forms.
How beautiful!
Cool, but a lot of these Pokemon were already in the Okouvo region.
Why, of course, Chidi. The Takati region does neighbor the Okouvo region, after all, so it only makes sense they'd share a lot of the same wildlife.
Precisely. However, these Pokemon were usually of higher levels, meaning you'd be just as likely to encounter one of these Pokemon fully evolved.
Oh, now you're talking my language.
I'm glad I got your attention. Now please try your best to hold on to that enthusiasm and stay with me. After making it through the thickets, our ancestors and healer Sanyu arrived in Magicrest Creek, a beautiful creek with small falls and brightly colored flowers.
Now this area sounds magical indeed.
In this area, you'd find flocks of Chibi and Incubus in the water, as well as plenty of water tribe Pokemon, such as Psyduck and Golduck, the Meroline splashing in the water, Surskit skidding across it, and Masquerain fluttering around, Poliwhirl hopping across lily pads, or the backs of Lewekan Hippopotas playing in the water.
Was it known as Takashian Hippopotas at the time?
No, it was actually found all throughout the 6 kingdoms, so at the time it was simply known by most as Hippopotas, as they weren't familiar with its ground-type variant. You'd be able to find schools of Feebas swimming in the water, as well as the majestic Milotic, which was apparently an alpha Pokemon in this area.
An alpha Pokemon?
They were leaders of their packs, being bigger and stronger than the other members of their species.
Oh, I'd catch one for sure then.
There were also a handful of Pokemon from other tribes in this area, such as Beautifly, Floette, or Rabombi flying around.
These Pokemon are all so elegant.
And after making it through the creek, our ancestor found themselves in the wondrous woodlands area.
I'm confused. What's the difference between a thicket and a woodland?
More trees. A thicket is a dense group of trees or even bushes, a lot smaller than woodlands or forests, which are primarily trees.
So, less trees. Got it. Say less next time. Okay, so what's the difference between woodland and forest then?
While both ecosystems are comprised of an abundance of trees, a forest has a closed canopy while a woodland has an open canopy.
Okay, we get it. You're smart. No one asked.
You just did.
Are you two done talking so I can continue telling you about the wild Pokemon found in the woodlands area?
Of course, my apologies, Uncle Obasi.
On the ground, you could find Pokemon such as Pikachu and Eevee. In the trees, you could find Pokemon such as the Pikipek or Exterminate line native to the Fian region. Working away at the trees, disturbing Pokemon such as Heracross, Apom, or Nuzleaf that live in them, as well as hives of Combi and the occasional Cerato or Combadge. Fearless Pokemon covered in a sticky sweet coat of honey they steal from hives of Combi, using the sticky sweet of honey to attract and trap their prey.
Oh, now that's cool.
Indeed. The Woodlands was also home to a regional variant of Blipbug. Takashin Blipbug was now a member of the Poison Tribe. Takashin Blipbug created a paint-like goo it used to mark its territory, similar to how Graphite do today.
So they were painters. How cool.
Exactly, as their evolution, Takashin Dottler using its dome-like shell as paint palette, as it secreted the same paint-like goo. And of course, they evolved once more into Takashin Orbito, whose paint-like goo changed colors depending on its mood. It even had a signature move, brushstroke, painting over its foe's ability, neutralizing it. It's said this Pokemon and its pre-evolutions were used to help the people of the Takati region paint their bodies and mask.
I'm sure their tribe leader possessing the poison tribe wand had a lot to do with that. But that aside, it sounds like the people of the Takati region seem to be less scared of Pokemon than most others were at the time.
Yes, that is a fine observation, young Anaya. Living off the land and being more in tune with nature, they were more accustomed to living with Pokemon. Although, as I said earlier, they worshipped them from afar as they respected their magical powers, and their relationship with Pokemon was obviously challenged after the Monarch Pokemon unleashed the Pokerus virus, infecting many of the region's wild Pokemon.
I'd welcome such a challenge.
Says the kid who still doesn't have his own Pokemon. For all you know, you could be a terrible Pokemon trainer.
No, I'll be the best. I'm going to be the future champion of Luika after all.
So you keep saying, I'll believe it when I see it.
Shall I continue?
Yes, please.
This line can be found in various other areas deep within the jungles of the Takati region, along with other bug tribe Pokemon native to the Leweka region, such as Insect or Virusquito.
Strange. I've heard of these two Pokemon before, but I could have sworn they looked different.
That is strange indeed.
If I recall correctly, Insect is the puppeteer Pokemon, a grass and bug tribe Pokemon made of wood, which uses its sticky silk strings to control other Pokemon like puppets.
My Anaya, you really are coming for my job, aren't you?
You should give her a gold star for being the world's greatest sucker.
And while he's at it, he should give you a gold star for... Oh, wait, never mind. That would require you to actually use your brain for once.
You think you're so smart, but I know more than you think, especially when it comes to Pokemon battling.
Very well then. Please enlighten us, young Chidi. Is there anything special about Insect or Virusquito?
Yeah, their special abilities unique to them.
Very well done, Chidi. That is correct. While neither of these Pokemon evolve, both of their signature abilities make them a valid member to any Pokemon trainer's team.
See, you're not the only one who knows what's up.
Chidi, I won't lie. I'm impressed. Now, Uncle Obasi, can these Pokemon both still be found in the Leweka region today?
Why, of course. I'm sure you two have both had to fend off some pesky Virusquito before.
Yes, they're so annoying.
You're one to talk. With abilities like that, I'll have to make sure to catch both of these Pokemon when I become a Pokemon trainer.
After making their way through the woodlands, our ancestors arrived in the heart of the jungle. Home to a variety of Pokemon of various tribes, far too many to name, but primarily Pokemon of the Grass tribe, such as the Bellsprout line, Pembat and Junglide, who are found all throughout the jungles of the Takati region, usually hanging from the trees disguised as fruit or soaring above the treetops. Or some of the region's finest predators, the Weaken Meowth Persian, known at the time as Takashin Meowth Persian, as they were unique to this region, using their vine-like tails to catch their prey. The jungle is also home to various bug tribe Pokemon, such as the previously mentioned Virusquito and Insect, or the Levani and Scolipede lines. At night, you can even find Volbeat and Illumise lighting up the jungle canopy. plenty of other nocturnal Pokemon of the Dark, Ghost, and even the Ice Tribe, as these are some of the few Ice Tribe Pokemon found in this region.
I once saw a Lewekan Hoot Hoot at night here in Huisa village. I remember feeling a chill in the air. It was a marvelous feeling to say the least.
Yeah, well that's nothing. I've seen Leweka in Knocktown before.
I doubt that. You would have told me about it. You tell me everything. I'm your only friend.
No, you're not. Please stop interrupting Uncle Abasi. I'm trying to listen to his story.
After making it through the heart of the jungle, our ancestor arrived in Canopiece Village, a civilization built in the treetops of the jungle to avoid being spotted by the Divine Pokémon or Sky from the sky or detected on the ground below by the Divine Pokémon Cetera. This village also was home to a variety of Pokémon that lived in harmony with the members of the Takati tribe, such as Perkashell and Tortempo. They played as drums. Spy Dream, they hung to ward off bad dreams.
Yeah, we've discussed these Pokemon before. Please tell me about some sick new Pokemon.
I'm getting there, Cheaty. This village is home to Leweka natives such as the playful Natike or mischievous Voodoo lines, two Pokemon that have regional forms in other regions such as the Frigid Furin region or the Tropical Zone region, as well as powerful rebirth forms. These two Pokemon are some of the sweetest you'd ever meet, often partnered with younger children like yourselves due to their playful natures.
I've always wanted a cute little Voodoo doll, so I could use it to play pranks on Cheaty.
Now, Anaya, that wouldn't be very nice. This village was also home to the Elemental Pan Trio and their Lewekan counterparts of the Psychic, Fighting, and Dark tribes.
Father said those were quite rare.
They were indeed, but they'd often appear within the village after learning to trust people of the Takati tribe. After arriving in this village, our ancestor was given a not-so-warm welcome from one of its members, Aulani. Some scholars believe to be a distant ancestor of Galar gym leader Piers. Others believe she may also have ties to the Zone region. Despite their unpleasantry towards strangers and blunt nature, Aulani was a very nurturing shaman to the people of her tribe, who worship Pokemon and their supernatural powers from afar, often wearing the wooden mask inspired by the Pokemon to perform rituals in order to bless said Pokemon and in return ask for their protection. Of course, being the holder of Elemage's Dark Tribe wand granted her power of Pokemon of the Dark type, which she commanded as she challenged our ancestor to a Pokemon battle for trespassing within her village. Using Dark Tribe Pokemon such as the stealthy Liepard, a swift Shiftry, and her partner Pokemon, a sneaky Gremlaya. A Dark Tribe Pokemon native to Leweka that can turn invisible, a skill it often uses not only in battle making for a challenging fight, but also to scare off predators or unwanted visitors such as our ancestor. It is found in the grottos or near the Takati region's waters. However, it is quite hard to capture due to its ability to turn invisible. This Pokemon even has an evolution unique to the Furin region using an arcane item known as the Rune Stone.
It's a shame we cannot evolve it here in Leweka.
Well, it's not easy, but it is possible to purchase a runestone a few places here in Leweka. I mean, after either of you becomes champion, the world will be your cloister. In fact, while our ancestor was engaged in this battle, Aulani had her invisible Gremlire sneak into our ancestors' belongings and steal all of their tribe wands. Something they didn't discover till after this battle. Aulani, defeated, was willing to hear our ancestor out, but told them they wouldn't receive their tribe wands back until proving they could be trusted.
How are they supposed to do that?
By helping to stop the spread of the Pokeris virus that plagued the Takati region due to the Monarch Pokemon, of course.
Okay, but how were they supposed to do that?
By stopping the Monarch Pokemon, of course. Have you been paying attention?
Actually, Aulani had a different trial in mind to test our ancestors' loyalty before battling the dreaded King of the Bog. Aulani wanted our ancestor to take down some of the dangerous Pokemon infected with the Pokeris virus that posed a threat to the people of Takati, most of which had managed to acquire soul onks within the jungle and were able to access their powerful rebirth forms after fainting just like the monarchs.
Whoa, that's insane. So they weren't only really high level, but they could be reborn through rebirth? Things are getting good now.
It's funny to imagine wild Pokemon holding items such as the Soul Unk, but I guess it happens all the time.
Precisely. Now, the first infected Pokemon our ancestor was tasked to defeat was a rebirth Pishak at the top of the Kaskongo Falls, a giant series of waterfalls deep within the jungle. Here you'd find a lot of the same Pokemon as the creek, with some new additions such as Magikarp, or even an Alpha Gyarados flying over the Cascades, as well as elusive Dragon Tribe members Dratini and Dragonair.
Me too, but only if I can evolve it into a Dragonite.
Oh wow, I forgot that's what they evolve into. They look nothing alike. That's kind of funny.
It's one of the many mysteries of Pokemon evolution. Although now that you mention it, there is a variation of Dragonite first discovered in the ancient Cedar region that looks a lot more like its pre-evolution, but that's a legend for another time. Anyways, after making their way to the top of the falls, they battle a male P-Shock that after being defeated was resurrected into its thunderous rebirth form, with its electrical tail feathers now raging around like a storm.
Wow, now that's sick. Were these battles like the Monarch battles where the Pokemon could attack humans?
Yes and no. All Pokemon could attack humans at this point, and our ancestor did have to dodge their attacks. But unlike the Monarch battles, our ancestor didn't use a Tribe Wand to fight back and weaken these Pokemon outside of traditional turn-based style battles like they did the Monarchs. That being said, they did still have unique fighting styles such as the strong and agile style techniques at their disposal.
Oh, that's cool, I guess.
So, what did our ancestors do after defeating Rebirth P-Shock?
They went back to Canopy's village to report to Alani and were tasked to take down another one at the Mankan Temple with help from the young boy they had previously met in the Okouvo region, Tumo, who had possessed the Fairy Tribe Wand in which he used to command magical Fairy Tribe Pokemon.
Your favorite, Uncle Obasi?
Indeed. I love how protective Fairy Tribe Pokemon are of their habitats and nature in general. These ruins had a variety of Pokemon unique to this area, mostly of the Rock Tribe, including cosmic Pokemon such as Minior, Lunatone, and Solrock, both of which share a rebirth evolution, Obelips, with either a lunar or solar form.
How marvelous!
Indeed, but most of the Pokemon found around the ancient jungle ruins were of the Fairy Tribe, with the most notable being the Clefairy line and of course the Monkey line, who dance beneath the full moon performing rituals, as both these lines have a strong connection to the moon, so your best chance of catching these would be at night beneath the full moon. Shortly after arriving, they were greeted by Tumo, who was happy to see them, and here they were willing to help him and his people in their time of need. Excited, he challenged them to another Pokemon battle.
Only to be crushed and probably run off crying like a little baby again.
Well, his team was supposedly strong this time around. Some of his Pokemon had even evolved, but he did in fact lose the battle. After the battle, he even gifted our ancestor his Fairy Tribe Wand as a token of his appreciation, and directed them inside the temple to seek out the infected Pokemon they were tasked to defeat. Inside the Mankan Temple were a variety of Pokemon of various different tribes protecting its ancient treasures, such as the Moonstone, or even the same arcane Soul Stone or Soul Ankh used to invoke the power of rebirth. But the infected Moondrill they came to defeat was the temple's true guardian, especially after being reborn in its rebirth form. But our ancestor managed to defeat this mighty Moondrill.
Your ace Pokemon is Moondrill, right? So you must have been in the ruins before.
That is correct. I encountered my Moondrill as a little monkey shortly after setting out on my own Pokemon adventure and trial for the throne.
You obviously didn't become champion, so that means our father must have defeated you.
But I am more than honored to be the region's Pokemon professor and care for the region in ways your father doesn't.
Leweka is lucky to have you. I know our father picked the Fire Tribe Hisia as his first Pokemon, but which Pokemon did you pick as your first partner Pokemon?
Oh, I picked Water-type Gymfin, who ended up serving me well as a magical Hydrophant. I'm sure you two both know which starter Pokemon your grandmother Tamala picked back in the day.
Why, Grass Tribe Jirut, of course. Fully evolved, it's still her ace Pokemon in the Elite Four today as a Timberath.
Well, like in the Okouvo region, you can find all three of the Leweka Region starter Pokemon in the wild. Garut grazing in the Crown Thicket, Hesir illuminating the darker crevices of the region's grottos, and Gymfin in or around the water at the base of the Kaskongo Falls.
So where did our ancestors go next?
The next infected Pokemon they were tasked to defeat was found in the Thaigaya Grotto, along with a variety of rock-tribe Pokemon, including Leweka natives such as the Primitot line, using stones to carve portraits into the walls of the cavern. Plenty of Pembat and Junglite flying through the caverns. Morlil growing along the ground, illuminated in the darkness. The cries of the Loudred line echoing throughout the caverns, as well as the oddballs such as Shuckle or Drunigan. There was even a secret spring hidden deep within the grotto with a variety of water-tribe Pokemon to capture within its crystal clear waters. But our ancestor eventually found the infected jungli that terrorized the grotto, and its monstrous rebirth form, which became a member of the Dark Tribe after being resurrected.
Now that thing is terrifying looking.
You know it's bad if even she doesn't think a Pokemon is cute.
After defeating this Pokemon, our ancestor explored more of the grotto and caves until finding a little garden area within the grotto where they met up with Healer Sanyu, who challenged them to a rematch in order to make sure they were both prepared for the battle to come. Of course, her team, much like our ancestor, had grown immensely since their last battle. She even used her newly obtained Okouvo Blossom and its rebirth form in this battle.
I'd expect nothing less from her. I could see why our ancestor would fancy such a strong and nurturing woman.
Yeah, this isn't a romance novel, Anaya. You're too young to be talking about this gross lovey-dovey stuff.
It's not gross. It's how we, the Baobab Bloodline, came to be.
La 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 la, I can't hear you. La 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 la.
Anyways, after this battle, Healer Sanyu finally gifted our ancestor her Grass Tribe wand, for keeps this time, and told them how to call upon the ride Pokemon Vertivour to help them climb the steep cliffs and trees of the Six Kingdoms.
Hold up. Who is that Pokemon?
It looks like an evolution of Carnivine.
Very good, Anaya. Yes, Vertivour is an ancient evolution of Carnivine which evolved using the Jungle Heart item. Vertivour would disguise itself as a plant using its sweet-smelling saliva to attract and devour its unsuspecting prey. But unlike Carnivine, who take a whole day to eat its prey, Vertivour made quick work of its prey, using its signature move Wild Vine, a relentless attack that would often cause its target to flinch. And as I was saying, Vertivour was a ride Pokemon at this time using its vine-like tentacles to climb steep cliffs and tall trees. It could even be used to swing from tree to tree in the jungle of the Takati region. But our ancestor used this ride Pokemon to finish climbing the cliffs of Stygaya Peak until they reached the top, where they find a variety of fantastical flying tribe Pokemon soaring above the treetops. But more importantly, they encounter Takati tribe leader Kwame, ancestor of Leweka's witch doctor and poison tribe leader, Talib. Like Talib, Kwame was a shaman and made potions to help protect the people of Takati from any illness. Coming into possession of the Poison Tribe wand he found, allowing him to use Poison Tribe Pokemon to heal such illnesses, with their power over poison acting as an antivenom or antidote of sorts. As I mentioned earlier, Kwame wasn't overly welcome of strangers or open to new ways, especially the ways of the outside world. That being said, he loved his Pokemon.
So let me guess. He challenged our ancestor to a Pokemon battle.
Not yet. They more so just spoke about the Pokérus virus and how to find the king of the bog that unleashed it.
Well, I'm glad to hear he was welcoming of our ancestor.
Not quite. In fact, the way I interpreted the tale, it sounds like he basically told our ancestor to go back to the Okouvo region and mind their own business.
Yikes, I already don't like this guy. His Gengar, however, sounds cool.
Was it a regional form?
No, the tribal markings were drawn on using the paint from his orbital, as the people of Takati would cover themselves and their Pokemon in these markings in order to perform rituals to communicate with nature and the divine Pokemon in an attempt to be spared from their fury.
So, they clearly knew how ruthless these divine Pokemon were.
All 6 kingdoms were aware of their reign and immense power, which is why our ancestor eventually convinced them all to put their differences aside and unite against the threat as their plan to conquer the remaining 6 kingdoms worsened.
Shame these divine Pokemon are sealed away today. I'd have really given them a piece of their mind.
I don't know. There are some, like a group known as Team Pyramid, who study the ancient scriptures and believe the divine Pokemon may have been right all along. They were the ones with all the magical powers, and look how far society has fallen with humans at the reign.
Yeah, I've heard of them. My father says they're bad people. You can't possibly agree with these nutjobs, can you, Uncle Abasi?
Well, you can't listen to everything your father says. He doesn't like anyone who questions, let alone opposes his authority as champion. By the time you two set off on your ceremonial trials or take the throne, I hope you'll be able to form your own opinions on such matters. Remember to take into account the numerous perspectives of all the people and Pokemon you meet along the way.
I look forward to it. I want to be the best queen possible.
I already know I'll be the best king ever. Even better than Baba.
I sure hope so. I have high hopes for you two. Anyways, our ancestor ignored tribe leader Kwame's request to leave Takati and instead went off to find the monarch Pokemon on their own. exploring areas such as the Selly River that courses through Leweka, with Pokémon just like the ones found in the waters of the Okouvo region. Flying in Steel Tribe Angowing or Roylor, who dive into the water to fish out Pokémon such as the Arrokuda line, as well as Perchu and its evolution, a gigantic Pokémon fishermen today are scared to reel in, as well as the occasional water grass Hippopotas, or the fear-invoking water dragon Elegant, who could also be found in the marshes of the Takati region, alongside a variety of other Pokémon such as Dirthog and Borear rolling in the mud or wandering through the murky water, the Goomy line, and of course, the area's namesake Muck and its pre-evolution Grimer.
Gross. I'm not ruining my royal garments in such a filthy place like that.
You think that's bad? Today, this area has become a dump for human waste, as all of the garbage and waste from the massive metropolis of Tecumseh is dumped straight into these marshes, which is why poison-type lines such as Trubbish or Revavroom can be found there today, along with Luican Slugma and Macargo, who are affected by this waste and eventually adapted into the poison tribe members we know today.
How sad. Another example of how humans have made things harder on Pokémon.
My sentiments exactly. And why I don't think it's fair to label those such as Team Pyramid as the bad guys for simply wanting to help protect the habitats and Pokémon of Luika.
Are you okay, Uncle Obasi?
Yes, I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Just a subject near and dear to me if you couldn't tell. Now back to the story. After traveling deeper into the marshlands, our ancestor found themselves in Spoko Swamp.
Yikes, that sounds scary.
Yeah, no thanks.
What happened to being Leweka's fearless leader?
Swamps are gross. Nothing but slimy or lethal poison Pokemon, creepy, crawly bug Pokemon, or worse, scary ghost Pokemon.
I couldn't have said it better myself, young Chidi. Those were the type of Pokemon often found in these swamps. Poison tribe Pokemon such as the Wika natives and normal tribe members, Dakapole, Fragato, and its gender-split evolution, Owltoad or Baratoad, or the Zubat line, which normally only comes out at night. These swamps were also the haunting ground for ghost tribe Pokemon such as Ghastly and Haunter. Phantump or Trevenant disguised as trees. Feared natives such as Limbu or Drowgrave, emerging from beneath the bog to grab at unsuspecting victims. Or even another one of Luika's natives, the Cursed Voodoo line.
I know you said there is no such thing as a scary Pokemon, Uncle Obasi, but those Pokemon all sound quite scary to me, and I love Pokemon.
Which is why I know that if you were to ever meet any of these Pokemon, you'd win them over with that big heart of yours, Anaya.
And me too.
No, you'd make a tasty treat.
Hey!
Spoko Swamp was also the location of a regional Reuniclus line, including a poison tribe variant of Solosis, unique to the ancient Takati region.
Oh my, it's
So cute. We know, you're like a broken record.
Takashin Solosis is enveloped in a slimy liquid that carries a variety of illnesses, including the Pokerus virus that plagued the Takati region. It evolved into Takashin Duosion. Much like the psychic tribe Duosion found today, this variant's brain was divided in two, constantly at battle with one another, like an immune system unknowingly attacking its own cells in order to protect itself from foreign ones.
that doesn't sound healthy.
It wasn't, not for it or the Pokemon around it. As like Solosis, it was riddled with dangerous contagions. And of course, it evolved into Takashin Reuniclus. Like its pre-evolution, the arms of the Pokemon acted independently, coated in the same slimy substance that carried all these lethal diseases such as Pokerus.
I mean, to be fair, Pokerus is hardly lethal. It just makes Pokemon level up faster. I don't see what the big deal is.
If you'd been paying attention, you'd know the big deal is it made the wild Pokemon too strong for the people of Takati to command and unpredictable.
Yeah, but it's not like it harms the Pokemon themselves.
Actually, the reason it causes Pokemon to level up so quickly is because their bodies are working at an accelerated rate to fight off the virus. So it is actually very uncomfortable for the infected Pokemon, as they are constantly left feeling fatigued as a result. Like most illnesses, it aggravated them as they couldn't control their own power, which is why these infected Pokemon went feral after being infected.
Wow, I never knew that. Is Pokerus still around today?
I believe so. but it's extremely rare thanks to the advancements in modern medicine, as this virus once again not only possessed a threat to the people who lived in harmony with Pokemon, but the poor Pokemon themselves as they couldn't control their own power. And if it wasn't already obvious, Takati Reuniclus was also the monarch Pokemon that plagued the Takati region with the Pokerus virus, with its powerful rebirth form making for a challenging battle, as it not only had a strong signature move at its disposal to potentially one-turn a poison Pokemon, but it had the rare ability Outbreak that helped make the poison status run rapid in the trainer's party, which in conjunction with this ability made this Pokemon a force to be reckoned with.
So, did our ancestor battle the monarch Pokemon?
Not yet. They had to take down one more infected Pokemon first. I almost forgot to mention, this area was even home to one of the Leweka fossils. Sorrowbrum and Membrane, rock and psychic tribe Pokemon that can only be obtained in Leweka today by restoring the Nape fossil, but could be found within the murky waters of the Takati region at this time. Like its counterpart restored from the Spine fossil, this Pokemon had a rebirth form which, upon being resurrected, was reincarnated in a more primal form without its rock typing.
How cool! I love fossil Pokemon.
You and every little boy across the world.
The rebirth-capable Membrane found within the swamps was the last infected Pokemon our ancestor was tasked to defeat. After doing so, they finally earned the trust of the Takati tribe Kwame. Olani and Tumo all witnessed this. Olani then thanked our ancestor for helping to stop all these infected Pokemon, giving them all of their taken tribe wands back. But Kwame wasn't satisfied and had one last challenge left for our ancestor, a Pokemon battle.
I knew it! Oh my, I'd love to see the look on that smug face when our ancestor annihilated him.
Kwame's Poison Tribe team consisted of a Dark and Poison Tribe Rorschach, the ace Pokemon of his ancestor Poison Tribe leader Talib in Leweka today. Rorschach's spots made up ink patterns that would change with its mood. The last Pokemon Kwame used was of course his partner Pokemon Gengar, who fought dirty using a variety of tricks to try to get the best on our ancestor. Luckily, our ancestor chose Totodile as their first partner Pokemon, who had already evolved into a Kuvian Feraligatr at this point. So they were not only able to make the most of the swamp setting hiding beneath its murky water, but was a member of the Dark Tribe, making it super effective against a Ghost Tribe member such as Gengar.
It sounds like our ancestor was pretty smart using the environment to their advantage like that.
Not to mention type advantage.
You mean tribe advantages.
Potato, french fry, you know what I meant. Even Uncle Abasi slips up from time to time.
Please know you two aren't required to refer to them as tribes. There are many Lewekans today who forget to do so, as the term types is used most everywhere else in the world. That's just an ancient Lewekan tradition that dates back to the time of this tale, due to the collection of all 18 of Elemage's tribe wands and the unification of all the 6 kingdoms. As I said earlier, it was used to create a greater sense of family amongst Pokemon of the same affinity. A lot of Leweka's long-standing traditions can be traced back to this tale.
I think it's wonderful that Leweka still honors the culture and tradition of its 6 regions today.
I'm glad one of us does. I still don't think I should have to wait until I'm 18 years old to own a Pokemon. Seems like overkill to me.
I already told you, you two aren't your average Pokemon trainers. You are heirs to the royal throne. I promise you, young ones, the wait will be well worth it. Within that time, you'll both be taught in the ways of the champion, learning not only about the kingdoms of Leweka's rich history and traditions, but its Pokemon and the duties that come with the title of champion.
Yeah, I know. With great power comes great responsibility, yada yada. Now please tell us about the Monarch battle already.
Our ancestor faced off against Takati Reuniclus and its formidable rebirth form in this swampy area, using the Poison Tribe wand lent to them by tribe leader Kwame, as Reuniclus would use its arms to hurl sludge from the surrounding swamp at our ancestor outside of the traditional Pokemon battle, potentially poisoning them or their Pokemon. It would also go over the murky water where our ancestor couldn't reach them with their Pokemon nor the magic power of Kwame's Poison Tribe wand. So they had to wait for the opportune time to strike. Some of the bog would even bubble. These areas were extremely toxic and can potentially poison our ancestor and their Pokemon as well. So they also had to make sure they avoided these spots, as well as Reuniclus's attacks against them, such as little Solosis or Devotion they conjure into battle, floating around the battlefield to infect our ancestor. Not to mention a deadly attack where it would extend its long arms out at them, trying to grab them to pull them into the swampy water where they sink in the sludge, potentially ending the battle.
This sounds like a lot to worry about at once.
Indeed, like you said earlier though, luckily our ancestor was resourceful and managed to persevere, eventually winning the battle, passing the Poison Tribe wand back to Kuwame afterwards, as he was now in control of the Kashin Reuniclus.
I bet he liked our ancestor after catching that monarch Pokemon for him.
I am sure as after the Okouvo tribe leader Nandi appeared, and thanks to our ancestor, the two tribes were able to form a treaty between the Okouvo and Takati region, combining their resources and knowledge in hopes of uniting the other four kingdoms in the same way.
Such a beautiful union. I'm so glad they were able to put their differences aside. I feel people, Pokemon, it doesn't matter. We are all stronger together.
Well said, Anaya, but the story isn't over yet. After this victory, tribe leader Nandi asked our ancestor to meet her in the Tokamzi clearing, at the edge of the Takati region bordering the Iwago region, the region they had planned to visit next in order to appeal the Iwago tribe in the same way they did the people of Takati.
Were there any new Pokemon in this area?
A few, such as Vulpix or Baniri hiding in the tall grass, as well as plenty of familiar faces, most of which being formidable bug tribe Pokemon. Which is fitting, as this clearing ended up being the battleground for our ancestors' rematch against tribe leader Nandi, who this time around used her bug tribe wand, and outside of her ace Pokemon Nightmarak in its rebirth form, had a whole new team of Pokemon such as Vespiquen and Levani. After defeating Nandi, she not only gifted our ancestor her bug tribe wand, but told them that this area would one day become the metropolis we know today as Tokamzi City, the most technologically advanced city within Leweka today, as she spoke of seeing a future civilization there towering high above the trees in one of her visions, a place unlike anything she's ever seen where people lived in harmony with Pokemon and nature. This is particularly poetic now that I think about it, as Tokamzi also happens to be the location of the bug tribe gym your young BFF Zola has recently taken over, which is quite impressive for someone her age.
She is really smart.
Indeed, I myself own one of her Rotom watches. It's really catching on fast here in Leweka. Before we go any further, I think it's the perfect place for us to stop now. Would either of you like to take a lunch break?
I do. I thought you'd never
starving.
ask.
Oh, I thought you two might say that. I'm sure Grandma Tamala will whip us up something nice.
By that you probably need something with lots of vegetables.
You'll need plenty of nutrients if you ever plan to become champion. Let's go eat and we'll pick back up right where we left off afterwards.
Yay! I can't wait to learn more about the Iwago region.
Chapter 4, the Western Iwago region.
Grandma Tamala outdid herself again for lunch. Her babati is the best.
It's alright. At least it's not as heavy on the fruits and veggies as some of her other meals.
Well, now that our stomachs are full, we can return to the story.
Yes, I can hardly wait to hear about the Iwago region.
Ah, yes, I almost forgot where we left off. Our brave ancestor ventured from the jungles of the Takati region to the Western Iwago region to try to form an alliance with the mighty warriors of the Iwago tribe, some of the strongest battlers and Pokemon trainers at this time, as they had to learn how to survive and protect themselves from the fierce predators found in the Iwago region. There weren't many places to hide in the wide open grasslands or wastelands of the Iwago region, as it was home to sprawling savannas unlike any of those found in any other kingdoms, housing various lakes and watering holes where wild Pokemon gather to cool off in the heat, along with vast valleys, gorges, and coastal plains making up its lowland areas, whereas its highlands include a number of grassy hills, mountains, and plateaus, many of which were filled with vegetation and even small forests, not to mention the region's infamous wretched wastelands, a desert-like environment void of life, outside of the Pokemon that are capable of living in such harsh conditions. This was the first area our ancestor had to traverse once entering the Iwago region.
This kind of area must have been quite jarring for our ancestors. after coming from the floral Okouvo region or lush Takati region.
Absolutely. There was even a barren area known as Holloway, where you'd see absolutely no Pokemon. Between the Iwago region's scorching sun and lack of shade in these more wide-open areas, our ancestor had to rely on their water-tribe Pokemon to keep them cool.
Ah, of course. I didn't think of that. Speaking of Pokemon, what kind of Pokemon were capable of living in the wasteland's harsh conditions?
Primarily rock and ground Pokemon, such as the native Hyrox and Dastone, found all throughout the Iwago region, using their rocky fur to absorb sunlight. The Geodude line could be found amongst the rubble. Cubone and Marowak wandering aimlessly, coughing and wheezing, floating through the smog that covers most of this area, polluting it even more. Scavengers like Vullaby and Mandibuzz, the occasional Bramblin or Brambleghast rolling by. Reptiles such as Silicobra and Sandaconda slithering through the cracks of the blistering earth, along with Dunsparce and native Lizator and its evolution Ninkator of the Dragon Tribe, which could toss the gold rings around their neck at their foes, energized with draconic energy using its signature move Dragon Ring, prevent the target from using dragon moves for 5 turns.
That sounds quite useful, given Dragon Tribe Pokemon are weak to other Dragon Tribe Pokemon.
Huh? No way, that can't be true. It makes zero sense.
The same thing can be said for Ghost Tribe Pokemon.
I don't understand.
But that's the beauty of Pokemon, young Chidi. There are many mysteries surrounding them that we may never understand.
I'd sure love to learn as much as I possibly can about them, though.
Why, of course, as would I, young Anaya. Anyways, the wasteland area also had plenty of bug-tribe Pokemon such as the Skorupi, Relor, and Nimble lines, all of which having mysterious rebirth evolutions after evolving using the Soul Stone.
Sweet, I'll take one of each.
Me too.
The wretched wastelands weren't just scorched earth, but a dried-up lake home to Pokemon such as Stunfisk flopping around, Cowardly Wimpod hiding under stones, and Dreadnought napping in the small pools of water that remained. Several withering trees gathered in large patches where forests once flourished, now housing Pokemon such as Trevenant, Brambleghast, Herbil, and Dracoon. Or treacherous tar pits our ancestors had to avoid stepping into, full of Pokemon such as Dirthog and Borear, rolling around in the tar alongside Grimer and Monk, Krogunk and Toxicroak wrestling in the tar, Silicobra and Sandaconda swimming through it, or even the regional variant of Wooper and Clodsire.
Those Pokemon are native to the Paldea region, though, right?
Indeed. Although, as you know, regional variants aren't found exclusively in the regions they originate from. It usually depends on the climate or the environments more than anything.
I think Wooper, regardless of what form they are in, are just too cute.
You think Trubbish are cute?
That's because they are. Although I have hugged one before and I can confirm they don't smell cute.
Anaya, you know you shouldn't just hug wild Pokemon. They are unpredictable after all.
Yes, I know. It's just when I see a cute Pokemon, I just want to pet, pinch, or hug it.
You should really get that checked out, sis.
Now where was I? Ah yes. A now extinct ghost tribe variant of Flittle and Espathra could also be found in the Iwago region at this time. Iwagoi and Flittle run around the wastelands collecting berries and other ingredients to create potions and cast curses on those who have crossed them, usually alongside covens of Voodoo.
Oh, I just knew they'd get along with Voodoo.
Why indeed, they have quite a bit in common. Anyways, Flittle evolves into Iwagoi and Espathra. They use their bone talons to sprint through the wastelands at great speed, leaving a trail of cursed feathers in their wake for those unfortunate enough to pick one up.
And I would totally be dumb enough to pick one of those feathers up.
Hey, I'm many things, but I am not dumb. Although to be fair, if it's pretty enough, I would probably pick it up.
I knew it! So did this Pokemon have any special abilities or attacks?
It did indeed. It had a signature attack known as Cursed Talon, a ghost tribe attack that cursed its foe upon contact.
Wicked!
I couldn't have said it better myself. I'd love to catch one of these Pokemon. For such a barren place, it sounds like the wastelands were still home to a variety of Pokemon.
While that is a fine observation, you must keep in mind all of these Pokemon were still quite scarce and a lot harder to catch, let alone spot in the wretched wastelands. And of course, Iwago is home to the infamous Rhyhorn Graveyard. Home to Pokemon such as Cubone and Marowak wandering around aimlessly, Vullaby and Mandibuzz circling above or picking at the corpse of the fallen Pokemon, Restless Greavard and Houndstone looking to play, Duskull and Dusclops haunting these hallowed ground, as well as Limbo and Drowgrave, buried beneath the ground, waiting to grasp hold of their next victim. Not to mention the mischievous Lewekan Poochyena, known at the time as Owagoian Poochyena and Mightyena, up to no good as they play dirty pranks on the other Pokemon. Not to mention the area's namesake, which I'm sure you two know as Lewekan Rhyhorn and Rhydon, also unique to the Iwago region during this time.
Why do they look so sad?
Isn't it obvious? Because they're walking bags of bones.
See, as its name suggests, Rhyhorn's greatest asset is normally its horn, which holds great value, so much so that poachers today hunt them for their horns, as did the warriors of the Iwago tribe, as they used them to create weapons to stand up to the region's fierce Pokemon.
How
cool.
terrible!
Without their horns to protect themselves, Rhyhorn eventually withered away and rose from the grave as Ghost Tribe Pokemon, with their spirits flickering as flames where their horns used to be.
That's not only sad, but quite spooky.
You think that's bad? Wait till you see Lewekan, Owagoian Rhydon's rebirth evolution. The treacherous Revenant, who has regrown its stolen horn as a razor-sharp bone scythe.
How terrifying!
Quite terrifying indeed. And our ancestor even had to battle an Alpha Rhydon holding a Soul Ankh, and you know what that means.
That it can evolve into a sick rebirth evolution immediately after fainting.
Precisely, Cheaty. It seems you've been paying attention after all.
Why, of course. I think Pokemon Rebirth is just the coolest. Whether a rebirth form or a rebirth evolution, I can't wait to use it one day for myself.
I'm sure you will. Speaking of which, Mightyena also had a rebirth evolution, known as Hahaina.
It is somehow silly and scary. I love that.
You love everything.
Listen, children, I understand you are excited. We are not only at the halfway point of this tale, but the point in the story where things really start to heat up. So I'm going to have to ask you to both hold on to your questions and listen attentively so I can finish before your Baba comes to get you.
I'm sure Baba will let you finish, Uncle Abasi. But sure, I'll try my best.
As will I.
Now, as I was saying, this is where everything really started to heat up for our ancestor.
You mean when they meet a member of the Iwago tribe?
Cheaty, just listen.
Oops, my bad.
You aren't wrong. It was in the Rhyhorn graveyard that they encountered Iwago tribe leader Diallo, an ancestor of Unova Elite 4 member and fighting type specialist Marshall, the strongest and most experienced warrior within the Iwago tribe, commanding fighting tribe Pokemon with the mystical power of Elemage's fighting tribe wand. But Diallo, like the rest of the people of the Iwago tribe, didn't just command their Pokemon, but fought valiantly beside them, using whatever weapons or resources they could find.
Whoa, now that's super cool. Sounds like something you'd see in the Furon region.
You mean the Transforge mechanic, allowing trainers to turn certain Pokemon into living magical weapons they would merge their aura with to fight alongside in battle.
Peculiar indeed, as many today believe such a method to be barbaric, myself included. But to be fair, there are many who will argue that this is the most intimate way to fight alongside your Pokemon. And the fact that the trainer actually enters the battle, fighting alongside their Pokemon, is far more humane than just sitting at the sideline calling out attacks as their Pokemon is engaged in a battle. And that's exactly how the tribe members of the Iwago tribe felt. That they couldn't rely solely on the strength of their Pokemon and should instead be fighting alongside them. Diallo's ace Pokemon was a fearless Combadge who was always picking fights with Pokemon much bigger or even stronger than it. Luckily, it had a Soul Ankh and a powerful rebirth form to call upon, so even when it did lose a fight, it picked itself back up even stronger. His Combadge would also use the sticky honey from its hive-like fist to trap their opponent, so together, the two of them could tag team their foes.
Marvelous! Sounds like they weren't just skilled fighters, but tacticians as well.
They certainly earned their place as tribe leader, that's for sure.
So I'm sure our ancestor had to battle this guy, right?
Well, he certainly challenged our ancestor to a battle to assess our ancestor's strength. However, their fight was interrupted by a member of the Akem tribe to the north.
Wait, what?
I second that. I myself certainly didn't see that coming. What were they doing in the Iwago region?
You see, they had come on behalf of the Divine Pokémon they served, to warn Diallo and the Iwago tribe of the Divine Pokémon's plans to conquer the other 5 kingdoms, asking that they peacefully surrendered themselves, claiming things would get ugly otherwise.
There is no way our ancestor or even this Diallo dude took it from this lady.
You are correct. In fact, our ancestor told her that the Divine Pokémon stood no chance against the 5 divided kingdoms. But as the right hand to the Divine Pokémon, Nefrit was the closest thing the Akam region had to a tribe leader, as it was ruled by these deities, enslaving the people that lived there and making them do their bidding. So infuriated by our ancestor and the Iwago leader Diallo's rebuff, she challenged our ancestor to a Pokémon battle, which ended up being a double battle as our ancestor fought alongside tribe leader Diallo to try and take her down. Diallo used formidable fighting tribe Pokémon such as Grottrol and Scrafty, as well as his cunning Combadge and rambunctious Lucario, while Nefrit commanded ghost tribe Pokémon such as Tuvasol, depicting the 2 divine Pokémon she served, a speedy Espathra and a powerful Rhydon. While the fight wasn't easy, even with their combined strength together, they were able to defeat her. She then retreated back to the Akam region to report to the divine Pokémon.
I'm sure they weren't happy to hear of her defeat.
I can't imagine so. Anyways, after working together, tribe leader Diallo, impressed by the strength our ancestor demonstrated in this fight, heard our ancestor's plea and idea to unite the 6 kingdoms in order to stand up to the divine Pokémon, telling them to travel further into the region to meet them in their village so they could discuss this plan with the rest of the Iwago tribe. But first, they gifted our ancestor a Pokémon egg.
Oh my, what was in it?
After hatching it, they received fighting tribe member Tyrogue, which they could evolve into Hitmonchan, Hitmonlee, or Hitmontop to better fit their fighting style.
Epic. I love fighting tribe Pokemon.
So from there, our ancestor passed the beautiful Enhydel Lake, filled with plenty of Pokemon we've discussed already, particularly of the Water tribe, with some new additions such as Wishy-Washy, which alone doesn't look like much, but quite intimidating in its school form.
Whoa!
This lake still exists today with Enhydel City built around it, a city known for its casino, shops, boutiques, and nightlife. It is generally the venue for large concerts and events within the region. It's also home to either Jembe's normal tribe gym or Talib's poison tribe gym, whom you two should be familiar with, as we've discussed both of their ancestors in the story already.
How could we forget? Professor Acacia has been a huge help to our ancestor, and Takashian tribe leader Kwame helped form the union with the Takati and Okouvo tribe.
Speaking of familiar faces, our ancestor was greeted by healer Sanyu at the lakeside. This is one of the moments from the story that really led me to believe Sanyu may in fact have ended up becoming our ancestor's queen, as the tale implies they had a lovely moment together, overlooking the lake at sunset.
Oh, how cute! I sure hope you're right, because I think it's sweet how she continued to stand beside our ancestor on their journey through the 6 kingdoms.
Gross, boring, literally no one cares. Please get on with the story.
Very well then. Our ancestor had to make their way through the Gallant Gorge, a giant canyon with a variety of Pokemon found along its base, such as the Leweka's native Lizzator line, the explosive Fire Tribe members Chardvark and Bombardillo, the Scraggy line using its thick skull to smash boulders, the Loudra line using their strong voice to echo through the canyon, or the Helioptile line sunbathing, as well as giant mounds made by the Fury native Fistmite line of the Bug and Fighting tribe. But primarily rock tribe members such as the native Hyrox and Dastone, once again disguised as boulders, along with Dwebble and Crustle, the Roggenrola family along the canyon walls or rolling around the base of the canyon, as well as plenty of ground tribe Pokemon like Sanakanda, Bunnelby and Diggersby hopping around, or if you were lucky enough, the fierce Garchomp line, which even today many trainers go through great efforts to find. Onix and Steelix, as well as other Steel Tribe Pokemon such as Orthworm and its native evolution Oralworm were tunneling around, Skarmory soaring above the canyon, Aeron and Lairon hiding in the caves or more shaded areas of the canyon to avoid the sun, as well as their new evolution Tritanium. But more on this Pokemon in a bit, as it's the monarch of this region. And another ground tribe line that can be found in the gorge is Ice Tribe Newsnow and Childebeest, which managed to stay cool beneath the smoldering sun using their snowy coat.
It doesn't melt in the sun?
It doesn't sweat like we do. Instead, its sweat instantly freezes, helping to maintain its icy cold coat regardless of the temperature.
How fascinating! I'm glad to see ice tribe Pokemon are able to thrive in Leweka despite its warmer climate. The ones we've discussed so far have only appeared at night when everything's cooled down.
And those same ice tribe Pokemon can be found at night here in the Iwago region as well. But one of the Pokemon most commonly found in the gorge is Iwagoian Trapinch. Iwagoian Trapinch, much like its Hawaiian variant, hides beneath the ground, patiently waiting to trap its prey with its strong jaw. But unlike its more commonly known form, it is also of the bug tribe. Iwagoian Trapinch also evolved into Iwagoian Vibrava, remaining a member of the bug tribe.
Wait, doesn't it evolve into Flygon in its final stage? You're telling me it wasn't already a bug tribe Pokemon?
Nope, but you wouldn't be the first to make that mistake.
I was talking to Uncle Abasi.
Unlike the Vibrava seen today, whose wings are not done growing and can only fly short distances, this variant's wings were fully formed and could fly around freely.
I can already imagine them flying around the canyon. And did this variant still evolve into Flygon?
Absolutely. Iwagoian Flygon, being a member of both the bug and dragon tribes, could be found soaring all throughout the Iwago region's canyons, valleys, and mountain ranges. The flapping of its wings could create large sonic vibrations that startled most and can often echo throughout the canyons or mountain ranges, causing landslides. Its signature move, Buzz Burst, is a powerful bug tribe move that would startle its targets, usually causing them to be confused. It was even one of the ride Pokemon our ancestor was able to call upon to soar through the sky, but like the other ride Pokemon we've discussed so far, it served more than one purpose. Like Zebstrika, who could not only run at great speeds, but perform large jumps, or Verdevour, who is not only used to climb cliffs or trees, but swing from them. Iwagoian Flygon could be used to fly through the sky and also create loud sonic vibrations in the air around it, disturbing airborne Pokemon and causing them to land on the ground below, making them a lot easier to capture.
Now that is quite useful indeed. I can imagine catching Pokemon flying through the sky would be quite challenging otherwise.
I can't say I've ever tried, but it certainly doesn't sound easy. Anyways, while traveling through the gorge, our ancestors saw large footprints and other signs of the region's monstrous monarch. However, they weren't the only ones looking for this monarch.
Let me guess, someone from the Iwago tribe.
Or maybe the Akim tribe were after it?
Neither. It was actually a member of the Eastern Nakeup tribe. And not just any member, but the leader of the Nakeup tribe. Steel-type specialist Jabari, who is said to be an ancestor of former Galar champion Peony and his older brother Chairman Rose. The name Jabari means brave, and brave he was indeed. He ventured all the way from the Nakeup region, making him vulnerable to the Divine Pokémon in order to capture this Monarch Pokémon, as he was in possession of the Steel Tribe Wand, and it was rumored to be a member of the Steel Tribe. So he figured if anyone could stop the rampaging Monarch, it would be him, and it would make the perfect weapon if he and his people of the Eastern Nakeup region, living on top of Mount Kilimanjaro, were to end up having to defend themselves from the Divine Pokémon. Jabari would do anything to protect his region and people. So, after hearing our ancestor was also searching for this Monarch Pokémon, he ended up challenging them to a battle, as he didn't travel all this way to walk away empty-handed. In this battle, he commanded sturdy Steel Tribe Pokémon such as the Leweka native Earthworm evolution Oroworm, Skarmory, and Caparaja, used by both of his descendants. Jabari believed the best offense was a good defense, which is the same ideology he used not only in Pokemon battles, but to protect his members of the Nakeup tribe. As they found refuge on the snow-topped Mount Kilimanjaro, where they were far out of the Divine Pokemon's reach.
Similar to how the people of the Takati tribe hide in the treetops of Canopy's village.
Precisely.
Meanwhile, the people of Okouvo seemed unfazed by the divine Pokemon living wide open here in Husa village.
Don't forget the Okouvo tribe was protected by the psychic visions of tribe leader Nandi, which was how they were able to protect themselves from the power-hungry divine Pokemon, at least during her reign.
Oh, I didn't even think of that. That actually makes a lot of sense. But how did the Okouvo tribe manage to do so before her reign?
What an excellent question. I sadly do not have an answer for you, as it is not included in the scripture of this legend, but this gift has been said to be passed down to psychic tribe leader Davu today. so I wouldn't be surprised if any of the previous members of this bloodline carried the same psychic ability.
I wish I had psychic powers. I'd never lose a Pokemon battle if I could read my enemies' minds.
Well, I'm not sure that's how this ability works, but I myself have always wondered what it would be like to have a special ability like this, as there are other humans documented throughout the ages to have similar supernatural abilities. Okay, this is exactly why I asked you two to hold on to your questions until the end, because I have enough trouble staying on topic as it is.
My apologies, Uncle Obasi. I'm just so enthralled by all of these.
I understand. Now where did I leave off?
Our ancestor was battling Nakap leader Jabari and his Steel Tribe Pokemon.
Ah yes. After defeating Jabari, our ancestor was able to make their plea to have the Nakap region unite with the others to stand up to the Divine Pokémon.
Without having to travel all the way to the Nakap region too. Oops, I'm sorry.
Ah yes. While intrigued by this offer and by our ancestor's strength, Jabari said he had to put the safety of his people first and felt waging war against the Divine Pokémon. Like this could only make matters worse if they failed. He would definitely think about it, but his main priority and best defense against any future attacks was capturing the King of the Canyon, who sadly was nowhere to be found at the moment. But Jabari said this seemed to be the stomping ground of the monarch, so he was going to continue to camp out and wait for it to return. However, our ancestors still had to meet up with the powerful warriors of the Iwago tribe, who tried to convince them to join forces with the Okouvo and Takati tribe. Before doing so, our ancestor had to traverse the sprawling savanna area, filled with far too many Pokemon to name of various tribes.
Ah, of course. Now I know this is the area that first comes to my mind when thinking of the Iwago region.
I think that is the case for most people, as this area is easily the largest of the Iwago region, and even one of the largest areas in the entire kingdom of Leweka, matched by only the vast jungles of the Takati region and the Yakam region's expansive desert. The grasslands of the sprawling savanna had some of the region's fiercest predators, like Rorschach, Pyroar, Liepard, or the wicked fast Bolta line consisting of the electric tribe cub, Bolta, and its electric and fire tribe evolutions, Hita and Thunder, both leaving scorch marks behind their wake as they raced through the savannas at lightning-fast speeds. Native Pokemon such as Dirthog and Boria, or the troublemaking Chardvark always looking to start a fire, and its evolution the powerful Bombadillo, Jerbean and Herbil scurrying through the grass along with Shroomish and Breloom, Patrat and Watchhog on the lookout for flying tribe predators like Vullaby and Mandibuzz, or Staravia and Staraptor, as well as a line native to the Leweka region, Fire and Flying tribe Hupyro and its evolution Volcrane, whose fiery feathers burn stronger in the sunlight.
Oh wow, I don't remember hearing of those two before, but they're both so cute!
There were also Pokemon such as Zebstrika or Zapel, grazing in the grass along with Girafarig and Farigiraf.
Sorry to interrupt, but I thought Zebstrika was a psychic tribe at this time.
Ah, that variant was only found in the Okouvo region. Elsewhere, you still find the Zebstrika we know today.
Interesting! Please, continue.
You could also find Pokemon such as Heracross, Apom, Laverne, and Dracoon in the trees, along with hives of Combi with Ceratal and Combedge on the prowl for their sweet honey to strengthen their sticky sweet coats. The sprawling savanna also consisted of a large rock structure known as Ruler's Rock, where you could find packs of Pyroar or Nidoking and Nidoqueen reigning over the Pokemon below, or plenty of rough rock tribe Pokemon such as the Tyranitar, Onyx line, and Gigalith lines. A waterfall known as Warrior Falls, housing fighting tribe Pokemon such as Krogunk and Toxicroak, or Hitmonlee or Hitmonchan roughhousing. There was also a series of massive watering holes where a variety of Pokemon from the grasslands would come to cool off or get a nice cool drink, including Pokemon such as Phanpy or Dumbfan, not to mention Pokemon such as flocks of Incubus or Flamigo wading in the shallow waters, as well as the Frogato line, Hippowdon, Crocodile lines, and the Iwagoian, Claytle, and Oddloam submerged in the water.
Iwagoian Claytle? I don't think we've discussed that Pokemon yet. Isn't that normally a Pokemon native to the Firen region?
That's correct, Anaya. The variant found in the Firen region today is of the Ground tribe, while this ancient variant was of the Ground and Water tribes. Iwagoian Claytle would cool off and relax bathed in the waters of the Iwago region to help cool off their clay coat, resulting in its more muddy appearance. Iwago Clayton will evolve into Odlome. Like its offspring, Iwago Odlome would often be found lounging around in the water. Although, it was very protective of the water and would charge at anyone who dared enter its family's bathing area. This Pokemon even had a signature attack known as Mud Bash, hurling its muddy wet body at the foe.
Sick. Sounds like my kind of move.
This was a Pokemon any trainer at the time would be lucky to have on their team. And while it was most commonly found in the Iwago region, it could also be found in parts of the neighboring Akam region, or even as far as the Nakeup region. Like in the other regions we've discussed so far, you could also find Leweka starter Pokemon in the wild, with Gurut and its evolutions being found in the grasslands of the sprawling savanna, grazing with Pokemon such as Girafarig. Hasir and its evolutions proudly slithering around Wooler Rock, and Jimfin and its evolutions drinking or playing in or around the watering hole.
How wonderful! I hope to one day be able to capture all 3 starters. And I'm sad that the starters and their special evolutions of this time are no longer found in Leweka today.
Staples like Pikachu and Eevee could also be found here as well.
So, did our ancestor find the Iwago tribe within the savannah?
Not quite. This area was their training ground against the region's strongest predators. But with the biomes, trees, and shelter being so scattered, it didn't produce much protection from the Divine Pokémon. The Iwago tribe was even further west, within the valleys and mountain ranges of the region. But they did manage to find one of the Iwago tribe members, Nala, ancestor of one of your father's royal guard and Elite Four member, Nia.
Ah, so I bet, like Nia, she too specialized in electric tribe Pokemon.
Yes, but also an ancestor of the Alola region's trial captain and fire tribe specialist Kiawe. She also used fire tribe Pokemon.
Wait, so she wielded both the electric and fire tribe wand at once?
Right again.
No way. That is so cool.
Because of this, she also liked to partake in double battles, using both electric and fire tribe Pokemon. And like Nia, she was always eager to battle. She loved the thrill of the fight and challenging herself however possible.
Just like me.
Don't make me remind you that you don't even have a Pokemon yet.
Don't forget, the members of the Iwago tribe were skilled warriors who would enter the battle alongside their Pokemon. She'd often ride on the back of her Thunder to race through the savannah, who, like her descendant Nia, was her ace Pokemon. And using a Soul Onk, she'd call upon its ravaging rebirth form after fainting, which was not only even faster than before, but a lot stronger as well in its delivery of both electric and fire tribe attacks.
What a gorgeous Pokemon!
You could say that again. After being defeated, Nala vowed to become even stronger, telling our ancestor what an honor it was to battle them.
Sounds like she was a good sport about it at least.
Win or lose, she just enjoyed Pokemon battling, especially ones as challenging as this. From there, she guided our ancestor to the Iwago tribe's village in the valley, but first, they had to make their way through the region's coastal plains, where various Pokemon primarily of the water tribe could be found, such as the Iwagoan Clayton line, the Corfish line, Dupiter line, and Aracuda line, and flying tribe members such as the Chibi line, Englewing line, Flamigo, and Cramorant. And even more Pokemon along its beaches such as the Slowpoke and Slowbro napping under the trees, or even Executor, flocks of Wingull and Pelipper, Shellos and Gastrodon along the shore, Wimpod and Gastrodon hiding in the crashing waves, Sandygast and Palosine within the sand. Out at sea you find even more Pokemon such as the Seaguar line, Welmer line, Lapras, and Leweka natives such as Diminfin and Brandfish, as well as a Leweka tribe line native to Leweka even to this day, known as Pinifi or Donphinny, who would roll around the beaches, often seen splashing around in the ocean waves.
Ah, another cutie! I just want to squeeze them! Wait a minute, now that I think about it, they look a lot like Fanfi and Donphan. Are they related at all?
Another fine observation, my young Professor Baobab. Many do believe they could be possibly related, as the resemblance is uncanny. After making their way up the coast, our ancestor made it to the valley, filled with a variety of Pokemon such as the Tortempo and the Kricketot lines, as well as Dragon Tribe members such as the Dratini, Gumi, Axu, and Bagon lines. Here they found the village of the Iwago tribe right beside a small river, known as Valoff Village. They tried to convince the Iwago tribe to fight alongside them with the help from tribe leader Diallo and Nala. But one of the tribe members, Ganiro, seemed to have a problem with this proposal.
I already don't like this guy. He sounds like a jerk.
I can't believe I'm going to say this, but I kind of agree with you, Chidi. Is he related to anyone we might know today?
I don't think so. But his descendants are said to live in the Fearin region today, and like him, specialize in dragon Pokémon.
So he must have possessed the Dragon Tribe Wand.
Yes, and with it formidable dragon tribe Pokémon such as Iwago and Vibrava, Alagypt, Gabite, and Ninkator. Defeating Ganiro and his dragon Pokémon wasn't easy, but after doing so he was not only on board with the Union, but helped our ancestor call upon the ride Pokémon we discussed earlier, Iwago and Flygon, which was used to fly to the top of the mountain ranges, which were home to even more Pokémon, primarily of the flying tribe. Once reaching the plateau of these highlands, our ancestor was able to get a good view of the region down below and spot the rampaging monarch Pokémon they needed to soothe, as it was apparently injuring other Pokémon within the region, and not even the warriors of the Iwago tribe could take on this monstrous monarch.
Were they able to spot it?
Yes, they saw it charging back towards the gorge it is normally found in, where Nakab tribe leader Jabari was waiting to battle and capture it.
Was he able to do so?
Unfortunately not. By the time our ancestor flew down to the base of the gorge, this monarch Pokémon had already defeated Jabari. Jabari lent our ancestor his Steel Tribe Wand and its magical powers for this battle so they could help him capture it, so he didn't go back to his people empty-handed.
You still haven't told us about the monarch Pokemon.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but all we really know about this Pokemon is it's an ancient evolution for Lyron in place of Aggron.
That is correct. At this time, Lairon evolved into Tritanium. Tritanium was a member of the Steel Tribe, and unlike Aggron or its pre-evolutions, it was no longer a member of the Rock Tribe.
That's peculiar. Outside of Rebirth, I haven't heard of Pokemon losing types like that.
Strange, sure, but it's not unheard of. There are several examples of this, including its relative Aggron after Mega Evolving. Many scholars believe Aggron's Mega Evolution to be more closely related to Tritanium. Many believe this is why it's losing its rock typing after Mega Evolving.
How fascinating! I can't wait to one day learn more about this and similar coincidences throughout Pokemon species.
Tritanium was easily the toughest of the monarchs our ancestor had to face yet, with its sharp iron horns and wrecking ball tail being quite devastating as well. It even has a signature move known as Wrecking Ball that could demolish its foes' defenses.
That sounds awesome.
And like the other Monarch Pokemon, I'm sure it was also holding Soul Ankh and had a Rebirth form.
That is correct. The King of the Canyon was truly terrifying in its Rebirth form, which oddly enough resembles Aggron and its Mega Evolution, as it was now standing on its two hind legs. It rampaged through the gorge, charging at its foes, causing rock slides from the canyon walls after each attack as well, which our ancestor had to avoid in addition to its charging attacks. It would also pick up and throw large boulders at our ancestor if they managed to get too far away from it. In close combat, it could also use its Wrecking Ball tail, swinging it at our ancestor and destroying everything in its path. Even things like the trees and boulders our ancestor would normally use to hide behind and evade its attacks. And Tritanium's attacks, if they landed, also took a huge chunk of health.
Well, that sounds super scary.
And not only were its attacks devastating, but it itself was a tank, with our ancestor and their Pokemon's attacks barely leaving a scratch, meaning our ancestor had to pick their Pokemon wisely and spend most of the battle running and hiding from Tritanium, as exposing themselves or getting too close would cost them the battle. But our ancestor, with help from Jabari's magical Steel Tribe Wand, was able to defeat the King of the Canyon, and it was now in possession of the Steel Tribe Wand's holder, Jabari, who came all this way to take this beast and was thrilled to bring it back home to his people, feeling a sense of relief and security with this powerhouse on his team. In fact, thanks to our ancestor's help and demonstrated strength, he agreed to have the people of the Nakab region unite with the other tribes, but said he would have to first speak to his people about this union and see how they felt, but he would try his best to convince them. Tribe leader Diallo and the rest of the Iwago tribe witnessed the end of this battle and cheered, claiming our ancestor was one of the strongest warriors they had ever seen, and that they would be honored to fight beside them and the other tribes against the Divine Pokémon.
Hearing how all these different regions and their tribes were able to put their differences aside and come together is just so beautiful.
Well, if you think about it, these regions are all divided by invisible lines that we as a society create. If you remove such barriers, you'll realize we all have much more in common than you think. I think many people tend to forget that.
I just love a happy ending.
Well, this story is far from over yet, and these celebrations were cut short by the Divine Pokémon, Horuskai and Cetera, rulers of the northern Akam region. They suddenly appeared within the canyon, Horuskai swooping down from the sky above, bringing with it a sandstorm within the gorge, and Cetera jumping from the top of the canyon, making the earth shake, both of which trapping our ancestors and the others on either side.
Oh wow, I wasn't expecting to battle Divine Pokemon so soon.
They didn't. Our ancestor and Jabari were both too weak after their fights against the monarch. The Divine Pokémon were here after the servant Nefrit failed to capture our ancestor and tribe leader Diallo. Having heard of this proposed union, the Divine Pokémon were infuriated. They said they should surrender, or they'd all be captured by force. This was their last warning.
At least they let them off with a warning.
Oh, that wasn't all. Horuskai spread its wings and flew into the air, picking up Iwago tribe leader Diallo with its large talons, and Cetera ran after Hilasanyu, picking her up before lunging out of the canyon.
What? They took the Iwago tribe leader and healer Sanyu hostage?
That is correct. This frightened those remaining, as they had no idea how they'd be able to stand up to the Divine Pokémon and rescue them. Jabari, for starters, didn't want to ignore the Divine Pokémon's warnings and risk infuriating them even more. So he said all bets were off, as after what he had just witnessed, there was no way he could find it in his people's best interest to oppose the Divine Pokémon, even with his newly obtained Tritanium. But that he was terribly sorry, and that he wished them all well.
What a coward. So rather than help and save 2 kidnapped people from the Divine Pokemon, he just took them out our Pokemon our ancestors caught from and ran off.
So what did our ancestor and the rest of the Iwago tribe decide to do after that? I'm sure our ancestor wouldn't just leave Healer Sanyu like that.
Why, of course not. With help from Ganiro, our ancestor planned to continue their journey into the Akam region to rescue Healer Sanyu and tribe leader Diallo, while Nala would act as tribe leader, staying behind to look after and lead the rest of the Iwago tribe in the meantime, as they couldn't afford to leave them defenseless in case the Divine Pokémon came back or discovered their plans.
So a rescue mission. I can't wait.
Me either.
Well, our ancestor didn't just have to rescue these two, but the entire Akam region, as all of its people were imprisoned by the Divine Pokémon and forced to do their bidding, even to battle each other, much like we have Pokémon battle today.
How savage. These Divine Pokemon weren't playing.
I can't wait to hear what happens next.
Very well then, I'm going to pick up right where we left off. Chapter 5. The Northern Akam Region.
I can't wait to hear what happens next.
Very well then, I'm going to pick up right where we left off. With help from Ganiro, our ancestor planned to continue their journey into the Akam region to rescue Healer Sanyu and tribe leader Diallo, while Nala would act as tribe leader, staying behind to look after and lead the rest of the Iwago tribe in the meantime, as they couldn't afford to leave them defenseless in case the Divine Pokémon came back or discovered their plans.
So a rescue mission. I can't wait.
Me either.
Well, our ancestor didn't just have to rescue these two, but the entire Akam region, as all of its people were imprisoned by the Divine Pokémon and forced to do their bidding, even to battle each other, much like we have Pokémon battle today.
I am curious to hear how our ancestor and Ganira were able to sneak into the Akam region undetected and save them from the Divine Pokémon.
Well, it certainly wasn't easy, but our ancestor had clearly grown to care for Healer Sanyu, who had been a great help to them on their journey so far, and despite his ego and his abrasive personality as sharp as a dragon's fang, Ganiro really did care about the people of the Iwago tribe, especially their leader, Diallo, as it was Diallo who mentored him, training him to become a skilled warrior. In fact, from what I've read on Ganiro, it seems his strong personality has always turned most away, whereas Diallo saw this spark in him as a fire just waiting to be ignited, which is why he took him under his wing and pushed him so hard.
Oh, how sweet! Diallo saw the best in him when no one else would.
Precisely. I couldn't have said it better myself. So together, our ancestor and Ganiro ventured north into the arid Akam region, risking everything to save their friends.
Yet the guy whose name literally means brave torchicked out when everyone needed him and his people most. What a coward!
I mean, our ancestor was obviously disappointed that the Nakab tribe's leader Jabari had backed out of the proposed union after this travesty, but understood given the circumstances. He was merely trying to protect his people after what he had witnessed.
I can only imagine how scary something like that would be. So, tell us more about the Akem region.
While it's known by most for its vast sandy deserts, canyons, and the mysteries surrounding its various ancient tombs, the Akem region is also home to other biomes such as grasslands, wetlands, arid forests, beaches, and the famous Selly River that courses through the kingdom of Luika.
I can't wait to learn even more about these biomes and the Pokémon found there.
While the Baobab Bloodline originated in the Okouvo region, isn't our mom from the Akem region?
Why yes, like your father, your mother, Thelma, is also a royal descendant related to the former champion way back when, Queen Amunet, who was actually a part of this chapter, but while she was no older than either of you.
She looks just like a younger version of Mama. Wait a minute, Amunet. Isn't that the name our mother has recently started going by since taking over the Pokémon gym in Ishtar City?
What a fine observation. How strange indeed.
No kidding. She really has been acting weird ever since. At least Baba and Grandma Tamala checks in on us every now and then. Not even a call.
I'm sorry to hear that, children. Every child needs their mother, and it's unfortunate that everyone in your family, myself included, holds such high positions of power within Luika. I'm sure that can't be easy on either of you. As isolating as that may be, I myself experienced the same thing growing up as a royal heir, wandering the same corridors of Baobab Manor bored and alone with no one to talk to but your grandmother's royal staff.
That's right. I always forget Grandma Tamala was champion before Baba, but we aren't entirely alone. We still have each other after all.
I mean, you're okay, I guess.
And at least you had our father.
True, and while we used to be close once upon a time, we were never as close as you two are. So please cherish the bond you have. It's a beautiful thing, really. There is nothing more sacred than our ties to our family, which doesn't have to be blood, might I add. Our family members are our tribe, the people who we can always count on or feel most at home with on this crazy adventure we call life, including all of the Pokémon we capture and train.
Just another reason why we call types tribes here in Leweka. Although, from what Mama used to tell me, there are still some Lewekans from the other kingdom today who don't seem to view Akemians like her, or the two of us even, as Lewekans. Why is that?
I wish I could say for sure. That is a question far bigger than all of us, especially someone as young as you. But I can say that's a very small minority. That being said, I'm sure it has to do with the fact that the Akemian culture is so vastly different from their own, originating from the Divine Pokémon that once ruled over the region. The fact that the Divine Pokémon were feared for so long by the other kingdoms didn't help, and that sort of stigma is sadly carried down for generations to come. At the end of the day, the 6 regions, including the Akem region, ended up choosing to put their differences aside and unite into the wondrous region we know today as Leweka. That's what matters most. So yes, Akemians are Lewekans, and don't let anyone tell you otherwise. It's one thing to honor our heritage as we all come from somewhere different, but another to use it to divide and discriminate against others. We should celebrate our differences, just as we do the things we have in common.
I couldn't agree more. I hope one day people will be more accepting.
Who knows? If you ever become queen, maybe you can try to help remedy that.
I'd love nothing more. Well, okay, I lied. I'd like to make sure all the region's Pokémon are happy and healthy too, of course.
My, Miss Anaya, you certainly have my vote.
Traitor, I'll remember you said that when I'm inevitably king.
So, Nala stayed in the Iwago region to act as tribe leader in Diallo's place, and Ganira went with our ancestor to go save Sanyu and his leader. But didn't our ancestor not get along with him?
I mean, he surely tested their patience, as he was a very vain and at times selfish individual. But, like the rest of the Iwago tribe, he was still a skilled warrior, especially since he was in possession of the Dragon Tribe Wand, which allowed him to command formidable Dragon Tribe Pokémon. And he also cared for his leader Diallo, as he taught him everything he knew, acting as his mentor.
So he wasn't that bad after all.
No, of course not. Some personalities are stronger than others and can come across egotistical, self-centered, or rash. But that doesn't necessarily make them a bad person. Sound like anyone we may know?
No one I could think of. Who?
You, Zubat. But like Uncle Obasi said, we love you anyways.
You two are the worst.
Please don't go back to this bickering or we'll never get through this tale.
I'm sorry, Uncle Obasi. We will do better. Please continue.
Very well then. Since the Akam region neighbored the Iwago region, it had some similar biomes that our ancestor had to first traverse, such as Starklip Canyon, a giant canyon range with a lot of the same Pokemon species found in the Iwago region's infamous Gallant Gorge. It is home to Pokemon such as Hyrax and Dastone, Lizator and Ninkator, Chardvark and Bombadillo, Hupyro and Volcrane, Spearow and Fearow, Scraggy and Scrafty, the Gigalith line, and the cloth climbing the cliffs alongside Rhyhorn and Rhydog. But not the Ghost Tribe variant found in the neighboring Iwago region, rather their Rock Tribe Cantonian versions, as the Divine Pokémon would never allow humans to hunt them for their horns like the warriors of the Iwago tribe did, or like poachers today.
Thank goodness. I think the Divine Pokémon are right to defend the Pokémon like that.
I agree, Anaya. Anyways, this canyon was a lot bigger, with a bunch of new Pokemon species we haven't discussed before, such as the Ekans line slithering under rocky crevices, or the sneaky Salandit and Nickit lines up to no good, as well as the regional Mudbray and Mudsdale found today, both being of the Steel tribe, unlike the Ground tribe variant found elsewhere. This variant also happens to be a lot faster. There was also a Lewekan Pokemon I'm not sure you two are familiar with, the adorable Rugruff.
Aw, I've seen one before. It's so cute.
This playful pup's fur is made of fabric and, like today, was even used as carpet in many households in the Akam region.
Well, that doesn't sound pleasant for the poor Pokemon, but I thought all the people of the Akam region were either imprisoned or enslaved by the Divine Pokémon that ruled over the region.
Most were. However, there was a small little village in the mountains overlooking the sea called Orako Village, where some refugees were able to hide. Which was exactly where Ganiro was leading our ancestor, as he heard rumors of this place. Although, first they had to make it out of Starklip Cave. But before we get into that location, there was one more species found in Starklip Canyon, which was unique to the Akam region, Akaminian, Meditite, and Medichan. Both variants were of the ground and psychic tribes. Meditite undertakes rigorous mental training deep in the desert, where it fasts for long periods of time. This training not only teaches it discipline, but allows it to channel its inner spiritual power. Akamian Meditite evolves into Akamian Medicham, still a valued member of the ground and psychic tribes. Through the power of meditation, Medicham has developed a sixth sense, allowing it to see into the afterlife. Its fighting skills are just as honed as its mental ones, with its body moving as fluidly as the desert sand in the wind. It even has a signature attack, Spirit Strike, which is treated both as a special and physical move in nature.
Both sound like amazing Pokemon. I wish I had that much discipline.
I don't. Sounds boring.
You don't have any discipline.
Our ancestor found a passage from the canyon into Starklip Cave, which was filled with a lot of the same Pokemon from the canyon, as well as other rock tribe Pokemon like Onyx or the Primatot line, carving ancient paintings into the cave walls. Steel types, Orthworm and Oroworm creating massive tunnels, not to mention other unique Pokemon such as Gligar and Diglett and Dugtrio, Sableye and Mawile, Noivern and Noibat flying around, the Galvantula line crawling throughout the cave, and the invisible Grimlyre from earlier in the story lurking around. After making it out of Starklip Cave, on top of the vast mountain range, our ancestor arrived in Orako Village. The villagers welcomed our ancestor and gave them shelter from the scorching sun. Before our heroes continued further on their journey, as they rested, the villagers warned them of just how dangerous and terrifying the Divine Pokémon could be.
Well, at the end of the last chapter, they had already witnessed that firsthand, so I'm sure they didn't need the villagers to tell them that.
And that's exactly what they said. After discovering the Divine Pokémon's threat to our ancestor and the other tribes, the villagers became worried that they'd be dragged into this and kindly asked our ancestor and Ganiro to leave, as they said our heroes being there put their people in danger.
Talk about bad hospitality.
There was no such things as hospitals or Pokemon centers back at that time, Anaya. You said it yourself earlier, remember?
Hospitality, as in to take care of others, not a literal hospital.
Well, excuse me. I heard you wrong.
Where did they go after that?
Unfortunately, before they could leave, the Divine Pokémon Horusky had already found them by scouting high above in the sky. It swept down into the village, As the terrified people started to run for their lives into Stirklip Cave to hide, Horse Guy created a giant windstorm with a simple flap of its wings, demolishing the stone structure within the village. As our ancestor Anganiru tried to make it out in all the dust and rubble, Horse Guy took back to the sky using its wings to blow away all the dust, spotting our ancestor.
Oh no!
Horse Guy, looking down upon our ancestors below, said,
Foolish mortals, how dare you defy me? You will kneel to my power.
One of Horse Guy's servants from the Akam region, Mijai, then appeared underneath Horse Guy. Mijai was extremely loyal to the Divine Pokémon, proudly serving them, much like Nefrit, whom you've met in the last chapter. Proving their worth and serving these deities was the only hope the people of the Akam region had of having any kind of freedom. Horse Guy then commanded Mijai to finish the job before flying off.
Why didn't Horus Guy just take on our ancestor's self?
That's a great question, Anaya. Maybe it didn't like getting its hands dirty if it didn't have to. Maybe it had other business to attend to. Regardless, I'm sure our ancestor and Ganero were grateful they didn't have to battle the Divine Pokémon, as they would have most likely lost.
So instead, they battled that guy.
Mijai had been rewarded with the Ground Tribe Wand in exchange for his service and devotion to the Divine Pokémon. This allowed him to command Ground Tribe Pokémon such as Camorio, Medicham, Basfinx, and his ace Pokémon, Warrior, a Pokémon also used by his descendant today, Leweka's Ground Tribe Gym Leader, Quib.
Oh, what a shame he's related to someone evil like that.
No, children. You mustn't jump to conclusions about people like that, especially your subjects. Mijai wasn't necessarily evil just because he served the Divine Pokémon. There's nothing wrong with that. Especially at this time, he was only doing what he thought was necessary to survive. For all we know, he could have had a family to support and protect. I don't think anyone is inherently evil. We're all heroes of our own story after all. Professor Baobab speaking. Very good. Yes. This is great news indeed. Hold on a second. Anaya, Chidi, Uncle Obasi has an important work call he has to take. Important Pokemon business. Would you mind giving me some space? Here, why don't you two go play with the starter Pokemon for a bit while I finish my call?
Yay!
Hey, you don't have to ask me twice. I can't wait to squeeze them all.
Now, please be gentle. Go run off now. I only need a minute or two.
Let me see his ear.
Yes. Please proceed. Sounds promising, but we can't be certain. Investigate the area further and get the excavation team there immediately. Time is of the essence. We can't risk my brother interfering with our plans. Very well then. And whatever you do, don't touch anything. We aren't there to look for treasure. What we seek is so much more valuable. If we can manage to find the tombs of the Divine Pokémon, we may be able to awaken them and restore Leweka back to its natural order before my brother and his unfit administration do any more damage to this land and its Pokémon. Keep me updated. Anaya, Chidi, could you please put the Pokémon back in their Pokéballs and come back in so we can finish the story?
Okay, 1 minute. Is everything okay? It sounded serious.
Yes, no need to worry. Just important Pokemon business. Nothing to concern yourself with, as we have a story to get back to.
I played with his ear, and it was so cool. I can't wait to have one of my own.
And one day you will. Anyways, your Uncle Obasi is a little flustered. Please remind me where we left off in the story.
Our ancestor was about to battle that guy with the Ground Tribe wand.
Oh yes, and Mijai put up quite a fight commanding Ground Tribe Pokemon. After Mijai was defeated, he was terrified to go back to the Divine Pokémon empty-handed, especially after Nefrit already failed. He said he would be in prison for his failure and begged our ancestor Ganero to come with him willingly, saying he would plead for their freedom, and given their clear skills as Pokémon trainers, they'd make useful servants to the Divine Pokémon, much like their friend.
Their friend? Doesn't he mean Healer Sanyu? She'd never work for the Divine Pokémon.
No. Iwago tribe leader Diallo. He was a skilled warrior after all, which is probably why the Divine Pokémon sought him out. They must have felt he'd be a great asset to their army, and he would have been able to persuade the people of Iwago to comply to the Divine Pokémon's plans to conquer. Ganero, upset, said his leader would never betray his people like that. Mijai didn't respond, as his silence spoke volumes.
How sad to have your mentor and leader turn on you and the rest of your tribe like that. So what became of Magi?
Well, he couldn't bear the thought of going back to the Divine Pokémon empty-handed. So he agreed to help our ancestor and Ganiro rescue their friends. He said his knowledge of the region's hidden tombs would be invaluable to them if they wanted to make it out of the region undetected.
Oh, yay! I'm sure he was quite a useful ally indeed.
Don't forget, he was blindly loyal to the Divine Pokémon, not to mention scared of them. I'm not sure if I trust him so easily.
Chidi, your instincts are impeccable. You might make a fine king one day after all. Yes, Mijai's true plan was to lure them to the Divine Pokémon to avoid their wrath.
How sneaky.
Like you, Ganiro questioned whether or not Mijai could be trusted, but ultimately decided they didn't have many other options if they wanted to rescue their friends. Without Mijai's help, they wouldn't even know the first place to look. Although, Mijai said he first needed to rest and heal his Pokémon, so all three of them headed to the beach where they encountered even more Pokémon, such as Wiglet and Wugtrio, or Seagar and Seascore burrowing in the sand, flocks of Watchel and Kilowattrel soaring through the sky and along the beach, the Spheoline splashing in the waves, or rare gems such as Staryu and Starmie, or Shelder and Cloyster along the beach, Clobopus and Grablock wrestling in the water, not to mention Pokémon like Lapras, Veluza, or the Sharpedo and Tentacool lines lurking further out to sea, along with natives such as Diminfin or Brandfish.
A lot of Pokemon indeed. I'm happy to see some ice types among them too, in such an arid region.
While along the shore, they spotted a pirate ship off in the distance, belonging to a cunning pirate from the eastern Leweka Region and his pirate crew, but more on him later.
Oh wow, he sounds awesome. What was he doing in the Akam region?
Yeah, isn't it dangerous for outsiders?
Very much so, but pirates love treasure, and the Akam region's hidden tombs are full of ancient artifacts and rare stones, so I'm sure he was in search of those. Sifu wasn't scared of anything, and he used his Water Tribe wand to command ruthless Water Tribe Pokémon. But our ancestor won't encounter him until the next chapter.
Does that mean they take down the Divine Pokémon in this chapter?
Chidi, just listen, and I'm sure all your questions will be answered.
Sorry, I'm just excited is all.
Seeing a pirate ship off in the distance, Ganiro asked Mijai what someone from the Leweka region would dare venture into the Akam region for, given the risk. Mijai then told our ancestor about these pirates from the Leweka region, and how they snuck into Akam to steal ancient treasure, using the hidden tombs buried beneath Akam's arid sands to sneak in and out with ease.
Well, if these pirates could do it, so could our ancestor.
Precisely, young Chidi, which is exactly what Mijai said they have to do to free their friends. These underground tombs were all interconnected, allowing them to sneak around. The only problem with this plan was that the region's monarch Pokémon guarded over these ancient tombs, so they'd have to be prepared to battle it if they hoped to make it out.
Easy peasy. So, how'd they sneak into the tomb?
I was about to ask the same thing. I'm sure they're called hidden tombs for a reason.
Be patient, young ones. We aren't quite there yet. Our ancestors had a few more areas they had to traverse before making it to the desert, such as Akem's arid forest with Pokémon such as the Pineco or Seedot lines, often running from Scovet or Greedent, with Luican Pokémon such as Laverne and Dracoon, or the nurturing Aloviate, Marinsect, Combadge, or the Monkey lines.
I thought that line was only at the temple.
In the Takati region. Believe me, you'd be far more likely to find one there than in this forest, as they usually only appeared at night. Whereas in the daytime, you likely spot members of the Mankey line roughhousing, and there were also plenty of other Pokémon you two are familiar with by now, such as Pyroar, Heracross, Pinsir, and the Orbeetle line, but not like the one found in the Takati region, rather the form you're familiar with today. You'd also find plenty of Pokémon we haven't discussed yet in the previous regions, such as the Butterfree or Weedle lines, the Smoliv line, Tropius towering over the trees, or Bombardier making nests in them. And after making it out of the forest area, our ancestor and Ganiro would arrive in the region's steppe area.
What's a steppe?
A steppe is a dry, grassy plain, similar to a savanna, but they differ in climate, location, and vegetation.
Wow, you're like a walking encyclopedia.
Why, thank you, Chidi. That may be one of the nicest things you've ever said to me.
It wasn't meant as a compliment.
Oh, but it was. Especially since I didn't even know you had a word as big as encyclopedia in your vocabulary.
I know plenty of big words. I just don't need to show them off like you.
Anaya, since you seem to be familiar with steppes, can you take any guess as to what Pokémon could be found in this area?
I'd love to. I I'd assume Lewekan Pokemon such as Jerbean and Erbil, Durthog and Boreer, Dalmut and Rorschach, Gazap and Zapel, the Thunder line, Chadvark and Bombadillo, Hupyro and Volcrane. Am I missing any?
You got most of them, but this area was also home to other Pokemon species such as the Mareep line, whose electrified wool was a great asset to the people of the Akam region, as well as cotton from the Cottony line. Snubble or Granbull herding the Mareep, or even hordes of Skiddo and Gogot around, not to mention swarms of pesky Virusquito, Nimble and Lowkicks, who once again has a rebirth evolution here in Leweka, Lokamek. Tauros and Miltank grazing, families of Tandemaus and Mousehold, the fragrant Spritzy and Aromatisse. My, so many wonderful Pokemon.
Indeed! So where did our ancestor end up next?
The vast desert area, of course, where they'd search for the entrance to a hidden tomb. But this would prove to be quite a challenge with how expansive this area was, especially while crossing endless dunes of scorching sand. But they'd encounter various unique Pokemon while in this massive desert, such as the variant you know today as Lewekan Numel, known then as Archemian Numel, and its regional evolution, Camoriel. The prestigious Heracat and Bassphinx on the prowl, as well as the ground fairy tribe Pokemon Sanduo, a single-stage Pokemon native to Leweka which resembles an hourglass. Sanduo has two forms, a glass half-full Optimus form with more defensive stats, and a glass half-empty Pessimist form with higher offensive stats, as well as its signature move Sands of Time, which does damage depending on how long Sanduo has been active in battle. The Sandshrew line burrowed in the sand alongside the Crocodile line, the venomous Ekans and Arbok slithering through the sand, the Mandibuzz line scavenging from the sky above, Helioptile or Heliois or Sizzlipede and Centiskorch basking in the heat of the blazing sun, the riveting Rapska line, which had its own rebirth evolution, Replica, the Espathra line running across the desert, not the Iwagonian variant from the last chapter, but its most common Psychic tribe variant. The same can be said for the Flygon line, which weren't members of the Bug tribe like the ones we discussed in the Iwago region. And last but not least, I almost forgot to mention the Skorupi and Riolu line, each with split rebirth evolutions, Sir Queen and Anubrios.
Oh, how marvelous! I'd love to have a Sirqueen one day. I much prefer it to Skorupi's other evolution, Drapion. It looks mean.
I can't decide if I'd evolve my Riolu into Lucario or Anubrus. They're both cool.
The Akam region's vast desert was also home to regional variants of Makohita and Hariyama. Akemian Makohita, now a member of the Ground tribe, in addition to the Fighting tribe. It grows stronger by enduring rigorous training, lifting large boulders within the canyons or tombs of the Akam region. Akemian Hariyama, also a member of the Ground and Fighting tribes. It was said to use its immense strength to help the Divine Pokémon build the Trenut Pyramids, which is quite ironic, since thanks to Majai's help, our ancestor was able to call upon Akemian Hariyama's strength as a ride Pokémon to move large boulders or smash large obstacles, a skill that would be especially useful in traversing the region's hidden tombs, as they were full of such obstacles and booby traps.
Grow up, Cheaty.
Sorry. He said funny word, but at least the guy is good for something.
Well, don't forget he was leading our ancestor into a trap, so I'm sure this was a sign of his good faith to help win over some of their trust.
How sneaky.
Indeed, various Pokemon also only came out in the desert area at the dead of night when it was icy cold, such as Ice Tribe Pokemon like the Scrappy Sneasel and Weavile, the Lewekan Hoothoot and Noctile we have today, or the majestic Frigilith line, as well as Ghost and Dark Tribe Pokemon such as the Dusclops and Cofagrigus line, as well as the Lewekan Yungoos or Thivo lines. Many even claim to have seen the Psychic Tribe Elegem and Orbeetle lines appear at night.
Wow! Seems like the region was vastly different when the sun went down.
You can say that again. And of course, this region, like all the others that make up Leweka, had its 3 starter Pokemon found in the wild. The Giroud line grazing in the steep area, the Gymfit line relaxing in the oasis area, and the Hesir line slithering through the desert's scorching sand dunes. After making it through the desert's dunes, our ancestor found themselves in the oasis area. While cooling off in the oasis, our ancestor encountered various Pokemon species, such as the previously mentioned Akemian Meditite line meditating by the water, Leweka native Serenoid serenading the Pokemon of the Oasis area with its harps, soothing melodies. Occasionally you'll find the Frogato line trying to do the same, although their music wasn't as tranquil and would often make its audience sick.
Well, that's no good.
Not at all. You also find other Leweka natives such as the Thothesis line waiting in the water of the Oasis, Gerbine and Herbil scurrying around or bouncing off the backs of Perkashell and Totempo, Leweka and Hippopotas and Hippowdon swimming around the Oasis alongside schools of Feebas, or even a Milotic if you were lucky enough, as well as flocks of Ducklet and Gugus. There were also Pokemon such as the Marrow lines playing in the water, Masquerain and Cutiefly fluttering around the Oasis. This area was even home to grass-tribe Pokemon such as Tropius, the Elegant Lilligant line, or the Cacnea line.
Cacnea? I don't understand. There aren't any cacti in any of Leweka's deserts like there are in most other deserts.
This may be true, but that doesn't mean there can't be Cacnea. These Pokemon species thrives in deserts, as they provided with the perfect living conditions. That being said, this line was still fairly rare outside of the Oasis area. From there, our ancestor Anganiru met up with Magi, who took them to the now famed Valley of the Divine, full of a lot of the same Pokemon species as the desert area, such as the Meditite and Makuhita lines, Arbok and Espathra lines, Basfinx and Camorio lines, Riolu and Dunsparce lines, as well as the Skorupi and Rapska lines. But you could also find some other powerful Pokemon here, such as the Conkeldurr line, the Ralts line or Larvesta and Volcarona, as well as a bunch of Dragon Tribe Pokemon, such as the Hydreigon and Como-O lines, or even Leweka natives, Mystic and Majestic, of the Dragon and Fairy tribes, often soaring high above the desert. Our ancestor would have needed to use their recently acquired ride Pokemon, Iwago and Flygon, as its ability to create sonic vibrations would be used to help bring them down to the ground below.
I just knew that would come in handy.
This Valley of the Divine and all the hidden tombs were also home to a regional variant of the rock tribe Nakli line. At this time, Akemi Nakli was not only a member of the rock tribe, but also a part of the ghost tribe. This species was particularly treasured in ancient times, as their rocky bodies had chunks of gold mixed into them. Gold is constantly being created and replenished inside Nakli's body. Nakli evolved into Akemi and Nakostak, maintaining its status in the rock and ghost tribes, as well as its rocky body infused with gold. Any grave robbers who would reach for this Pokemon mistaking it for an ancient artifact would be scared away, as it would compress the gold from inside its body and shoot it out at them with great force.
Serves them right.
It's like a walking booby trap. Chidi, behave yourself.
Nakostak evolved into Akemi and Garganacl, making the most of its rock and ghost typings. Many people and Pokemon gather around Garganacl hoping to get their hands on some of the chunks of gold that fall from its body, as this gold was said to not only hold physical value, but various supernatural benefits as well. This Pokemon even had its own signature move, Cursed Tomb, a powerful physical ghost-type attack that would nullify the effects of all held items in battle. This Pokemon was also the monarch of this region, but I'll get more into its role as King of the Tube and its rebirth form later. We still have plenty more to talk about in the Valley of the Divine.
I'm assuming that's where the Divine Pokémon live.
No, this was a giant tomb for the entirety of the region, honoring its fallen Pokemon and housing many of its secrets. It was also the best way into the series of underground tombs that would lead to the dungeon. The three Divine Pokemon each have their own throne and tomb in the form of one of the three Trinute pyramids. Each of these pyramids housed a unique Vaso form, dedicated to their respective deity.
Oh, that makes a lot of sense.
Huh? Speak for yourself. What's a Vasul?
Vasol is a rock and ghost Pokemon that hides in ancient faces.
Oh, duh. I totally knew that.
The Trinute pyramids were also home to other unique Pokemon not found in any of the other tombs, such as the mysterious Unknown, which has a special rebirth evolution in Leweka known as Renown. These mysterious Pokemon are actually a vital part of the rebirth phenomenon's origins, but more on that later, because I'm sure our ancestor was doing their best to avoid the Trinute pyramids at this time, as that would be like handing themselves over to the Divine Pokemon. In fact, after getting to the temple found in the Valley of the Divine, they ran into young Amunet, the future queen, an ancestor to you and your mother.
Oh yay! What was she doing there?
She had apparently been following our ancestors since they had arrived in the desert. She was one of the humans who lived in Ishtar City, serving the Divine Pokemon.
I don't like where this is going.
No. Unlike most of the people of the Akam tribe who worshipped and blindly served the divine Pokémon, she feared their tyrannical ways and sought freedom from their control. She was of royal blood and had quite a few privileges compared to most, but with this came a knack for adventure. This led her to finding things out about the divine Pokémon she shouldn't have. You see, she befriended a mischievous Mummion, which is a rebirth evolution of Eevee. Having stumbled into it in this very tomb, where she was able to discover some of the divine Pokémon secrets, including the fact that they planned to conquer the other 5 kingdoms, which alone was a big discovery for her, and she didn't know places outside of the Akam region even existed, let alone one where people lived so freely and weren't treated as servants to a Pokémon. Although, one day, Nefrid caught her snooping in one of the tombs. Unsure who it was trespassing, Nefrid sent the Monarch Pokémon after young Amunet. Running for her life from this monarch in the dark and dusty tombs and not looking ahead, Amunet ended up falling to her demise.
Wait, what? She died.
Yes, but she was reborn thanks to the power of the divine Pokémon Osai River, ruler of the Afterlife.
But why would Osai River do that?
Osai River saw it wasn't her time and saw something in her. You see, Osai River didn't trust the other 2 divine Pokémon as he feared they had grown too power-hungry. Horus Sky was supposed to rule over the sky, Cetera the land, and Osai River the sea. Together they ruled over Akam, but due to their differing ideologies, Horus Sky and Cetera were always at odds. Osai River acted as the mediator or buffer between the 2, keeping either from crossing the line. But Osai River grew tired of their actions and made itself a new kingdom in the afterlife in which it ruled from. This realm beyond life was linked to our own through water, as it is the essence of all life after all. So from here, Osai River was able to look after the seas. But since Osai River's absence, Horus Sky and Cetera started fighting more often, constantly trying to one-up or betray the other. Osai River knew it was only a matter of time until they would try to betray one another or it, in an attempt at power. Which is why Osai River created the rebirth mechanic in the first place, using its power over the afterlife combined with the secret of the unknown. As this phenomenon allowed Pokémon a second chance at life, reborn anew, a chance Osai River felt it and its army may need if it were ever to go head-to-head with the other 2 divine Pokémon.
So Pokemon Rebirth was basically just one of the divine Pokemon cheating death and giving itself extra life? That's sick!
Well, Osai River gave Amunet a second chance at life too, but in exchange asked for her loyalty, offering to help her stop the other 2 divine Pokémon from conquering the other 5 regions, saying they both wanted similar things. Due to her brief time in the afterlife, Amunet was said to be able to see spirits in the afterlife. She could even use bodies of water to travel freely to and from the afterlife. So, Amunet, knowing as much as she did due to her connection to Osai River, since being reborn, had come to assist our ancestor.
How sweet of her. This also means our ancestor had a divine Pokémon on their side in a sense.
How perceptive of you, Anaya. You're absolutely right, but also spoiling some of the story.
Oh, my apologies. Forget I said anything.
No worries, I will.
Anyways, Amunet was going to tell our ancestor everything she knew until she saw Mijai, in which case she just told them not to trust him. In response, he said not to listen to a little girl like her. She didn't know what she was talking about. But then, Nefrid appeared from inside the tomb, telling Mijai he had done well luring them there.
Who is that again?
She's the ancestor of the Paldea gym leader Rhyme and her sister Time, who specialized in rock-type Pokémon. She was the right-hand woman to the divine Pokémon and their evil schemes.
Ah, I remember her now. I wonder if she could rap too.
Of course not. It didn't exist at the time.
But shortly afterwards, the divine Pokémon Cetera jumped down from the top of the canyon looming above the tomb. The ground shook as it made its landing, causing a massive earthquake. Cetera then told both Nefrid and Mijai that this was their last chance to capture the intruders, in which case our ancestor and Ganiru participated in a double battle against Mijai and Nefrid. Mijai had the same team as before, but slightly stronger since their last battle. Nefrid used new Pokémon this time around, such as Cofagrigus and Haunton. And while she did use her Ghost Tribe wand to command the Monarch, this was a different Garganacl and wasn't holding a Soul Ankh. Therefore, it couldn't access its rebirth form like its Monarch counterpart. Our ancestor and Ganiro were victorious, causing Cetera to go into a rage as pillars of stone started bursting out of the ground at our ancestor. Our ancestor, Ganiro and Amunet managed to escape into the tomb, but were caved in.
At least they were safe from Cetera for a little bit.
Well, it did have power over the earth, in addition to immense strength, so they knew that it's only bought them a little bit of time and decided to venture deep into the tomb to try to make their way to the dungeon.
Why? Their cover was blown. The Divine Pokémon had to have known where they were heading.
True, but they had no other option other than surrender at this point. They were also hoping they could beat them there, thanks to Amunet's guidance and the use of the ride Pokémon they acquired to move any obstacle that stood in their way while exploring these ancient tombs.
I'm sure they found lots of treasure. Hopefully a couple soul unks and soul stones while down there for rebirth.
I'm sure they did, not to mention plenty of exciting Pokémon. Inside the various hidden tombs were a variety of Pokémon, like Harakat and Bassphinx, and many others, but primarily there were Pokémon of the Ghost tribes, such as the previously mentioned Nakli line, Weary Duskull and Dusclops, or Yamask wandering around aimlessly. Coffegrigus disguised as coffins in the tombs, waiting to pop out and surprise unsuspecting travelers. Leweka natives Papyrus, Parchlement, and Hantone, all being members of not only the Ghost tribe, but the Psychic tribe. They were said to have been the ones who helped document many ancient events, including this legend.
That must mean they are still around today. Yet I haven't heard of those Leweka Pokémon before.
Well, that's because they are only found in hidden tombs, and I'm fairly sure you've never been inside of one.
Nope, I wish. Maybe one day.
There were even more Ghost Tribe Pokémon such as Spiritomb, not to mention Gimigu or the Haunted Honedge line, and in Beldam line amongst the mounds of ancient treasure found in these tombs. All of this gold and treasure was heavily guarded by the mighty Dragon and Steel tribe, Akerain line.
That's Baba's ace Pokemon.
Yes, and one of the most revered in all of Leweka, especially after being awakened in its powerful rebirth form.
So cool. Seeing Baba reviving his Akerain into his rebirth form is easily one of the coolest things I've ever seen.
Back to the story. Thanks to Amunet's guidance, our ancestor eventually made it to the dungeon area. Sanyu was thrilled to see our ancestor but told him to run. It was too dangerous. Ganiro asked where his leader Diallo was, only to turn around and find out that Majai was right. Diallo was working for the Divine Pokémon now, and he had the two of them cornered. Ganiro, shocked, said this wasn't like him, that there had to be another way. But Diallo said the Divine Pokémon are just too powerful, and aware of his strength, they made him an offer he couldn't refuse. An offer that they extended to the entirety of the Iwago tribe, as they were a tribe made up of fierce warriors after all, but only if they helped them conquer the remaining kingdoms.
So, Diallo was betraying our ancestor and their treaty, but trying to save his people.
Right again, Anaya.
So does this mean Ganira would now side with his leader? I mean, he was like a father to him after all.
Thankfully not. Ganiro said this was against everything the Iwago tribe stood for, and he wouldn't surrender his reign to the Divine Pokémon so easily. He also knew that he wasn't strong enough to defeat Diallo, but had faith that our ancestor could. So, with Amunet's help, Ganiro said he'd get Sanyu out safely, leaving our ancestor to battle Diallo. However, before leaving, young Amunet revealed she was able to sneak the Ghost Tribe wand from Nefrit before they were caved inside the tomb, lending it to our ancestor. She said they would probably end up needing it if they wanted to get past the Monarch Pokemon.
Oh, that's right. They haven't battled him yet. They've only fought beside him. This had to have been interesting.
I'm sure it was. Diallo, using his Fighting Tribe wand, had a newly improved team consisting of Pokemon such as Lucario, Scrafty, Hariyama, Shogloger, and his ace, Combadge. After fainting, was able to use the Soul Ankh given to him by the Divine Pokémon to be resurrected into its formidable rebirth form. However, our ancestor of course was still able to defeat Diallo, offering him a chance to come with them, saying all would be forgiven. I'm sure he was also scared of what the Divine Pokémon would do to him after failing, so he decided to join them in escaping.
Our ancestor sure was awfully trusting.
After making it out of the tomb, Amunet told them their only chance was to flee to the neighboring Nakeup region to the east. They'd be able to find shelter outside of the Divine Pokemon's reach atop Mount Mibenjaro, possibly even get help from the Nakeup tribe. She was unaware that the Nakeup tribe leader, Jabari, had already refuted their plans of unification against the Divine Pokemon.
Well, maybe he had changed his mind since. Or they could convince him.
Just as our ancestor was about to make it out of the tomb, they were stopped by the Monarch Pokemon, King of the Tomb, who had them blocked in. Their only way out was by battling and defeating this monarch Pokemon, using the supernatural powers of the Ghost Tribe Wand, which Amunet stole for them, to weaken the monarch and trigger Pokemon battles. Our ancestor had plenty of powerful attacks to avoid, as Garganacl would call upon sharp obelisk-shaped pillars from the floor in addition to other booby traps, like rolling boulders. It also used its ghostly energy to execute several wispy attacks that would start slowly slithering around the battlefield until they would lash out at our ancestor, making them almost impossible to dodge and predict. It also had an attack where it would make markings on the floor flow with spiritual energy that would eventually unleash in segments to do massive amounts of damage.
I think it's so cool how it would use the various elements of the tomb to battle. It really was the king of the tomb.
That is until our ancestor defeated it.
And they did indeed manage to defeat it, allowing them to escape the tomb and reunite with their friends. Ganiro was pleased to see that his leader Diallo ended up doing the right thing and was back on his side again.
So did Amunet show them all the fastest way to the Nakap region?
She did, but the divine Pokémon Horosky could be seen in the distance soaring through the sky above looking for them. They knew they didn't have a lot of time before being spotted, but before they could make it to the Nakap region, our ancestor had to traverse the Akam region's wetlands area, full of plenty of new Pokémon like Gulpin and Swalot, Spoink and Grumpig, the Seismitoad line, flocks of ducklet or Gugus, as well as familiar faces submerged in the water, Cramorant or Oracuda, Hippopotas and Hippowdon. These Pokemon and many other Pokemon were also found in the adjacent Selly River, which courses through the kingdom of Luika, in addition to the species found in the other regions such as the Hippowdon line, Wishcash line, Dreadnought line, Veluza, Englewing and Royalor fishing for schools of Perchu or its monstrous evolution, Ferocious. Not to mention the even scarier Aligypt and Crocodile. The Selly River in Akam also houses new species of the electric tribe such as Stunfisk and the Electros line. Our ancestor and Ganiro, on the run, had to quickly find a way to cross the Selly River and make it into the neighboring Nakap region before the Divine Pokémon found them. But just after crossing the river and making it to the other side at the border of the Nakap region, they were stopped by a Okouvo tribe member, Professor Acacia, who they, along with Healer Sanyu, were thrilled to see. He said Okouvo tribe leader Nandi sent him here to wait and further assist them in the Nakap region, after having another one of her visions of the future.
So now our ancestor was joined not only by Ganira and Healer Sanyu once again, but had Amunet, tribe leader Diallo, and Professor Acacia accompanying them as well?
With a crew like that, I'm sure the journey through the Nakap region was a cakewalk.
It was anything but, as things only got harder for our ancestor and their friends here on out. But if you two are interested, I'll happily continue with the next chapter.
Yes, please, of course!
Very well then. Chapter 6, the Eastern Nakap region. Alright children, so we are nearing the end of this story. As our ancestor and their friends from the various tribes had escaped the Divine Pokémon and ventured into the neighboring Nakap region, to the east in search of shelter high atop Mount Kilimanjaro.
So what was the Nakap region like?
Well, the region is home to various biomes such as the flooded grasslands and volcanic grasslands at the base of Mount Kilimanjaro, along with refreshing hot springs, moorlands and montane forests. Of course, there were also various rocky terrains, snowy tundras, and a series of gem-filled caves throughout Mount Kilimanjaro, which was an active volcano at this time, housing various fierce fire tribe Pokemon within its magma crater.
Oh, wow! But it is no longer active today, is it?
No, the volcano has since gone dormant, so this volcanic biome was unique to this time. But we'll get more into that later. It's important to note that this mountainous region is slightly colder than the other kingdoms, especially atop the towering Mount Kilimanjaro, high within the clouds with its peak coated in snow. Naturally, that made this region home to a lot more Ice Tribe Pokemon than any of the previous regions, in which most Ice Tribe Pokemon would only appear when the scorching sun would go down and things would cool off. This was still the case in the Nakap region, down below at the base of Mount Kilimanjaro, or the region's lowland areas, with even more Ice Tribe Pokemon appearing such as Sneasel and Weavile, in addition to various Dark Tribe Pokemon such as the regional Yungoos line, found in Leweka today, Purloin and Liepard, Stunky and Stucktank, Zorua and Zoroark, and some Pokemon we haven't discussed yet, such as Woobat and Swoobat. as well as electric-type native shining in the darkness, Kagalago with its eerie big eyes, and Beelzebub with its glowing tail.
How delightful! All of these Pokemon sound amazing, but I can't wait to discuss more Ice-type Pokemon, as we haven't seen all that many due to Leweka's warmer climate. Let me see. We've seen a lot of Lewekan Hoothoot, Noctowl, and the Frigolith line at night within all the other regions, and the Weeble line as well if I recall correctly, as well as Lapras out at sea or in the Takati region's secret spring. Smocham and Jinx are found in the Clearo Seed Cave in the Okouvo region, Nuso and Childebeest in the Iwago region, Cloyster and the Spear line in the Akem region's beaches, so more Ice-type Pokemon are long overdue.
I couldn't agree more. It's a marvel that Leweka is so full of many wondrous biomes among its 6 kingdoms. One thing the Nakeup region did have in common with the other 5 kingdoms was the fact that Leweka's starter trio, Geruut, Hasir, and Jimfan, could still be found in the wild within the region. The Geruut line in the volcanic grasslands, the Hasir line within the volcano's crater, and the Jimfant line within the flooded grasslands area. With other familiar faces such as Pikachu and Eevee, Hitmonlee and Hitmonchan, the Jerubine and Perkashell lines, Chibi and Laverne lines, and the various other Pokemon found throughout the region. And our ancestor would be able to call upon the previous ride Pokemon they acquired to traverse the region, like Okouvo and Zebstrika to gallop through the region or leap onto ledges, Vertival's vines to climb cliffs and trees, Iwago and Flygon's ability to soar through the sky,
Whoa!
and Akemi and Hariyama's ability to smash or move boulders of rock or ice.
Is everything okay, Uncle Obasi? You keep looking at your phone.
Oh yes, I'm sorry. I was just waiting on a call from the colleague I was speaking with earlier.
The one who called with important Pokemon business? Are any Pokemon in danger?
Oh, why yes, that's the one. And no, I don't believe so. I think we may just have uncovered a hidden tomb we hope to explore. Who knows what we can find inside.
How cool! Hopefully plenty of treasure. If you find a Soul Ankh or a Soul Stone, you better give it to me, because I'd love to be able to use Pokemon Rebirth one day.
Forget treasure. Just think of all the wondrous Pokemon you could find. Maybe a thought-to-be-extinct species like the Akemi and Nocli line from the last chapter? Do you think we could possibly go to explore it with you?
I'm sorry, but I don't think your Baba would allow it. Tombs are very dangerous places. You never know what to expect. Curses, scary Pokemon, booby traps.
GD!
In fact, why I'd rather you not tell him about this conversation entirely. I think it would upset him to hear we even discuss something so dangerous. So please, whatever you do, don't mention the tomb to him. I wouldn't want him to get upset with me and forbid me from being able to watch you two like this from time to time.
What?
No!
We'd never let that happen.
We love you, Uncle Abasi, even if your stories drag on forever.
Okay, I can take a hint.
Don't worry, Uncle Obasi. We won't say a thing to anyone. You have my word.
Please don't break this promise. If you can manage to keep this all a secret, maybe one day when you're older, I'll reward you by taking you to explore this hidden tomb.
Yay!
I'd love nothing more.
Yes, please!
Very well then. I'll hold you two to your end of the bargain, and in 10 years, you can hold me to mine.
You have yourself a deal.
I'm sure Mama has explored lots of tombs. I mean, how else would she have acquired all those artifacts for the museum she runs within her Pokemon gym?
Precisely. I'm sure she has explored far more tombs than you could possibly imagine.
Anaya, enough about Mama. If she doesn't have time for us, we shouldn't waste any of our time talking about it.
Chidi, you don't mean that. I understand you're upset, but Mama loves us very much.
So much so, she decided to change her name, move to the other end of Leweka, and run a ghost Pokemon gym dressed up as the grown version of the long mummified Queen Amunet from the story.
You mean our ancient ancestor Amunet? Mama and the two of us are descendants of her, so why shouldn't Mama dress up like her and have a little fun? Her gym is a museum after all, with the main exhibit revolving around Queen Amunet. It's theater, Chidi.
It's creepy is what it is. I mean, she doesn't even talk like herself anymore outside of that dusty old gym of hers. She takes her job a little too seriously.
That's called method acting, Chidi.
I don't care what it's called. I don't want to talk about this anymore. Now let's continue with the story already. I'd like to get to the end before Baba gets home.
I concur, young Chidi.
Alright then, I am curious to know what happened next. Where did our ancestor and their companions end up going after arriving in the eastern Leweka region?
The group decided it was best to head directly to Mount Kilimanjaro, as they wouldn't truly feel safe until they found refuge with the people of the Nakab tribe.
In the volcano?
No, of course not. Not the very top where the crater was found or the peaceful snow-covered city of Angazamo today, home to Wives, Winter, and Winda's Ice or Flying Tribe Gym, as they each take turns running the gym and give you a different variation of the summit badge. However, at this time, the people of the Nakab tribe hadn't yet built Angazamo City, as the peak of the mountain was still very active and too dangerous to live near.
I mean, to be honest, if the mountain was an active volcano, even living as close as they did on the mountain was quite dangerous.
You're not wrong, but living so high above the clouds made them feel safe from the wrath of the Divine Pokémon.
As if Horse Guy couldn't just fly up there. Didn't it rule over the sky after all? And Satara is the ruler of the land. It's a giant mountain!
Well, they weren't only living near the top of the mountain, but within a series of caves to protect them from the cold.
Until the volcano erupts and lava comes rushing in.
Thankfully, that never seemed to happen, or if it did, no one seemed to be harmed. Anyways, before making it to the top of Mount Kilimanjaro, there were plenty of lowland areas our ancestor and company had to traverse first, starting with the flooded grasslands.
Makes sense, given they are right at the border of the Agam region, having just made it across its river and wetland area. I'm assuming a lot of the same Pokemon species were found here due to their proximity to one another and the fact that they share such similar biomes.
Anaya, you never cease to amaze me. You are wise far beyond your years and you really seem to know your stuff.
Okay, we get it, she's smart. You two are such geeks. Stop making her head any bigger and get on with the story.
I would happily do so if you hadn't interrupted me. What I was trying to say, that the Pokemon found in this area were Pokemon such as the regional Claytle and Hippopotas lines, Englewing and Roylor, the Forgato line, and many others we discussed already could be found here, as well as some Pokemon we haven't discussed, such as Koufant and Copperija hanging out or in the water. These two Pokemon were also commonly found throughout the adjacent volcanic grasslands, along with a lot of the Pokemon found in the Iwago region's sprawling savanna, such as the Rorschach and Liepard lines, the Watchhog or Boreer lines, the Doduo or Giraffarig lines, the Pyro or Thunder lines. Of course, these grasslands were a lot smaller and therefore didn't have quite as many Pokemon. However, it had some of its own species due to the cooler climate, such as Nusno and Childebeest, who could be found spread across the grasslands in hordes. Oh, and how could I forget the Zappel line, which I know is one we already discussed countless times already, but it actually has a third evolution we have yet to discuss, Kuducta, still a part of the electric and steel tribes like its previous stage.
It looks so much stronger now.
But it is just as majestic. Look at those gorgeous horns. Why are you just now bringing it up?
Good question. The stage wasn't obtainable until this point in our ancestors' journey, as it required a new item, the Thunderhorn, which they would only come across here in the Nakab region.
Ah, that makes sense. Is this item and third stage still accessible in Leweka today?
It is indeed.
Yay! I can't wait to one day catch one.
Our ancestor and the rest of their companions next found themselves at the region's hot springs. While they were still on the run from the Divine Pokémon and didn't have a lot of time, they were quite exhausted at this point and needed to stop to rest for a bit.
And what better place to do so than in a hot spring?
Precisely. They even encountered a bunch of new Pokémon while enjoying the hot springs. Pokémon such as Fire and Water Tribe Searimp and Lobstu, native to the Fearon region, in the water enjoying the hot springs. Turtonator relaxing by the springs, Sizzlipede and Centiskorch slithering around. The explosive Chardvark and Bombadillo roaming around the area, Pupyro flying around in its evolution Volcrane whiting in the warm waters, as well as plenty of Rock Tribe Roly-Coly and its Fire Tribe evolutions rolling around.
Wow! So many Fire Tribe Pokemon!
I'm sure they were drawn to the heat found within the ground of these hot springs. While enjoying the hot springs with the rest of their companions and all of their Pokemon partners, our ancestor even had another moment with healer Sanyu in the hot springs. Looking up at Mount Kilimanjaro in the background, admiring its beauty, she thanked him for rescuing her. But this bittersweet moment was purposely interrupted by Ganiru, who couldn't help but bring attention to how awkward things were between them, causing both of them to blush.
Aw, how cute!
Bros, I'm ready for another Pokemon battle. It's been a while.
Well, you're in luck, as our ancestor and their friends, after making it to the moorlands, encountered a member of the Nakeup tribe. This rocky uphill area along the base of the mountain housed various ground tribe Pokemon, such as Diglett and Dugtrio, Famfi and Dumbfan, Silicobra and Sandaconda, the more traditional ground tribe variant of Mudbray and Mudsdale, the Cantonian Rhyhorn line, and plenty of other rock tribe Pokemon as well, such as Hyrox and Dastone, the Roggenrola line, Nosepass and Probopass, as well as the adorable single-stage Pokemon Palbo from the Frieran region, which in its stacked form was a total behemoth.
What a cutie! In its smaller form, of course. Its stacked form is a little scary looking.
You're not entirely wrong. This area was and well is also home to the Nakeup region's infamous giant groundsel tree, a massive alien-looking tree that almost looks like a cactus or pineapple found only in the upland areas of Mount Kilimanjaro, with flying tribe Pokemon such as Hoot Hoot or Swablu and Altaria often perched on top of them. Often flying tribe Pokemon could be found along the mountain such as Skarmory, Pheasant, P-Shock, Woobat, and Swoobat. But these giant groundsel trees are just as iconic to Mount Kilimanjaro as some of the elusive Pokemon species.
How cool! Leweka doesn't only have a variety of unique Pokemon species, but plant species as well. So, tell us more about this new tribe member they encountered.
And more importantly, their Pokemon battle.
Why, of course. Forgive me, I got carried away discussing the Pokemon. Juma is thought to be an ancestor of Ice Tribe Gym Leader Winter, and like her specialized in Ice Tribe Pokemon, as he was in possession of Elemage's Ice Tribe Wand.
Another one? How many of these tribe wands are there?
Why, 18 of course. One for every Pokemon tribe.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Despite his tough appearance, Juma was a gentle giant. Like most of the peaceful Nakeup tribe, Juma was cool and collected, loving just about it in every person and Pokemon he met. He would give the shirt off his back to a complete stranger.
He sounds like a real sweet guy.
He really was, but was still protective of his people, much like his leader Jabari. So naturally, he challenged you to a Pokemon battle to ensure you could be trusted. His team of Ice Tribe Pokemon included Pokemon we've yet to discuss, but I'll be getting to in a bit. Known as Porcalpine and his ace, Childebeest.
The Pokemon from the last chapter. Its snow coat never melts, even in the region's warmer areas, as its sweat freezes.
That's the one, but what I didn't tell you is that it has a formidable rebirth form that Juma was able to call upon using a Soul Ankh.
Oh wow! It resembles Mount Kilimanjaro.
It does indeed. And while most Ice Tribe Pokemon are known to have fragile defenses, this Pokemon could really hold its own in battle. However, this didn't stop our ancestor from defeating Juma, who, after seeing the rest of the gang arrive to witness the end of the battle, jumped for joy after seeing Professor Acacia, running to give him a big hug, picking him up and spinning him around. Professor Acacia laughed with joy, clearly happy to see his old friend as well.
And how did they know each other exactly?
Well, Acacia, as I said earlier, was the closest thing they had to a Pokemon professor at this time, so he had already ventured into most of the other kingdoms to conduct his Pokemon research, or seek out rare artifacts, much like his descendant, Lenora. Turns out the people of the Nakeup tribe welcomed Acacia with open arms when he was last in the region. He even did a drum ceremony for them with his percushell and temple drums, much like the ones his descendant Djembe does today. So Juma said a friend of Acacia's is a friend of his, as he offered to lead them up the mountain to the Nakeup tribe. First, they had to make it through the mountain's montane forest, housing a variety of Pokemon such as Lewekan Yungoos and Gumshoos and Alcapus found in Leweka today, Apalm or Ambipalm climbing around. The Fairy Tribe Hatina and Impidip lines can be found throughout the forest alongside Shanatic lines and Fortress lines, at the base of the trees, in addition to plenty of ice-tribe Pokemon such as Sneasel and Weavile, Snover and Abomasnow, Hoothoot, Noctile, or Snom and Frostmoth, all perched in the snow-top trees. This forest was also home to Munchlax, Snorlax, and their now extinct evolution, the ginormous Ruthlax, who had become a member of the Dark Tribe after evolving. While its pre-evolutions Munchlax and Snorlax are known to be quite lazy and docile, this evolution was anything but, unable to relax as the slightest disturbance would agitate it and cause it to go berserk.
Oh, so it was grumpy. Sounds like it needed more sleep.
Or it could be hangry.
Whatever the case, it wasn't particularly friendly but was quite powerful. It even had its own signature move, Savage Strike, that did double damage if it was hindered by a status condition such as frostbite, burn, paralysis, drowsiness, or being poisoned. So its discomfort and short fuse was in many ways its greatest weapon. Druma told our ancestor while Professor Acacia ventured through the mountain he was able to use this normal tribe wand to command Ruthlax as a ride Pokemon, using it not only to traverse an area with deep snow that they'd physically not be able to make it through otherwise, but to sniff and dig out rare items buried in the ground or snow.
How useful. So now that our ancestor had Acacia's normal tribe wand, were they able to use Ruthlax as a ride Pokemon as well?
Yes, and that was exactly what our ancestor ended up doing after Druma shared this information with them, as they used Ruthlax to help them progress further up the mountain. As the higher they climbed up the mountain, the deeper the snow would get. But before they could get any further, they had to go through a massive series of caves within Mount Kilimanjaro, known as the Transanib Caverns. An icy cavern with giant icicles hanging from the ceiling, and ice mazes our ancestor had to slide across, as well as large crystals and other gemstones like tanzanite, which to this day is sought out by people all over the world, as these caves are now mined for such minerals. Although, even at the time of this tale, you had Pokemon such as the Leweka native Rock and Steel tribe Toddler line mining for these gems. Even the crystals found along their bodies seem to resemble the tanzanite stone, as apparently they mine for it so they can continue to add to their rock bodies.
How fascinating! So they were diamonds in the rough. I'm assuming there were plenty of other rock tribe Pokemon found here as well, like Onix, Carbink, the Roggenrola, and Roly-Coly lines?
Yes, all of the above were also found in these caverns, alongside other Pokemon such as Sableye and Mawile, Orthworm and Oroworm, Woobat and Swoobat, Drillbur and Exadrill, and the Loudred line. These caverns were also home to the Dragon Tribe Pokemon such as Drunnigan, Drampa, the Ice Tribe Baxcalibur line, or the Steel Tribe Ocarine line guarding the cavern's treasure. And of course, plenty of Ice Tribe Pokemon such as the Snorunt line or Bergmite and Avalugg, with the most notable Pokemon found in these caverns being a regional variant of Glimmet and Glamora, unique to the colder regions of the Nakeup region. Nekupi and Glimmet, being a member of the Ice and Poison tribes, like its variant today, was often mistaken for a flower, but when touched would produce poisonous powder from within its icy petals.
Not only does it look like a flower, but it also kind of looks like a snowflake.
Why, you know what? You're absolutely right. How interesting indeed. It evolved into Nekupi and Glamora, who was a member of the Ice and Poison tribe, keeping its icy petals which housed the same toxic powder and other dangerous substances within its ice, much how icebergs are known to house various diseases. When this Pokemon detected danger, it would open up its crystalline petals and shoot concentrated beams of ice, freezing its target solid. It even had a signature move known as Virulent Ice, which was an ice-type move that rather than freezing the target, would badly poison them.
Whoa, I'd never expect a Pokemon like that to be so dangerous.
You know what they say, young Chitty? You can't judge a book by its cover.
Why not? That's the only part of the book I'll read.
The sad part is, he's not even kidding.
After making it to the end of the cavern, our ancestor met up with Druma, who introduced them to the members of the Nakeup tribe, who were living within the caverns in order to stay warm and hide from the Divine Pokémon. However, tribe leader Jabari and a few other tribe members had recently started to climb higher up the mountain to set up a new base which would eventually end up becoming the festive town of Angazamo. So our ancestor, after introducing themselves to the Nakeup tribe, exited the cave and progressed further up the mountain in search of Jabari, who was apparently trying to calm the monarch Pokemon within Mount Kilimanjaro's volcanic crater. Apparently, thanks to this Pokemon, the volcano was on the verge of erupting, and if it did, it would destroy their home on top of the mountain.
Well, that's no good. I'm sure our ancestor was happy to help them stop this monarch Pokémon.
Indeed, but they still had ways to go before making it to the crater found at the peak. After exiting the cavern, they found themselves in a tundra area covered in deep snow, so they had to call upon their newly obtained ride Pokémon Rootlax to traverse a lot of this area's snowy slopes, which of course were home to even more Ice-Tribe Pokémon, many of which we've already discussed like Noctowl, Frostmoth, Weavile or Abomasnow, in addition to newcomers such as Ice-Q or Jinx. Not to mention Leweka natives such as the scrappy Chevette, who would stay warm using its elegant fur coat laced with icy crystals, or Porcalpine, whose body is covered in razor-sharp icy quills it would use to defend itself from predators, or the fairy tribe Pixero, Yumber, and Frigilif, which could be found gracefully fluttering around in the snowfall dancing atop snowflakes. Frigilif even has a regal rebirth form used today by Gym Leader Winter, and I'm sure would have proven to be a great asset on our ancestors' team. This area was also home to Snorunt in its evolutions Glalie, Frostlast, and Lost evolution Sleetot, as it can only evolve into this stage using an item found buried in the snow, the Ice Mask.
Now that's a Pokemon I'd love to get my hands on.
Sleetot was a member of the Ice and Steel tribes, wearing a sturdy ice mask made of snow and sleet it would collect from the sky. This mask wouldn't melt even near the magma crater atop Mount Kilimanjaro, and like its peers, it could manipulate ice and the temperature around it. Sleetot also had a signature attack, Hailstorm, which was a steel-type attack that would trap opponents in a brutal hailstorm for several turns, potentially leaving them with the Frostbite status. This Pokemon was even a part of tribe leader Jabari's team now, as after traversing the tundra they'd find him but want nothing to do with him, after their last encounter and knowing the trouble they'd bring to his people. So he challenged them to a Pokemon battle requesting that they leave the Nakeup region after losing.
Our ancestors beat him once before. They could do it again.
Well, his team had grown a lot stronger since their last battle, as he wanted to prepare for battle against the Divine Pokémon if they ended up attacking. Not to mention, thanks to our ancestor, he now had the Monarch Pokémon Tritanium and its powerful rebirth form as his secret weapon, both of which he'd end up using against our ancestor in battle. This was said to be a challenging fight, as Jabari believed a strong offense started with a strong defense, as his Steel Tribe Pokemon could brush off the strongest of attacks with ease, but ultimately, your ancestor still won. Jabari apologized for backing out on everyone last minute like he did, reiterating the fact that he was just terrified by what we witnessed from the Divine Pokémon back in the Iwago region, and couldn't risk involving his people, as he'd never forgive himself if anything ever happened to them. However, he was relieved and impressed to see that Hilasanyu and tribe leader Diallo had since been rescued, as it proved to him that maybe the Divine Pokémon weren't unstoppable after all, giving him some hope, as he gave our ancestor his Steel Tribe wand as a gift to show his allegiance to their cause, saying he'd be happy to lead the Nakeup people and fight alongside the remaining tribes against the Divine Pokémon, as he was tired of living in constant fear, as he realized it was only a matter of time until they came to conquer his kingdom.
Yay! I knew he'd end up doing the right thing in the end.
Although this joyous moment was cut short, as the ground began to shake violently, as the volcano began to erupt with smoke and fire seen blasting out of its mouth up above. Jabari looked at our ancestor, asking them to try to calm this monarch Pokemon and save his people before it was too late. Of course they agreed, as Jabari, Tuma, Hilasanyu, and Diallo helped the remaining members of the Nakeup tribe head to safety back in the Transinip Caverns, while Ganiro, having learned that the king of the crater was of the Dragon tribe, rushed ahead to help fight the monarch Pokemon, hoping to add it to his team.
So our ancestor went into a volcano as it was about to erupt? They really were fearless.
That is correct. They ventured to the volcano's crater, which was covered in rivers and pools of magma, housing a variety of fire tribe Pokemon, such as Magmar, the Slugmarline, Larvesta and Volcarona, and Pyro, and of course Leweka natives such as Shardvark and Bombadillo, Pyro flying around the crater, or Volcrane wading in the pools of lava, or Fire and Ground tribe Magmo tunneling through the crater, creating lava tunnels to redirect the flow of the magma.
Oh my! It's so ugly, it's cute!
Why does it look like that? It doesn't have any fur.
That's because Magmo's body temperature is said to be so hot, it can't grow any fur.
Well, it would have to be in order for it to tunnel through molten lava like that. The things Pokemon can do never cease to amaze me.
The crater was also home to a few other Pokemon, such as the Rhyhorn or Colossal line, Cragogano or its counterpart from the Fearon region, Pyrogogano, floating through the sky, and one of Leweka's 2 fossil Pokemon which can be restored from the Spine fossil today, Rock and Fire tribe Brazor and Spinozor, both of which could be found swimming through the pools of magma. Spinozor even has a powerful rebirth form upon being resurrected, like its counterpart Membrane seemingly losing its rock typing.
Yo, now that's a Pokemon. I need to get my hands on one of those fossils.
The most notable species found in the crater, however, were Fire tribe variants of the Dreepy line that could also be found swimming through the crater's lava.
I thought ancient variants of the Dreepy line were thought to be water types and lived in the sea.
And that is true, but this ancient variant seemed to have developed even further, being able to live in underwater volcanoes that eventually ended up surfacing over time to form volcanoes such as this one. This line starts with Nekapian Dreepy. This Pokemon may not look very strong, and on its own it really wasn't, but together with help of its friends, it could be quite dangerous. What they lacked in power, they made up for in speed. Groups of Dreepy would fly at high speeds over Mount Kilimanjaro's crater and poke at Pokemon in the magma for fun. Like today, it would evolve into Dracloak. It was capable of flying faster than 120 miles per hour, even underground through thick magma. Like the undead Dracloak found today, it would battle alongside Dreepy and mentor them until they successfully evolved. Nekapi and Dragapult live deep within the Earth's mantle alongside Dreepy and Dracloak. It has a miniature volcano on its head, housing Dreepy that would launch out at Mach speed after erupting. After evolving into Nekapi and Dragapult, it would gain a new attack. In addition to today's variant of Dragapult's signature move Dragon Darts, it had a second signature move Fire Darts, which launched several Dreepy cloaked in fire in quick succession. This Pokemon also had a rebirth form. Reborn with even more firepower, it was faster and stronger than ever before. It just so happened to be the monarch responsible for causing the volcano's eruption. According to what Jabari had previously told them, it became territorial, agitated after spotting the Nakeup tribe, who had just recently started to venture that far up the mountain to the crater. It must have been trying to protect its family. Regardless, its reaction caused it to jet around within the volcano, triggering the eruptions, which had been getting progressively worse.
Sounds like it was just frightened.
So our ancestor battled this monarch in the heart of the crater with help from Ganiru, who lent them his Dragon Tribe wand to help weaken it, as it could shoot magical blasts of draconic energy helping to trigger a Pokemon battle. But outside of battle, our ancestor had a variety of things to contend with, such as falling into the pools of magma, some of which would bubble up and erupt out at them, potentially harming them or burning the first Pokemon in their party. They also had to avoid Dragapult's swift attacks. It would soar through the sky and at our ancestor at breakneck speeds, making it nearly impossible to dodge, especially with such limited space, so they had to strike it with the draconic energy before it could lift off and start its assault. It would also launch a series of Dreepy missiles at our ancestor that were too quick to dodge, but could be derailed by shooting at them with the Dragon Tribe wand. Sometimes, it would direct its Dreepy missiles into the magma, causing a tidal wave of magma to unleash onto the battlefield. The most challenging part of this battle was how fast Dragapult and its attacks were. This, paired with the fact that it was almost untouchable while in the sky, meant that our ancestor had to really time their attacks and anticipate the ideal time to strike, while also paying close attention to their fiery surroundings. However, our ancestor was able to defeat the monarch just in the nick of time, and once they did so, they used Ganiro's Dragon Tribe wand to command it. As it dived deep into the crater, seemingly calming it and stopped the flow of magma, our ancestor then handed Ganiro their tribe wand back, and with it, control over this Pokemon, as they knew Ganiro was eager to add it to his team of dragon Pokemon.
Well, that was awfully nice of them. I would have kept it for myself.
Well, it was nice of him to let them use the Dragon Tribe wand in the first place.
Yeah.
So, now that our ancestor had stopped the Monarch Pokemon and convinced Jabari and the Nakeup tribe to fight alongside them, what did they do next?
But don't forget, there is still one more kingdom we have yet to discuss.
There is?
The Wigua region, a massive island region found off the east coast.
Oh, that's right. So how did our ancestors get all the way over there?
I'm getting there, children. After reuniting with the rest of their friends in the Nakeup tribe, Jabari would tell our ancestor that if they planned to fight the Divine Pokémon, They still need to convince the people of the Wigua region to fight alongside them and acquire the remaining tribe wands so they can summon the mythical Pokémon, Elemage.
Okay, but that doesn't answer my question. How did they get there?
Patience, young Chidi. I'm getting there. Jabari said he knew someone who may be able to help them sail to the Wigua region, telling them to meet him down at the base of the mountain along the region's coast. So our ancestor did exactly that, and while traveling alongside the coast, encountered a variety of Pokemon such as the cunning dark and flying tribe Pirot and Capirot, Seagar and Seascore, Fanfi and Dunfan, their relatives Finnefi and Dunfinny, flocks of Wingull and Pelipper, Craballer and Crabominable burrowed in the sand, Clamperl, Shellos, and Gastrodon along the shore, Whalmer and Wellord and schools of Magikarp or even Gyarados and Lapras out at sea.
So, what did Jabari have in mind? I'm assuming it was another ride Pokemon used to surf?
What an excellent assumption, Anaya. And while our ancestor did end up eventually acquiring a ride Pokemon to help them do exactly that on their journey, they had not yet made that acquisition. Instead, they had to hitch a ride with a group of pirates, since the Baobab region was full of pirates at this time. In fact, they still exist in Leweka today under the moniker Team Plunder.
Wait, are these the same pirates our ancestors saw in the last chapter?
That is correct. Led by Sifu, an ancestor to Dark Tribe gym leader Khalid and his absent father, and leader of Team Plunder today, Captain Gallows, who was lost at sea, along with the rest of his pirate crew years ago.
How sad.
It's very sad indeed. I know Khalid has spent the majority of his life at the lighthouse in Wastria City, waiting for his father to return home. This, however, is the life of a pirate. That being said, their ancestor Sifu wasn't scared of anything, as he used his Water Tribe wand to command the ruthless Water Tribe Pokémon. His ace was the Savage Veshark, a ghost and Water Tribe Pokémon and a natural enemy of Crocurs, despite both being of the same tribes. They are both enormous Pokémon. Veshark the size of a small ship, Crocurs big enough to sink large ships. Both also had powerful rebirth forms that made them even bigger than before, after being resurrected by the arcane power of Pokémon Rebirth. Both Veshark and Crocurs could be found far off the coast of the Baobab region, along with other Water Tribe Pokémon such as Diminifin, Brandfish, Mantine and Octillery, Skrelp in its revered Dragon Tribe evolution, Dragalge, Huntail and Goribus, as well as Delmise and its Leweka counterpart, Misfortune, both of which were often found at sunken ships far out at sea. Our ancestor met many of these Pokemon as they set sail with Sifu and his pirate crew, along with various other Pokemon found on some of the smaller islands that they explored on their voyage.
I thought pirates couldn't be trusted.
Well, that is what they say, and exactly what Jabari told our ancestor. While he knew these pirates would be willing to do him a favor and get our ancestor to the Wigua region, they owed him a favor. They still couldn't be trusted, and our ancestor needed to be alert at all times. Samuel didn't like the sound of this and told our ancestor to please be careful, giving them a big hug goodbye before they set off. Tribe leader Jabari felt it was best that our ancestor made this last venture alone, as the Wigua region was so isolated from all the others. That way, their forces weren't divided, and the rest of the tribes could stick together and begin to gather in the meantime, in case the Divine Pokémon chose to strike again.
A very smart plan indeed, but it did put a lot of pressure on our ancestor and trust in these pirates.
Well, Sifu was a strong personality but a great leader. He was respected by his crew and made our ancestor feel at home aboard his ship. As I said, they explored various small islands out at sea together in search of treasure before arriving in the Wigua region. As these islands, much like the Akam region's tombs, were teeming with chests of Gimmighoul, but they found out shortly after setting sail at least one of these islands that young Amunet snuck on board the ship to look after our ancestor.
Oh no! A pirate ship is no place for a little girl like that. How did Sifu react?
Well, he wasn't happy, and after finding out on the open sea, he almost made her walk the plank. She was from the Akam region after all. Luckily, our ancestor vouched for her and said she was with him.
This Sifu guy sounds like a real jerk. So what was the Wigua region like?
Well, this chapter isn't over yet. You see, just as the Wigua region was in sight in the distance, Sifu had his pirate crew corner our ancestor and Amunet on the deck of the ship.
So he betrayed them?
I can't say I'm surprised. He's a pirate after all. That was a bit predictable.
But why? I thought he had a deal with tribe leader Jabari.
He did, but apparently he made an even better deal with the Divine Pokémon while in the Akam region.
Huh? I don't understand.
Remember when our ancestor saw his pirate ship off in the distance while in the Arkham region, and we discussed how his pirate crew would often sneak into Arkham's tombs to steal ancient treasure? Well, it turns out the Divine Pokémon were already on the alert looking for our ancestor at the time, and happened to catch Sifu and his pirates in the act after all. But instead of imprisoning them, the wise Horuskai struck a deal with them as a contingency plan to capture our ancestor if they managed to escape Arkham, knowing that they would likely have to venture out at sea at some point to reach the people of the Wigua tribe.
So, Horuskai was 3 steps ahead of our ancestor?
Precisely. This was a deity of war after all, and wars are won not by warriors, but by tacticians. Horuskai was a brilliant tactician and extremely poised and patient compared to its peer, Cetera, who was sporadic, rash, and usually relied on fear or force to get their way. So Horuskai set Sifu and his crew free, even giving them some treasure in exchange for our ancestor, as the Divine Pokémon loathed their plans to unite the 6 kingdoms.
Wow! I had no idea all that was going on in the last chapter without us knowing. So, what did our ancestor do? They were obviously outnumbered.
First, they had to battle some of Sifu's pirate crew, who used Pokémon such as Pirat, Brandfish, Delmise, and Misfortune. Then, of course, they finally faced off against the cunning pirate captain, Sifu himself, and his ruthless water tribe Pokémon, such as the swashbuckling Brandfish, locked and loaded Octillery, Gruesome Gyarados, and of course, his vicious Vishar, who was given a soul ankh that Sifu acquired on one of his expeditions and able to be reborn after fainting into its vengeful rebirth form. This was definitely a challenge for our ancestor, especially as they didn't have any opportunities to heal after squaring off against Sifu's pirate crew. But our ancestor prevailed.
Yay! So, did they receive Sifu's water tribe wand after beating him?
Unfortunately not. Horuskai, who was apparently watching the battle from the sky above, spread its massive wings and started to create a hurricane out at sea. As the pirate ship was being beaten around by the rough sea waves, Horuskai descended onto the ship in an attempt to grab hold of our ancestor, who immediately ran into the lower quarters of the ship, with Horuskai chasing after them. As it tore through the ship with its massive talons and razor-sharp wings, water started to flood into the vessel and it began to sink.
Oh no!
And while all this was happening out at sea, the other divine Pokémon, Cetera, ended up at the peak of Mount Kilimanjaro, using its power over Earth to cause the volcano to erupt after all. Tribe leader Jabari, Professor Acacia and Healer Sanyu, Tribe leader Diallo and Ganiru were all back atop Mount Kilimanjaro at the time. So together, they all used their Pokémon to help get the people of the Nakeup tribe off the mountain in time, as they barely made it as the lava destroyed their village while slowly descending down the mountain.
I'm glad they all made it out safely. That sounds scary.
Sadly, not all of them made it away. Cetera was infuriated with tribe leader Diallo for going against his word, as he had promised to serve the divine Pokémon. Ganiru tried to fight off Cetera, trying to give Diallo time to escape, but Diallo said he's already done enough damage. He doesn't want anyone else getting hurt because of what he's done. So Diallo turned himself into Cetera, but Cetera used its power to destroy the ground underneath Diallo's feet as he fell off the mountain to his demise.
He was in the afterlife.
Ganiru was upset to have lost his mentor once more. Now Ganiru was a tough guy, but apparently a tear rolled down his face as he said to himself that he forgave Diallo for all he had done.
It's a shame he never got to tell Diallo this.
Indeed, but now back to our ancestor out at sea, as they were attacked by Horuskai. Just as all hope seemed lost, as our ancestor was trapped on the sinking vessel trying to escape Horuskai's grasp, Sifu used his water tribe wand to call upon the wild water Pokémon like Welmer to give his crew an escape the sinking ship safely. Feeling remorse for betraying our ancestor and seeing the divine Pokémon had no concern for him or his crew, despite their deal, he even used his water tribe wand to call upon wild Crocus and Gyarados to try to fight Horuskai, at least long enough for our ancestor to escape. Thanks to this last-minute effort, they were able to sneak away in the mouth of a whale lord. But Horuskai, enraged after seeing them get away, made quick work of the Crocus and Gyarados, which at this point had Horuskai wrapped up in their tentacles and snake-like body respectively. Horuskai then flapped its wings, creating a gust of wind that blew Sifu off what was left of the ship and into raging waters, causing him to drop his water tribe wand on the deck. It slowly sunk into the ocean along with the wreckage, seemingly lost forever.
What a waste. I hope our ancestor was able to retrieve it. How else were they supposed to call upon the mythical Pokemon Elemage to help them?
You'll have to just wait and find out in the next chapter.
Uncle Obasi, please don't leave us hanging there. You have to continue. I'm dying to hear what happens next and all about the Wigua region.
Alright, if you insist. Chapter 7. The Wondrous Island Nation of the Wigua Region. I hope you children have been listening carefully, as this chapter explores the last of the 6 kingdoms, the wondrous island nation of the Wigua region, which is easily the most tropical and, dare I say, wettest of the 6 regions, with its infamous rainforests, wetlands, mangroves, waterfalls, beaches, lagoons, and coral reefs, not to mention plenty of rain. In addition to a unique rocky area known as the Stone Forest, made up of rocky formations, and like most of the other regions, its own grasslands and even its own semi-desert-like area, all of which featuring a variety of colorful Pokemon species unique to the tropical Wigua region.
As exciting as all that is, the last chapter left off on a cliffhanger. After the Divine Pokémon Horaskai soared down to capsize Sefu's pirate ship.
And Cetera showed up on the mountain to make the volcano erupt in the Nakap region.
Well, our ancestors' friends, having escaped Cetera's wrath atop Mount Kilimanjaro, managed to make their way off the mountain and down south into the Okouvo region, where tribe leader Nandi offered them refuge within Husa village, as they discovered their plans of retaliation in preparation of the Divine Pokemon's next strike. Luckily, Nandi's psychic visions of the future provided them with the upper hand, but Nandi foresaw that it was our ancestors' destiny to defeat these deities. She just wasn't able to see exactly how they'd be able to do that.
How convenient. And you never told us what happened to our ancestor after the attack out at sea.
Well, as I mentioned, our ancestor managed to escape in the mouth of Whale Lord thanks to Pirate Captain Sifu's last-minute effort using his Water Tribe wand to try to save our ancestor after his betrayal.
That's nice and all, but they would have never been in that situation if it wasn't for him. So, I don't think that makes things right.
I forgot to ask, what happened to young Amunette? She snuck on board the ship, so how did she manage to get off?
Yes, or don't forget, due to their connection to the Divine Pokémon, Osai River, ruler of the Afterlife, she was able to use water to freely travel to and from that realm. So that's exactly what she did to escape the sinking ship.
That's quite remarkable. So how did our ancestor get out of that Waylord's mouth? I can't imagine it was too pleasant in there.
I'm sure it beat being caught by Horasky's razor-sharp talons.
Well, when you put it like that, it doesn't sound so bad after all.
Apparently, our ancestor woke up on the shores of the Wigua region. How they got there is a mystery. I'm assuming the Whale Lord delivered them.
If so, that's one smart and thoughtful Pokemon.
I like to believe all Pokemon are that caring, or at least have the potential to be. Anyways, after composing themselves, our ancestor explored the shoreline, encountering plenty of spectacular Pokemon we've already discussed in the other regions, along with Wigua's beautiful beaches, which rival those in the Okouvo region, like Cluero Beach, as the water surrounding the tropical islands is crystal clear.
Water tribe Pokemon like Wingull and Slowpoke?
Yes, to name a few, as well as grass tribe members such as Executor or Tropius besides its tropical trees, and flying tribe Pokemon like Watcho, perched in their trees or flying around besides Leweka natives Hupyro and Volcrane, or the no-good Pyrat or Caparot line of the flying and dark tribes plundering berries and other treasure from the people and Pokemon unfortunate enough to cross paths with them. These 2 Pokemon are found all throughout the Wigua region. These picturesque beaches were even home to a few species we have yet to discuss, like oddballs, Pumimikyu and Picurchin, and the poison-type Parafoam relaxing in the shoreline serene waves.
Oh my! They're all so cute! I want to squeeze them all! Okay, maybe not the Pincurchin.
This beach also had a miraculous lagoon full of some of the Pokemon you normally find far out at sea, such as the Minfin doing tricks through the portals on their heads, Steel Tribe brandfish swimming swiftly through the water, as well as the occasional Lapras or Whalmer sighting, or even Englewing or Roylor soaring into the water to fish for Pokemon such as Alola, and of course the lagoon's namesake, Lovedis, which can be found in this lagoon swimming in massive schools.
Ah, I love Lovedisk. Alomomola too. I actually used to think Lovedisk evolved into it.
Wait, it doesn't?
Nope.
Well, that's weird. They look so much alike. You'd think they're at least related or something.
Many people speculate them to be, especially as Alola are normally very nurturing to Lovedis, helping to protect them from larger predators in the water.
Ah, that's so sweet. We haven't discussed either of these species yet in the story. Are there any other Pokemon we haven't discussed already in the other kingdoms?
Why, of course. Pokemon such as the Ghost Tribe Frillish line, which appear differently depending on its gender, the colorful but crash Bruxish, and most importantly, 2 Fire Tribe variants that have seemingly vanished today for Goldeen and Seaking, which were often found in Wigua's waters. Wigua and Goldeen's beautiful tail fin burns brightly even underwater, protecting it from predators as it's too hot to swallow. Unlike its Cantonian counterpart found in fresh water, this variant is usually found in salt water. However, it evolves into Seaking at level 33. Wigua and Seaking would use its horn to bore holes in beds of coral, making nests to protect its eggs from predators, using its fiery fins to keep its eggs nice and warm. With a signature move, Heat Bubble, which lowers the target's accuracy as well as potentially leaving it with a burn. In fact, this Pokemon actually was used by a member of the Wigua tribe, the exquisite Tiana.
Wow, she really is beautiful.
Yeah, she's a Fire Tribe member for sure. She's hot.
Chitty!
She is often described as an extraordinary beauty, which makes a lot of sense given she is said to be an ancestor to Matod Nessa, who happens to be a water tribe gym leader in the Galar region. She's also said to have relatives in the tropical Zone region, which is quite similar to the Wigua region in many ways.
Only much bigger.
Then the Wigua region, sure, but nowhere near as big as Leweka as it's made up of 6 regions.
Well, that's true. Leweka is the largest of Pokemon regions after all, since the unification of the 6 kingdoms. Now please tell us more about Tiana.
Ah yes, thanks for keeping me on track, Anaya. Our ancestor encountered Tiana shortly after arriving on the island. She was happy to see them, as if she's met them before. This is because she apparently was caring for them after they washed up on the shore of the Wigua region. Having pulled them out of the waves, she was actually just on her way back to our ancestor with some fresh water to give them.
How kind of her.
Looks like Hail and Sanyu has some competition.
Tiana actually already had eyes for someone else of the Wigua tribe, but more on that later. Tiana was just as beautiful on the inside as she was on the outside, always doing whatever she could to help take care of her tribe members and even the wild Pokemon of the Wigua region. She knew how to make the most of the Wigua region's natural amenities and was typically found fetching fresh water along with other female members of the Wigua tribe, carrying it in a wooden basket atop their heads back to the village. But she also spent most of her time in the ocean swimming alongside the region's water Pokemon, who she has befriended over the years. But the most miraculous thing happened since our ancestor washed up on the shore in the shipwreck. So did Elemage's water tribe wand.
Oh wow, that is a miracle indeed.
Nice. I was wondering how our ancestor was going to find it at the bottom of the ocean.
Seems like Elemage used its power over the elements to help it find its way to them.
Anaya, I have to say I've never thought of it like that before. I think you may be onto something. Anyways, after recently acquiring Sifu's washed-up Water Tribe wand, Tiana could now command all of the Water Tribe Pokemon she had befriended over the years. Although, to be honest, I'm sure most of which would have listened to her even without it.
Please tell me they had a Pokemon battle.
You're in luck. They did participate in a friendly Pokemon battle, as Tiana was itching to test out the power of her newly acquired Tribe wand, knowing very well what it was capable of after seeing members within her tribe wield one. So after making sure our ancestor and their Pokemon were okay and healing their Pokemon, she challenged our ancestor to a friendly battle to test their character before bringing them back to her tribe. She used Water Tribe Pokemon such as Lumineon, Ferocious, Dimenfin, and of course her ace, Wigua and Seaking. Their beachfront battle was said to be quite the spectacle, as Tiana would have her Water Tribe Pokemon make the most of the lagoon. After the battle, Tiana, exhilarated by the whole experience, happily guided our ancestor to her village, which required them to make their way through the Wigua region's massive rainforest, rivaled only by those of the tropical Zone region.
I'm assuming these rainforests had similar Pokemon to those found in the jungles of the Takati region?
A few, such as Cocobat hanging from trees amongst fruit, or its evolution, Jungleite soaring through the treetops along with Pokemon such as the Canon line, beautiful P-Shock dazzling with their electrified plumage, or the rowdy Owltoad or Baratoad poisoning those around them with their signature move, Noxious Noise. covens of the Natike and Voodoo lines using berries to perform rituals, as well as plenty of bug tribe Pokemon we've already discussed, such as the puppeteer Pokemon Marionasect or the nightmarish dream-weaving Nightmarak. Not to mention Pokemon we haven't yet covered like the electrified Vikavolt. In fact, Wigua was home to various electric tribe Pokemon, such as one of the most prominent Pokemon in the Wigua region found not only in its rainforest, but all throughout the region, is Limouring in its electric and fighting tribe evolution, Elekimur, storing massive amounts of electricity in their long tails that they discharge through their electrically charged fist.
Oh, now that Pokemon's on the team.
Lemurring are found just about everywhere in the Wigua region, so if you ever visit, I'm sure you'd have no trouble finding one. Some other Wigua favorites you couldn't find in any of the other kingdoms were counterparts Oranguru and Passimian, and a colorful psychic tribe variant of the Kecleon line found in Leweka today, alongside its regional evolution, Chromeleon. Like the normal tribe variant of Kecleon, these psychic tribe variants could still camouflage themselves, but even so were unwillingly to hide unless absolutely necessary, as they like to flaunt their dazzling colors using their colorful patterns to hypnotize others.
This regional form sounds like it was full of tricks.
You can say that again. It was, or is, quite remarkable. Like all the other kingdoms, many Pokemon species would only appear at night, such as Luikin Yungoos or Monkey lines. Ghost types such as the Ghastly lines or Drifloom lines, which would often be spotted in the night sky above its beaches. Not to mention Luika's quirky and electric ghost type Kagalago in the treetops and bug electric Beelzebub buzzing around, the latter even having a rebirth form.
That's my BFF Zola's partner Pokemon. Maybe one day it will be able to call upon the Pokemon rebirth.
With everything that girl has already accomplished at her age, I wouldn't doubt it. Although, one of the most important regional species found throughout the Wigua region, including its rainforest primarily at night, is now the extinct grass and dark tribe variant of Helioptile and Helioisk, as they, much like their normal and electric type counterparts, who would use the frills on either side of its head to absorb sunlight during the day, they'd absorb moonlight. Wigwawi and Helioptile can use the energy it absorbs from the moon into surrounding plant life. Its connection to the moon is so strong it would even evolve into Helioisk in the Wigua region, using a moonstone instead of a sunstone, like the typical variant of Helioisk found today. Wigwawi and Helioisk uses its razor-sharp leaf tail to chop down trees, with it becoming even stronger beneath the full moon as it basks in its light. After venturing through the rainforest, our ancestor made it to the Wigua tribe's village known today as the island's capital, Madarivo City. Now, while Wigua is full of various villages and towns in the rainforest or along its tropical coastlines, Madarivo City is the largest settlement today, a lively city in the region's highlands and the outskirts of the rainforest surrounded by rich history like that of this very story. This village not only housed the members of the Wigua tribe, but several Pokemon species they lived alongside such as Pikachu and Eevee or the Tyroglide, as together they worked in harmony with one another to create this charming community, as powerhouses such as the Exterminate or Machamp line helped carry lumber and build its homes. With help from psychic Pokemon using their telekinetic abilities such as the Alakazam or Gardevoir lines, Pokemon such as Chansey also help nurse wounded or sick Pokemon back to health.
They didn't have a Loviate in the Wigua region like in the other 6 Leweka kingdoms?
No, they did, found in some of the region's shrubland areas, but at this time they hadn't fully uncovered its medical marvels, so Chansey was more commonly used.
Ah, that makes sense.
It was here in the village of Madarivo our ancestor was greeted with open arms by the Wigua tribe's elderly leader, Fali.
She's so cute.
Now even the people are cute. You really can't help yourself, sis.
Tribe leader Fali had decades of experience living beside Pokemon, as the people of Wigua didn't fear them like most regions, but rather lived alongside them in harmony, enjoying the natural amenities offered by this tropical island nation. But don't let her size fool you. Much like your grandma Tamala, this sweet old lady, while soft-spoken, was a lot tougher than she looks, as she was even the holder of Elemage's Rock Tribe wand, allowing her to command sturdy Rock Tribe Pokemon, such as our companion, constantly helping to look after her as she grew older. She is said to be an ancestor of both Rock-type specialist Grant from the Kalos region and Olivia from the Alola region. Tiana would tell tribe leader Fali of how she found our ancestor on the beach and the terrible shipwreck they endured after being attacked by the Divine Pokémon, or Sky. However, Fali, whose memory was declining, asked her to repeat herself.
Sounds like she had dementia.
What now?
Something old people get that makes them forget things as their memory fades.
Oh yeah, she's old as dirt. I'm sure that's what it is.
Now, Chidi, that's no way to talk about your elders.
What? She is, especially now. She's literally in the dirt.
After finally processing what Tiana had to say, tribe leader Fali would tell our ancestor how sorry she was for everything they have been through, as she comforted them, offering them a safe place to stay in the meantime and some food while they figured out their next move, asking in return if they could help her and the people of the Wigua tribe with the problem of their own, as she needed their help finding something dear to her.
And what was that?
Why, she actually couldn't remember, but she knew it was missing. Tiana then reminded her, telling our ancestor one of Feli's strongest Pokemon, who was known to be a gentle giant acting as a guardian to the people and Pokemon of the Leweka Region, had suddenly become violent, terrorizing the village and running away for reasons unknown.
Sounds like it was chosen by the Divine Pokémon as the region's monarch Pokémon.
Precisely, Anaya. King of the Isles.
That's quite unfortunate. Not only does it sound like her health was declining, but now one of her best Pokémon betrayed her too.
I think she was more worried about it more than anything, possibly even confused, as she would often try to use her Rock Tribe wand to call upon it with no luck, constantly learning of its absence over and over again, an absence the whole tribe felt as it was a great asset to them.
Now that is really sad. I can only imagine how hard that must have been on her and the rest of the Wigua tribe for such a powerful Pokemon to suddenly turn like that.
I'm sure our ancestor had no trouble taking out that big piece of rotten broccoli.
They said they'd be happy to try to help find it, but Fali insisted that they take a night to relax as they had just gone through so much, only to then turn around and ask who they were. Tiana told Fali not to worry, she'd explain everything as she sat her down before showing our ancestor to their lodge for the evening. In the morning, our ancestor was greeted by Tiana, who asked for their help fetching some water in the nearby stream in the region's golden grasslands, before venturing out to look for the monarch Pokemon.
The Golden Grasslands. That sounds magnificent, but I'm sure it has a lot of the same species as the grasslands found in some of the other kingdoms, like Gazap, Lidlia, Blitzel, Banfi, or the Giraffaric lines.
Actually, you'd be mistaken. While these grasslands shared a few similar species to those found in other kingdoms such as Perkashell and Tortempo, Lizator and Ninkator, in addition to a handful of flying and bug tribe Pokemon. These species you just mentioned actually weren't found on the island of Wigua. Instead, you find prominent Pokemon we've discussed already in the Wigua region, such as the Lemurring line, Pokemon such as Growlithe and Arcanine and Kangaskhan hopping around, as well as the Wigua region starter trio today, Gearoot, Jimfant, and Hesir. After fetching some water and berries from the grasslands with Tiana, she took our ancestor to the monarch's stomping ground, Baobogas Alley, where Fali apparently first encountered it, a trail alongside wetlands filled with enormous baobab trees. You know, the ones our family is named after. This path was also home to the rock tribe Baobogas, impersonating the baobab tree, an evolution of Sudowoodo found in the Wigua region at this time, with its own signature move, a rock tribe move that was also treated as a grass type move, which would come in handy in its rebirth form, as after fainting while holding the arcane soul Ankh, it would be reincarnated as a grass tribe Pokemon, as it was finally an actual tree rather than just impersonating one. Speaking of which, Baobogas was the missing monarch Pokemon, King of the Isles. Tribe leader Fali asked our ancestor to find, as she was worried about her dear friend. Although this area of course home to another Baobogas in the rest of the Sudowoodo line, and various other species such as Tailo and Swellow soaring through the sky. Bug tribe Pokemon like the pesky Virusquito, Shy Shuckle, hives of Combi often at war with Combadge, the Burmy line in its lush plant coat, Spinarak and Ariados crawling throughout the trees, Yanma and Yanmega fluttering around, Surskit skimming across the water, Masquerain dancing to the sky, especially when it would rain, which was very common in the Wigua region, bringing with it plenty of other Pokemon such as the Glum Gudra line, Toxel and Toxtricity, and the form-changing Gas form. Another commonly found bug tribe Pokemon in the Wigua region was the Laverne line, but unlike in the other kingdoms, Dracoon's two behemoth dragon tribe evolutions, Dracomoth and Dragoliath, could be found in the wild here in Wigua.
Those are some scary big bug Pokemon.
You could say that again. Dad has one of those Pokemon on his unbeatable team, a Dragon Tribe Pokemon.
That's right, Dragoliath. What an amazing Pokemon. But I myself would love to capture a beautiful Dracomoth.
Both evolutions would make a fine addition to any Pokemon trainer's team. Anyways, Balbogus Alley, or the Wigua region at large, was also home to plenty of Poison Tribe Pokemon, such as the noisy Fragato line, with both its evolutions, Baratoad and Altoad, now available in the wild, as well as Shroodle and Grafaiai, another beloved species found throughout the Wigua region, often painting beautiful murals at the base of trees, with the massive baobab trees found along this route offering a bigger canvas for them. So several of these trees here are often painted by Grafaiai, in most cases being a clear sure way to know that one was around. This area was also home to some electric tribe species, such as the previously mentioned Lemurring and Elecmur, Tequat and its dazzling evolution Pishak, Electrike and Manatrike, Tadbulb and Bellibolt, and another Pokemon we've yet to discuss, the Electric and Poison Tribe, Picaboro. This prickly Pokemon stores both electricity in its cheek pouches and poison at the end of its pointy quills, making it quite the terror for those who just want to cuddle it.
Aw, that's a shame because I definitely want to hug one.
Now that I'd love to see.
While you're not alone, Anaya, this Pokemon has become quite popular throughout the Kingdom of Luika. However, that being said, it is found exclusively in the Wigua region, so a lot of citizens from other kingdoms will often try to trade for one.
Nah, it doesn't evolve, so it's too weak for me.
We've already had this conversation going, Chidi, so rather than repeating myself and addressing your blatant disrespect for Pokemon, I'd rather get back to the story. Now, where was I? Ah, yes. After fetching water and taking a quick detour to the Balbogus Alley in search of the Monarch Pokemon with no luck, they did happen to find a set of its footprints leading further into the adjacent wetlands towards Wigua's waterfall.
So did they go after it?
Not yet. First, they had to return to the village with the water and to share their findings with tribe leader Fali. On their way back to the village, they saw a trainer flying through the sky on the back of a Pokemon, as Tiana rushed back to the village in excitement. After arriving, it seemed the rest of the Wigua tribe was just as excited looking up in the sky with glee, as the trainer descended from the sky on the back of a Pidgeot.
Who?
A valued member of the Wigua tribe, Andri, who landed in the village on his Pidgeot, who he seemed to control using the Flying Tribe Wand.
Ah, the last of the 18 tribe wands.
Not only did Andri wield the Flying Tribe Wand, but he is said to be an ancestor of Gym Leader Faulkner from the Johto region, and, oh dang, I forget her name, but he is also thought to be related to a Flying-type Gym Leader off in the tropical Zone A region as well. She is a glorious trapeze artist who soars through the sky along with her flying Pokemon, dazzling audiences.
Wow, she sounds amazing. I hope to meet her one day.
Young Anaya, while the world might be big, it is also small. I'm sure you will.
Now what does this Andri have to do with anything?
Well, he was from the Wigua tribe and searching for Balbogus on behalf of tribe leader Fali as she's limited due to her age.
What a gentleman.
His childhood friend, Tiana, surely seemed to think so.
So he must be the guy she was in love with.
Yeah, no one cares. Tell us about his Pokemon.
His partner Pokemon was his trusty Roylor, helping him fish for food, which often led to him encountering Tiana while she fetched water for the tribe. They would often have conversations by the water, getting to know one another quite intimately over time.
Aw, that's so cute. Did they end up together?
Sadly, I don't think their love ever truly blossomed, as he was a free spirit traveler and didn't want to be tied down to anything or anyone. He used his Flying Tribe Pokemon to explore nearby islands or even some of the other 5 kingdoms.
He sounds adventurous.
He was quite daring, going wherever the wind would blow him. While he was scared of commitment, he did, however, end up flying immediately home to Wigua ever since he heard of his tribe leader's health that started to decline, as he, like the rest of the people of the Wigua region, cared greatly for her, all looking at her like a supportive mother.
That's so sweet. She sounds a lot like Grandma Tamala.
Yeah, minus the beating us with the carrots and other vegetables from her garden whenever we got in serious trouble.
You mean big, strong, champion Chidi is scared of a few vegetables?
Well, yeah, aren't most 10-year-old boys?
You know what, Chidi? Fair enough, you got me there. But you were saying Andri had only returned to the Wigua region to help care for his old tribe leader?
Correct. I think it was the push he needed to finally settle down, as he also felt if anything had happened to her, he'd be the one to take her place as tribe leader.
By the sound of it, I think that was a safe assumption. Everyone seemed to really like him.
They sure did, and they were all thrilled to see him again, as he had apparently been gone for quite some time, as he would often travel to other kingdoms in search of resources or to help keep the Wigua tribe informed as to what was going on in the other kingdoms, as they were isolated on the island. However, no one was happier to see him more than tribe leader Fali and Tiana.
Cool. We get it. Everyone loved the guy. Now, please get on with the story.
Well, I'm sure you'll like this next part, as Andre, uncomfortable with our ancestors' presence on the island, challenged them to a Pokemon battle.
What? Really? Now you're speaking my language.
Being well aware of what was going on in the other kingdoms with the Divine Pokémon, Andre was worried that our ancestor would end up attracting the Divine Pokémon and entering their tribe like they did the people of the Leweka Region.
Yikes! This guy really did have eyes in the sky.
Our ancestor was shocked to hear of this, worried about the safety of their friends after the attack. But Andre assured them they seemed to get away safely. But this sense of comfort was short-lived, as they were forced to Pokemon battle Andre and his flying tribe Pokemon. But of course, our ancestor made quick work of them, as they stormed off after Balbogus without even saying anything to Tiana, who was clearly disappointed, but insisted that our ancestor also follow the footprints they saw into the wetlands after Balbogus. So, they shared the water and berries they fetched with the rest of the Wigua tribe before doing exactly that.
So are the wetlands in Wigua anything like those found in some of the kingdoms?
Yes and no. They were a lot bigger, that's for sure, with even more Pokemon species like some of the ones we've already discussed in Wigua. The wetlands and mangroves of the Wigua region were filled with Pokemon such as the Chibi line and Flamigo wading in the water, alongside Hippopotas and Hippowdon and Jolly Lotad, Lambra and Ludicolo, Truthful and Dreadnought, Adorable Meryl and Azumarill, Silly Psyduck and Golduck, the commonly known Cantonian Meowth and Persian Ready to Pounce, and most notably, the colorful psychic tribe Kecleon we have here in Leweka today and its regional evolution, Chromeleon, both of which using their trippy color patterns to hypnotize their prey. These wetlands and mangroves also housed a lot of the same bug, water, and poison tribe Pokemon we've already discussed, alongside new ones, like Dupieter and Awakronid, Carablast and Shelmet, Perchu and Ferocious, Corphish and Crawdont, the Gulpin and Swalot, Venonat and Vetamoth, Krogunk and Toxicroak, Cramorant and Aracuda line, and the mortal enemies Seviper and Zangoose. You could also find Barboach, Magikarp, and Feebas in the wetlands and rivers of Wigua, with both the Alpha Gyarados and Milotic found in the Wigua region's gorgeous waterfalls, with an Alpha Gyarados flying atop of it and a majestic Alpha Milotic within the cavern behind the falls alongside other rare Pokemon, such as the Primatot line, Drunagin, Noibat, and Noivern. These waterfalls are also home to even more dangerous Dragon tribe Pokemon, such as Leweka natives Mistake and Majestic of the Fairy tribe, Alagypt and Crocodile, as well as both the Dragonite and Gudra lines, or Iridisil and Skyphozoa from the Sea of Clouds found high above in the magical Firan region. It was here at the falls our ancestor and Tiana caught up with Andre as he followed their lead to this location. Tiana was excited to finally get to chat with him, but he didn't seem interested as he was determined to find Balbogus, who had seemed to get away. Despite our ancestors' demonstration of strength back in the village, I think he was humiliated having lost to them in front of his people immediately after returning home. So he didn't stick around long, as he had his Roylor scout Balbogus from the sky above currently passing through Wigwa's small desert area, known as the Spiny Forest, home to familiar faces such as Jerbean and Herbal scurrying about, Bramblin and Bambleghast tumbling through the sand, Vullaby and Mandibuzz in the skies above, or the branches of the withered trees scavenging for food. Ground tribe Pokemon such as Silicobra and Seneconda or the Sandile line, as well as some unique species such as Cacnea and Cactur, Maractus and Burmy-line in its sand cloak.
So with species such as Cacnea and Maractus, I think it's safe to say that unlike the other 5 kingdoms, cacti grew here on Wigua?
What a fine observation, Anaya. Yes, cacti could be found on this island, along with various other plants not found in the other kingdoms. I'm glad to see you are just as interested in plant life as your grandmother, Anaya.
I want to learn everything there is about Leweka, its people, Pokemon, and their environment.
That's quite admirable. Anyways, after returning to the village to share their findings with tribe leader Fali before going after the monarch Pokemon, they come to find the village in shambles as it was apparently attacked by the unruly monarch on its way through. Valley, scared and confused, says she needs to be there when they find her old friend Balbogus.
I'm surprised she even remembered what happened.
At this point, she seemed to be more cognitive than ever, as she had been deeply affected by what just transpired. Andre says it's too dangerous for her to come along in her state, but Tiana says she will help look after her. So together, they all venture to the cement forest after the monarch, as one of Andre's flying tribe Pokemon have recently spotted it there.
And what is that exactly?
Wigua Stone Forest is one of a kind, or even otherworldly looking landscape unique to this island, made up of jagged limestone formations resembling a forest of stone towers, canyons and rifts. These unique formations were said to be formed over millions of years ago due to erosion and weathering, and it is important to note that there was a little forest within these natural stone structures.
So it was a forest within a forest.
Kind of. I guess one could say that.
I'm sure many unique Pokemon could be found there.
Indeed. Many Pokemon we've already discussed in the Wigua region, as well as plenty of rock tribe Pokemon such as...
Let me guess.
Okay, you have a go at it.
Hyrox and Dustones scurrying around and sunbathing on the rock structures. The Geodude and Rock and Roller lines rolling around. Cantonian Rhyhorn and its evolutions. Maybe Onyx. Am I missing any?
Great work, Anaya. Only a few species, such as the powerful Tyranitar line, as well as the Sudowoodo line once again being found in large quantities within the stone forest, often disguised as trees. Cloth climbing the rocky cliffs or the elusive Lycanroc line on the prowl. As outside its rare sightings in the montane forest of the Nakeup region, this Pokemon isn't typically found in any other kingdoms.
That's a shame. Rockruff is so cute, and all of Lycanroc's forms are really cool.
You could say that again. For once, we can actually agree on something, sis.
A miracle indeed. Were there any other tribes that thrived in this area outside of the Rock tribe?
Why, of course. The stone forest even had some steel tribe Pokemon found in or around its rock structures, such as Orthworm or its evolution Oraworm, the spiky Furrow Seed and Ferrothorn, as well as the Corviknight line soaring through the sky where it was hunted by its crafty predators of the Tinkaton line, who would climb the rocky cliff structures in order to try to knock their winged prey out of the sky.
How savage. Sounds like my kind of Pokemon.
Uncle Obasi forgot to mention that it's pink.
Ew! Okay, never mind. Sounds like a girly Pokemon.
Yes, because all pink Pokemon must be owned by a girl.
And the cement jungle housed plenty of Pokemon outside of the rock and steel tribe, such as Pansimian and Oranguru, or Seviper and Zangoose, not to mention plenty of other species found throughout the wondrous island nation of the Wigua region.
All of which I'd love to encounter one day, although I'm eager to hear what happened after our ancestor got to the stone forest.
Well, first they had to return to the village where they shared the whereabouts of this Pokemon with tribe leader Fali, as they knew if anyone could calm this Pokemon, it would be her, as it was her companion.
Not to mention she had that rock tribe wand. I'm sure our ancestor had to use it to battle this Pokemon.
Oh, why yes, that much is true. How astute of you.
Astute?
It means perceptive.
Stop using big words to insult me.
He was complimenting you.
Well, it doesn't take a genius to figure out where he's going with it. I've heard enough of his story to already know that much. The ancestor always borrows the tribe wands to battle the monarch Pokemon of the region.
I mean, you're not wrong, Chidi. Fali accompanied our ancestor to the stone forest, offering them some of the region's rich history along the way, and her tribe wand after finally finding the monarch Pokemon. King of the Isles, along a rocky cliff lined with the stone forest's iconic spiky stone structures. Fali couldn't seem to get through to the monarch Pokemon, and even attacked her. Luckily, our ancestor was able to get her out of the way in time, but being so fragile, she did manage to hurt herself, as her feelings were even more hurt after being attacked by her old friend like this.
I can only imagine.
So she gifted our ancestor her rock tribe wand to do what was necessary and battle the monarch Balbogus in this rocky arena, having to not only avoid Balbogus's attacks such as the boulders it would hurl at them, but the stone forest rocky spikes. Some of Balbogus's boulders would roll or even bounce around the battlefield almost like ping pongs along the rocky formations, giving our ancestor a lot to contend with, in addition to the monarch's powerful close combat attacks, as it would swing its branches like arms or stomp the ground trying to crush them. But after learning how to successfully avoid its attacks and navigate this dangerous arena using the magical powers of the rock tribe wand, our ancestor was able to weaken it and trigger a traditional Pokemon battle. using their Pokemon to overpower it, which wasn't easy due to its high defense, but they never gave up hope. Neither did tribe leader Fali, who towards the end of the battle bravely intervened, putting herself in between our ancestor and one of the Monarch's attacks, finally managing to break through to it long enough for our ancestor and their Pokemon to finish it off.
Yay! So afterwards, did Baobab reunite with Fali?
It did indeed. Thrilled to see its companion, and confused as to what had happened to it.
I mean, what did happen to it? And all the other modern Pokemon again?
They were awakened by the Divine Pokémon, as each Monarch Pokémon was sent on their behalf to try and conquer the other kingdoms.
Oh yeah, I remember now.
After being thanked by tribe leader Fali and the rest of the Wigua tribe for their help, they agreed to do whatever they could to help the other 5 kingdoms stand up to the Divine Pokémon, agreeing to unify on one condition.
And what was that?
If they were able to defeat her in a Pokemon battle, as if she was going to leave the fate of her people and kingdom in our ancestors' hands. She had to vet them for herself in a Pokemon battle, as she used her Rock Tribe Pokemon including Balbogus and its rebirth form to showcase her strength, which, while impressive, especially for her age, was no match for our ancestor who battled circles around her. Afterwards, she gifted our ancestor with the Rock Tribe wand, stating they needed for the battle to come. Our ancestor thanked her, but said for this union to commence, they would need her to travel to the Husa village with them to meet with the other tribe leaders of the other kingdoms and come up with a solid plan to defeat the Divine Pokémon before unifying and combining their forces. However, Fali felt she was too weak to travel that far, especially after everything that just happened, so Andre offered to fly there and represent the Leweka region on her behalf. She thanked him, as her and Tiana wished him a farewell. Tiana was sad to see him go so soon after returning, but knew it was for the best, as they shared an awkward hug, as he thanked her for all of her help.
Aw, that's sweet. So, did he give our ancestor a ride?
I mean, couldn't they just use their own ride Pokemon, Flygon, to fly there?
They actually ended up going down to the shoreline at the other end of Wigua, as Tiana said she had something she wanted to show them before they left. This beach had a lot of the same Pokemon as the beaches on the other end of the island, such as the cunning dark and flying tribe Pirot and Capirot, Seagar and Seascore, Finnefi and Donphinny, but was part of a massive coral reef filled with even more unique Pokemon, many of which not found anywhere else, such as Corsola and poison-type Parafoam, the beautiful Finneon and Luminion, Binacle and Barbanacle, the Horsey line, Frillish and Genescent, Marini and Toxapex. Of course, this reef was also home to plenty Pokemon we've already discussed, such as Wigui and Goldeen and Seaking from earlier in the story, Leweka natives Dimenfin and Brandfish, the Clampearl line and Staryu lines, and Fira natives such as Searimp and Lobstew. But one of the most prominent Pokemon in this biome was the thought to be extinct Relicanth, and its evolution, Archaicanth, which sadly has since gone extinct. This prehistoric species was found deep at the sea in ancient times, using its tough rock-like scales across its massive body to protect it at the darkest depths of the ocean.
Wait, from what I remember, I thought Relicanth's Dex entry said it hasn't changed forms in over 100 million years.
Impressive, Anaya, but I believe historians are referring to its form. It hasn't adapted any new forms like many Pokemon over the years or in certain environments, but there was a time it could evolve.
So what changed?
At this time, Relicanth could only evolve with the thought-to-be lost item which could be found in this coral reef, known as the Crystal Conch. Like many of the others at this time, this Pokemon had a signature move, Ancient Abyss, a water tribe status move that lowered all of the target stats.
Now that move sounds quite remarkable.
It was indeed, but what really made this Pokemon remarkable was the fact it was used by our ancestor as their last ride Pokemon on this journey, allowing them to not only surf and travel across water, but to dive to the depths of the ocean, allowing them to try explore this coral reef and other undersea areas throughout the kingdom of Leweka, like one of the region's ship graveyards with Pokemon such as Veshark and Crockhurst, Delmise and Misfortune, Skrelp and its revered dragon tribe evolution, Dragalge, or the Triton Trench filled with even more rare Pokemon such as Chinchou and Lantern, or Fira native Cascade and Catlantic.
Finally! I'm sure having this right Pokemon would also help our ancestor explore various other bodies of water throughout the other kingdoms to their fullest, such as the Silly River, Spoko Swamp, the region lakes or wetlands.
Yay! Everything's finally coming together. I just know it's going to be epic.
So our ancestor, after traveling out at sea, ended up back on the shore of Cluero Beach, where Amunet, who emerged from the water coming from the afterlife, greeted them, telling them they have no time to spare. According to Osai River, the other two divine Pokémon are outraged and ready to strike.
Oh no, I hope they didn't take a beach day this time around.
There was no time, and they still had to travel through the Florifimbos before ending back at Husa Village, where everyone was waiting for them. Especially tribe leader Nandi, who had a look of terror across her face, as she told her ancestor she had stopped receiving visions of the future, worried what that could mean for their fate. But while she made it clear nothing is set in stone, she said she was still confident our ancestor would be the one to defeat the divine Pokémon and unite the 6 kingdoms as they did in her initial visions.
I mean, considering you're telling us this story today, I think it's safe to say she was correct.
Well, of course. But our ancestor and no one else knew this at the time, as the circumstances couldn't be any more dire. So our ancestor, after being reunited with the rest of their tribe's people and the other friends they acquired throughout their journey, all of much were thrilled to see them make it in one piece and ready to discuss the unification of the 6 kingdoms and their next move against the divine Pokémon. Tribe leader Nandi welcomed the foreign tribe members of the outside kingdoms and proposed her ideas for unification to them. As she held it up to a vote, they all agreed one by one. That was, until they got to Ganiru.
Wait, what? I thought they were friends with Ganiru at this point.
Yeah, what gives?
They were friends, but Ganiru is still the same hothead as before. And after losing his tribe leader Diallo to the divine Pokémon, he said he couldn't in good faith leave the fate of all 6 kingdoms in our ancestors' hands without one final test. As he believed, thanks to his training as a fierce warrior of the Iwago tribe, it would take a warrior such as himself to go to war with the divine Pokémon. So he challenged them to another Pokémon battle with his team of Dragon Tribe Pokémon, having grown immensely stronger since their last battle. Especially with the addition of the former Monarch, Nakapi and Dragapult and its rebirth form.
You know I love a good Pokemon battle.
Yes, we know, but we obviously know our ancestors defeated him, so what happened next?
Ganiru then joined in with everyone else, giving our ancestor his vote on behalf of the Iwago tribe to lead this new unified kingdom we know today as Leweka.
Yay!
But this ceremony was cut short as the divine Pokémon both arrived in Husa Village, cornering everyone as they began to wreak havoc, laughing at the people's plan to rebel against them, saying even together they stood no chance against their might. They were superior species. Nandi and the other tribe leaders tried to get everyone to safety, but Satera managed to spot young Amunet. Realizing she was a traitor to the Akam tribe, he viciously chased after her as Hilasanyu offered her refuge in her hut, which was no match for Satera, who tore through it with ease, cornering them ready to finish them both off with one foul swipe. But just as he did, our ancestor dove in front of Sanyu to protect her, ending their life.
Wait, what?
You heard me correct. They had fallen at the hands of the divine Pokémon.
I'm so confused.
And with them out of the way, afterwards the 2 divine Pokémon managed to capture the rest of the tribe's people, taking them to the Akam region where they'd hold them prisoner.
This obviously can't be how the story ends.
Seriously? You can't just leave us hanging like that, Uncle Obasi?
Please tell us, what happened next?
You're right, this isn't the end of the story. There's one last chapter left as our ancestor was sent to the afterlife, where the divine Pokémon Osai River was waiting for them. Chapter 8, The Afterlife and Beyond, the final chapter of this legend.
Uncle Obasi, you can't leave us hanging like this. Our ancestor couldn't have died. Otherwise, they'd never gone on to unite the 6 kingdoms as Leweka's first champion.
Why, of course, but you can't blame me for having a little fun there.
It was quite the cliffhanger. So how did our ancestor manage to escape death?
I'm assuming they made some sort of deal with Osai River, much like young Amunet did.
A fine guess indeed, but be patient, young ones. Everything will be explained shortly. First, our ancestor woke up in the afterlife, also known as the Afterlife Isles, a series of ominous islands engulfed in a sea of souls, each housing a legendary Pokémon our ancestor had to defeat in order to pass Osai River's trials before their window of time was up and their souls were lost forever.
Easy peasy. So what did they have to do exactly?
Well, not only were they racing against the clock hoping to plead their case to Osai River and be reborn, but their friends were all kidnapped by the Divine Pokémon and held prisoner.
They already managed to free their friends before. They can do it again.
However, this time most of their strongest allies were locked up in the dusty dungeons of the Leweka Region, and the rest of their allies were far out of reach, unaware of the dire circumstances they were up against. The various tribe members felt defeated as all hope seemed lost, especially after watching our ancestor perish at the hands of one of the Divine Pokémon. Nandi was baffled and felt hopeless as it contradicted her visions of the victory and the unification of the Six Kingdoms. But no one was as distraught as Hela Sanyu, grieving her friend who fell right before her very eyes. She even felt guilty as he sacrificed himself to save her after all. However, Ganiro comforted Sanyu as he was able to relate to her grief after his dear friend and tribe leader Diallo's untimely demise at the hands of the Divine Pokémon. Luckily, when our ancestor, the first Baobab, arrived in the afterlife, they were created by a young Amunet who told them of Osai River's trial and how their time was running out. She directed them to the first island, which was made up of large hills and valleys, a spooky forest, and a swamp made of the darkest souls, bubbling with their collected animosity trapped within the afterlife.
What type of Pokemon could be caught here?
It's funny you ask. But while our ancestor encountered a wide variety of Pokemon of all types in the Afterlife Isles, especially that of the ghost type, our ancestor couldn't actually capture any of them while here in this realm. But they did have to fend a lot of them off.
But how? Their Pokemon were still alive after all, weren't they?
What a fine point, young Anaya. The type of critical thinking I'd expect from a future champion. Upon arriving in the Afterlife, Osai River offered our ancestors some aid by temporarily lending them the soul of their Pokémon to help them through these trials. Unfortunately, this favor came at a cost, though as if they were to fail to complete the trials, the souls of their Pokémon companions would also be forever trapped within the afterlife.
Oh no, that's terrifying.
Chill out, sis. It's not like we don't already know how this is all going to go.
True. But imagine if things turned out differently for our ancestor and their poor Pokemon. I'm glad they weren't alone though.
Far from it. As I said before, our ancestor had plenty of powerful Pokemon found all throughout Leweka to contend with, including Pokemon evolved through the power of the Pokemon Rebirth or already in their reincarnated rebirth form.
Oh wow, how fascinating! But I can't say I'm surprised, as Osai River did create the rebirth phenomenon after all, so it only makes sense he'd have an army of rebirth Pokemon working for it.
This Osai River is easily my favorite of the Divine Pokémon.
You mustn't be fooled. While Osai River may appear to be good from our perspective, it was still as manipulative as the other two Divine Pokémon, only working within its best interests, and as you've already seen, its favor already came at a grave cost. While on the first island, our ancestor met the first of Osai River's loyal servants, the three legendary phantom fish, ghost-type Pokemon residing within the Afterlife Isles, each ruling over its one island and watching over the souls trapped there. This wretched island and the dark souls within its sinister swamps was home to the first of the phantom fish, Talapka, the duality Pokemon, a ghost and dark tribe Pokemon. Created from a collection of dark souls, this phantom sends chills down the spines of those who come into contact with it, although very few have ever seen it, as it resides in the afterlife. Our ancestor and their Pokemon battled this specter of a Pokemon within the spooky swamps of this island, as it would often evade into its murky waters made up of the malevolent spirits trapped within, only emerging from the shadows to strike, using literal shadows to grasp our ancestor and try to drag them into the marsh of souls. Luckily, our ancestor, with the help of their ghost tribe wand, lent to them by young Amunet, were able to weaken this legendary Pokemon and trigger a battle so their loyal Pokemon companions was able to finish it off.
Did they capture it?
Were you not listening? Our ancestor couldn't catch any Pokemon while in this realm.
Oh, yeah. What a shame.
Fear not. After successfully completing their trials and escaping this realm, our ancestor was able to encounter the three phantom fish in the wild. Although, It was no easy task, as they had to hunt down throughout the 6 kingdoms and defeat them in battle once more.
Well, that sounds quite frustrating, but there are legendary Pokémon after all, so I wouldn't expect it to be easy.
After defeating this Pokemon, our ancestor was greeted by Sifu, who had apparently sunken and lost his life out at sea.
What a shame! He helped our ancestor escape after all.
After betraying them and putting them in that situation in the first place?
Well, regardless, our ancestor sought to repay the favor and have him escape alongside them if he was able to help them escape. Unfortunately, his Pokemon also perishes with him out at sea, so he was able to call upon them, including Veshok, to help our ancestor sail across the vast sea of souls to the other Afterlife Isles. Of course, they encountered the restless souls of many treacherous Pokemon they were forced to battle along the way. Although, they finally arrived on the second island, which is said to comprise of ghostly white beaches with various lagoons, and a salt lake comprised of the souls still being judged as their actions on Earth weren't as black and white. Along this salt lake, our ancestor battled the next legendary phantom fish, Tilapa, the personality Pokemon, a ghost and flying tribe member. A phantom made up of a collection of distinct souls within the afterlife. It embodies the very essence of each individual soul. Our ancestor could move across portions of this salty lake of souls as the salt would condense in certain areas. But because of this, they had to constantly be on the move. Otherwise, they slowly sink to their demise, suffering the same fate as the souls trapped in the lake. This Pokemon would fly high above the lake, only landing for short periods of time, allowing for our ancestor to use their tribe wand to weaken it long enough to engage in a Pokemon battle. It would also use its massive wings to create giant gusts of wind, making it even harder for our ancestor to safely traverse the constantly changing battlefield. After defeating this legendary Pokemon, our ancestor was encountered by Amunet, who said this is where her soul is trapped until being judged by Osai River, and personally picked to help serve it in return for her lifelong allegiance after being given a second chance at life. She told our ancestor she hoped Osai River would offer them a similar offer, as she said the fact Osai River even granted them these trails spoke volumes, as it didn't often extend these kind of death-defying privileges to just anyone. Although Osai River, watching carefully from its throne, had already seen everything our ancestor was capable of, and how they not only defeated the 6 monarch Pokemon and were able to successfully journey to all the 6 kingdoms and unite their tribes, but more importantly, how they defied the other 2 divine Pokemon, as Osai River loathed its peers, as it knew how power-thirsty they were and felt it couldn't trust them. Tactician Horasky ruling over the sky, the warrior Cetera ruling over the land, and Osai River ruling over the sea. However, Osai River connected the afterlife to the sea and decided to reside there and watch from afar to avoid being caught in the crosshairs of the other 2 divine Pokemon's plans.
Sounds like a smart plan, given we already knew the other 2 divine Pokémon were already at odds.
Anyways, our ancestor ventured to the next isle to challenge their 3rd phantom fish.
What was this island with the afterlife like?
Who cares? I want to hear about the battle.
I cared. The world doesn't revolve around you, Cheaty.
Not yet, it doesn't. Just wait until I'm champion. I'll start ruling over Leweka, then the world.
So you'd be a tyrant? Just what the people need. You'd be no better than the divine Pokémon.
Young Chitty, I sure hope you're joking, as it's the last thing Leweka or the world needs.
Okay, whatever. Just get on with the story already before Baba gets here.
Anaya, to answer your question, this island was made up of the purest of souls, as they formed calming hot springs and geysers that with every burst would temporarily transport those souls back to our realm, where they would act as guardian spirits.
How marvelous! So, I'm assuming this legendary Pokémon was just as wholesome?
I mean, you're not wrong, but they still had to battle in order to complete Osai River's trial. This legendary Pokemon, Talapak, was the 3rd and final of the 3 phantom fish, a ghost and fairy tribe known as the Purity Pokemon. After finding peace within the afterlife, transcended souls merged together to form this angelic phantom which brings serenity to those around it. Talapak would gracefully soar across the geysers of souls, unleashing miraculous light attacks onto the battlefield for our ancestor to avoid, in addition to the geysers of purified souls that would periodically erupt, damaging them. However, using their Ghost Tribe wand, they were able to weaken and defeat it in battle. Afterwards, they were greeted by a familiar face, former tribe leader Diallo of the Iwago tribe, who had recently fallen at the hands of Satera, risking his life to save his fellow tribe members, and good friend Ganiru. In an attempt to make up for his sins, after having been forced to work alongside the Divine Pokémon in order to protect his people, Tilapak saw this act of selflessness and felt Diablo's soul, despite his lapse of judgment, was pure. Our ancestor, determined to save everyone, tried to convince Diallo it wasn't his time and he too deserved a second chance at life, offering him to join them in Sifu and complete the trials. Hesitant at first, Diallo felt Ganero and the rest of his people, or those he hurt, may never forgive him, was finally convinced after hearing the grave danger everyone was in.
Now that's the spirit. I'd expect nothing less from a warrior like him. Although, like Sifu, they did kind of do our ancestor dirty.
I'm sure if Tilapak deemed Diallo's soul to be pure, it knew very well what it was doing. Plus, our ancestor did need all the help they could get after being reborn if they planned to take on the Divine Pokémon and save their friends.
You are not wrong.
So, after defeating the 3 phantom fish, was our ancestor and the others returned back to the land of the living?
Not quite. Our ancestor first had to find and defeat the ruler of the Afterlife, the Divine Pokémon, Osai River itself. Osai River was found on the 4th island, which was home to a fierce desert of black sands with a large volcano in the center of it, with the strongest of the souls emerging from its fiery crater and burning everything they came into contact with. After making it through the scorching desert of souls, our ancestor was able to make it inside this pyramid and battle Osai River atop its crater. Osai River, ruler of the Afterlife. Osai River was supposed to rule over the sea and made itself a new kingdom in the afterlife, so from here, Osai River was able to look after the seas. Although Osai River, being a divine Pokémon, acted as a Pokémon trainer commanding all 3 of its royal servants, the serpent fish, so our ancestor had to once again defeat all 3 in battle before battling Osai River itself in this crater, having to avoid being thrown in or the blazing souls that would erupt along with Osai River's lethal attacks as it would swing through its waters, emerging to create waves of souls to crash down onto the battlefield, and other powerful fluid attacks that would even drain the life force of our ancestor and their Pokémon, restoring Osai Rivers. So, weakening it even with the Ghost Tribe wand was no easy feat, as it was quite the powerhouse, and its signature ability, Purgatory, prevented our ancestor from reviving their Pokémon, even with the rebirth from Amana, restricting them from using arcane power of rebirth it birthed against it.
No way! That's no fair! How did our ancestor manage to defeat a divine Pokemon without Pokemon rebirth?
Well, I'm sure it wasn't easy, especially as Osai River itself was able to reborn after fainting, resurrected in its own powerful rebirth form. As it was reincarnated with a new elongate serpentish body, it would use to swim through the souls of the volcano, but parts of its body would still be visible, arching out of the pool of souls, allowing our ancestor to strike with the Ghost Tribe wand, eventually able to provoke it to the surface for a Pokemon battle and finish it off. Much to Osai River's surprise, as it was so pleased with the strength they demonstrated, it granted our ancestor, as well as all of their Pokemon, Sifu and Diallo, a second chance at life, returning them to the realm of the living through the waters within its chambers, so they awakened from its waters good as new within the chambers of Osai River's Trinute Pyramid.
How convenient! As they would place them all right within the Akem region, where their friends were being held hostage by the other 2 divine Pokémon, saving them a trip.
What a fine observation, Anaya. You're absolutely right. I'm sure given everything at stake, they saved them all a great deal of time. From there, young Amunet was able to guide them through the secret tunnels of the hidden tombs, bound within Osai River's pyramid, giving them a shortcut to the dungeon area where they free their friends. But not without first battling their divine Pokemon's human servants, Magi and Nefret. In a tag battle, both also had powerful rebirth forms, as our ancestor fought alongside tribe leader Diallo, while Sifu snuck around them, freeing everyone.
Yay! Now our ancestors obviously won, so now that all of their friends were freed, I'm assuming together they were able to take down the other 2 divine Pokémon?
Why, that's pretty much exactly what they did. But first they had to find a secret chamber dedicated to the mythical Pokemon Elemage, an ancient sorcerer with mastery over the elements and all Pokemon tribes. Scared of its own arcane power, it has devoted its long life over the centuries to faithfully serving trainers it deems worthy with its signature move, reflecting the tribe of the wand it wielded in addition to sealing its enemies in battle with its spellbinding powers. Our ancestor pleaded to this Pokemon and managed to recruit it and its masterful powers over the elements to their side.
Let me guess. After defeating it in battle?
Actually not yet. They wouldn't actually battle Elemage until fully completing their journey. At this point, Elemage was summoned as an ally, a great one at that. Elemage was able to command all 18 tribe wands with the utmost mastery, changing forms and types depending on the wand it wielded in battle. However, after being awakened by the power of all the 18 tribe wands, Elemage was holding a powerful new tribe wand known as the Master Wand, holding the immense power of all 18 tribes and their given elements within it.
Wow! With a Pokemon like this at their disposal, I'm sure our ancestor was able to make quick work of the Divine Pokémon.
Not quite, but Elemage was a great asset in this fight for humanity, and I'm positive our ancestor and the Six Kingdoms would have never succeeded without its help. But the power of Pokemon Rebirth was another deciding factor in their fate, as they were able to revive their fallen starter Pokemon and reincarnate them into a powerful new Rebirth form. Rebirth Villaboom being a member of the Grass and Psychic tribes, having been reborn overgrown with plant life, is able to use its spiritual powers to further root itself in nature, unleashing a series of powerful Grass and Psychic type attacks. Rebirth Incineroar, a respected member of the Fire and Fighting tribes, is reborn more ferocious than ever, and it's engulfed in scorching hot flames that are said to incinerate evil. Its formidable fire and fighting type attacks are strong enough to defeat the strongest of Pokemon. Rebirth Feraligatr, still a feared member of the Water and Dark tribes, is reborn mutated with extra limbs it uses along its razor-sharp teeth to ravage its enemies. And of course, its Water and Dark type attacks are more terrifying than ever as well.
Whoa! They're all so awesome!
You can say that again.
So using their reborn starter Pokemon and Elemage's Master Wand, our ancestor battled both Horaskai and Cetera within the Alchem region's desert in a tag battle, each using a team of legendary Pokemon. Horaskai commanding the 3 legendary birds, Articuno, Zapdos, and Moltres, and Cetera's commanding the 3 legendary beasts, Raikou, Entei, and Suicune, before taking on the 2 divine Pokemon themselves. Horaskai was a brilliant tactician and extremely poised and patient, always 2 steps ahead, with its signature ability, Restored Order. Horaskai even had its own signature move. Cetera, who was sporadic, rash, and usually relied on fear or force to get their way. Cetera was a force to be reckoned with, as its signature ability, Invoked Chaos, did exactly that. It even has a signature attack.
Impressive. You have yet again managed to escape, but I'm afraid playtime is over. Kneel before us or face our wrath.
How is this possible? 2 of these mortals have perished at my own hands.
Osai River must have meddled with these mortal souls, at a feeble attempt to prevent us from acquiring any more power, I am sure.
Pathetic. I'll handle him myself, after finally eliminating these pests once and for all and conquering their kingdoms.
They would both summon raging sandstorms within the desert to blind and harm our ancestors.
So they battle both the divine Pokemon at once?
I'm surprised the Divine Pokémon were able to put their differences aside long enough to work together.
To be honest, I think our ancestor was able to use the discourse between the 2 against them in this fight.
How insightful! That's exactly what I would have done.
But these 2 certainly pushed our ancestor and everyone to their limits, as Horaskai would fly throughout the battlefield far out of reach for long periods of time, while Cetera would jump around creating massive earthquakes with each of its landings, attacking in shifts, Horaskai using long-range attacks with a powerful gust of wind, and Cetera would focus on close combat attacks using its razor-sharp claws, or smashing large boulders down onto the battlefield. Both Divine Pokémon put up valiant fights that took our ancestor and all of their allies to defeat, as even after defeating them both in battle by using their pride to pit them against one another, both Sky and Cetera were reborn in their own powerful rebirth forms, changing the course of the battle as their attacks were even more swift and powerful than before, making them harder to connect with and evade as they both were more savage in these new beast-like forms. However, after finally managing to weaken them even further, just as it looked like our ancestor and their friends were about to suffer a terrible defeat to the Divine Pokémon, it was Elemage who would swoop in to reclaim its Master Wand and deal the finishing blow, helping Osai River to seal them away within their respective tombs hidden deep within the desert of the Arkham region, where they said to still be trapped to this day.
What if your colleagues really did find their tombs? If so, I hope they don't end up getting out, given everything we know about them.
Well, we discussed the possibility that we humans may have been wrong all along. Nothing is ever as black and white as it seems. Anyways, our ancestor and all of their friends were in shock. They succeeded. The war against the Divine Pokémon was finally over. They were free at last.
Yay!
And it was all thanks to our ancestor for not only uniting them all, but having bravely defeated the monarchs and the Divine Pokémon against all odds. So shortly afterwards, they went into the ancient city of Ishtar to let all of the people of Arkham know they were free at last from the Divine's Pokémon rule. The people all cheered, and shortly afterwards, everyone returned to Husa Village to finish our ancestors' ceremonial trial, crowning them as champion. And by everyone, I mean just everyone from all 6 kingdoms wanted to be there for this historic moment. Hila Sanyu, thrilled to see our ancestor, was okay and happy to welcome them into this new role. Ganero, teary-eyed to see his leader Diallo reborn, welcoming him with a big hug and finally telling him he forgave him for his previous mistakes. Nala and Ganero got into a spat as they'd often fight like brother and sister, but she went as far as to compliment him, saying how amazing it has been seeing him mature over such a short period of time. Afterward, the various tribe members all took a chance to actually get to know one another, introducing some of their region's unique customs and traditions. Professor Acacia and his friend Juma initiating a joyous musical festival with a series of percussion drums, while young Amunet and Tumo joyfully danced around with their Pokemon, and Hilasanyu and Tiana become BFFs, as you'd say, Anaya.
Yay!
The various tribe leaders such as Nandi and Jabari from the Nekab region seemed to really hit it off as they discussed their roles and responsibilities over their respective tribes. And Amunet and the people of Arkham engaging with the other tribes without fear of the Divine Pokemon's wrath, hopeful for the future. Even Sifu and his pirate crew managed to make it. Nandi oversaw this wondrous ceremony, telling everyone thanks to her vision of the future she was certain our ancestors would accomplish the impossible and fulfill their destiny, having never lost faith.
How sweet! I can only imagine how wondrous this day must have been!
Indeed. This beautiful ceremony inspired the same one you two will one day participate in shortly after you receive your starter Pokemon and set out on your journeys for the throne. As our ancestor was finally crowned the first champion of Leweka, a title they took on with great pride and respect, governing all 6 kingdoms with dignity and compassion, just as I hope one of you two will one day. And that, my dear children, was the story of the first Baobab. Very nice, brother. You tell quite a tale.
Baba!
Ah, I missed you! Uncle Obasi just told us the most amazing story.
So I heard. Nice to see you, brother. Hello, brother.
Wait, that's it? Isn't there more to the story?
It isn't. Why don't you finish the story, brother? Are you sure? You look tired. I wouldn't want to keep you. Of course. There isn't much left. Why don't you tell the children what else happened? Very well then, if you insist. It's more of an epilogue to our ancestors' journey, if anything. After becoming champion, our ancestor made another journey through the 6 kingdoms to better acquaint themselves with all of their citizens, both people and Pokemon alike. They were finally able to capture the other 2 starter Pokemon from this time, unlock new areas such as the caves of Victory Road, found right next to the Husa village. We'll search for and capture the 3 legendary phantom fish, as we discussed all the legendary birds and beasts firmly used by the Divine Pokémon, including a 4th legendary bird, grass type, the Quattro, and 4th beast, poison type, Dokugin. Found prowling within the treetops of the jungle, the only thing more fearsome than this beast's bite is its poisonous flowers they grow on its body and are said to be lethal. One petal is rumored to be capable of immobilizing a warlord. Covered in poisonous plant life that it would use to poison our ancestor and their Pokémon in battle, attacking with potent poison-type moves like Poison Fang or Cross Poison, in addition to other legendary Pokémon they'd encounter, such as the Abomination Trio, 3 monstrous tribal beasts each with immense power our ancestor had to contend with and defeat in battle before capturing. Steel-fighting Bolgash within that stone forest of the Leweka Region, using its razor-sharp head to chop down trees or demolish the stone structures of the area, making for high-stakes battle. Rock Dark Tribe Necraba along Tulero Cliffs, as it would camouflage into the cliffs and emerge using shadows to strike down our ancestor. And lastly, Poison Flying Tribe Quagamato within Spoko Swamp, soaring through the sky, using its terrifying talons to try to drag our ancestor into the toxic bog waters.
Those Pokemon are quite funny looking indeed, but sound really powerful.
That they were. There was even said to be a 4th beast at this time that has mysteriously seemed to vanish, or at least hasn't been spotted since. A titanic ground dragon Pokemon with a long serpent-like trunk that it would use to tunnel through the ground and grasp hold of our ancestor or large boulders. Our ancestor apparently even came into contact with some mythical Pokemon they were able to battle and capture as well, including the mythical Elemage, after finally completing their Pokedex. They'd be able to battle Elemage wielding its Master Wand and execute powerful elemental attacks that would engulf the battlefield. Tornadoes, earthquake, thunderbolts, fiery explosions, tidal waves, giant thorns, you name it. Various attacks representing the 18 tribes, all of which executed with great precision. Thanks to its Master Wand, all of its moves were super effective, including its signature attack, Spellbinder, that would temporarily trap our ancestor, leaving them unable to evade any of its follow-up attacks.
So did our ancestor manage to capture Elemage as well?
Interestingly enough, it appears that way. Remember, it was said to only serve the purest of hearts, so that alone says a lot about our ancestor's character. Anyways, this is a Legend of Elemage and the first Baobab. I really hope you two enjoyed it.
We did! It was all very informative.
Thanks for letting me finish, brother, and watching your young ones. I enjoy their company. They both have turned out to be fine individuals.
Thank you. Well, we best get going.
Thank you for having us, Uncle Obasi.
Yeah, it was pretty cool.
We love you, Uncle Obasi.
I love you too. Take care.
I thought they'd never leave.
Don't sneak up on me like that. You can't just show up here like this. What if my brother would have seen you?
Fear not, Master Baobab. I would never make such a mistake. Although, seeing you cozy up to the king's children like that does worry me. You were talking of the same bloodline and royal traditions that you seek to overthrow today.
While it brings me no shame to admit that I am indeed proud of my family's heritage and legacy up until recently under my brother's reign of ignorance, as it has gotten me where I am today as a Pokemon professor of this fine kingdom. And if anything, my ancestor was responsible in uniting the 6 kingdoms at a time they couldn't be more divided, just as the Divine Pokémon themselves initially intended. As a scholar, I believe there are 2 sides to every story, and that they were wrong to take the throne from the Divine Pokémon, a being far more superior to them in every way. Pokémon were here long before us and will be here long after. There is no denying they are the superior species, yet we cage them and carry them around in our pockets like pets. Worse, like servants to do our bidding, slowly destroying their habitats with our ignorance and greed.
I couldn't agree more, Master. I regret to inform you that our team's efforts to excavate the tomb of one of the Divine Pokémon was a massive failure. But we won't give up hope, for as you just said yourself, we humans have failed this planet as well as its miraculous Pokemon species.
It's disgraceful, but a part of me has to believe there is still good in humanity. People like you and I who truly want to make the world a better place for all of the living organisms that live in it. So before opening Pandora's box, I have to hold out faith that my niece and nephew, young Anaya or Chidi, may be able to do what my brother has failed to and unite all of us more, people and Pokemon, before it's too late. Which is exactly why I want to instill my beliefs in them while they are still young, as they are my last hope in humanity.
Very well then. While I stand by the ancient scripture and my faith in the glory of the Divine Pokémon, my loyalty in you will never waver. I hope you're right, for the sake of the Kingdom of Luika.
Only time will tell. But I owe it to my family, to Luika, to give them a fair shot at the throne before taking matters into my own hands. I hope you understand.
While I may not entirely agree, I will proudly serve your every command, as I'm certain no one cares for Luika more than you, my liege. We will patiently await your orders.
I am grateful to your allegiance, my friend. One way or another, we will save Leweka and the world.
Thank you so much for watching this video full through, or all of these videos. I really appreciate your support. I really hope all of you enjoyed this project and adventure through my imagination as much as I enjoyed making it. And once again, I really wanted to take the moment to shout out to all the amazing artists who made this possible. Please make sure to go follow and support all of them as well. And last but not least, all of the amazing voice actors who helped bring these characters to life and really added something new to this series, especially as I wanted to take a new approach and have the narration for this adventure to kind of set the stage for Luika Reborn in the modern day and offer a little bit of a prequel. Which, by the way, I wanted to end this video out by giving a little Q&A, as promised, where you get to learn even more about this cast. Thanks again, Ocean, Destiny, and Tynell. I really appreciate it, and I hope you guys enjoyed this Q&A.
Hello, my name is Destiny Horn, and I'm very excited to be the voice of Anaya. I am very hyped to be a part of this project that's based on my ancestry. I also love that Anaya is so joyful and passionate about her Pokemon. I see myself in her, and I hope everyone can see themselves in Anaya.
Hey, this is your boy Tynell, and I voice Chidi, the Prince and future King and Champion. Love playing Chidi because I get to do something that helps me bond with my 4-year-old son who's extremely into Pokemon, and it's hilarious as how much they have in common because they're basically the same person. I love being able to show him it while we're watching it every episode, and it's just a beautiful thing, and I love being a part of this project.
My favorite Luican Pokemon would have to be the starter Hydrofan. I think it's such a great design. Water Psychic's a great typing. My name is Ocean for Water. Psychic's my favorite typing. And that Water Cyclone, to make it feel like an actual genie in that rebreath form. Come on, dude. Great design. Hydrofan for sure.
My favorite Pokemon in the Leweka region is Altoad. I love music and singing too, so I'm intrinsically drawn to her. She also has really decent stats, so she can hold her own in a battle. Also, I love the clever combination that, since Altoad is a poison and normal type, anyone listening to them will get sick. I think that's pretty awesome.
Hey, it's Tynell, and it's your boy Chidi. And by far, my favorite Pokemon is Sincere. One, I have a soft spot for reptile Pokemon and fire type Pokemon, so when you bring them both together, as you can see, that little slithery snake has to be on my shoulder. Like, if I can have any Pokemon for it has to be him. He's by far my favorite that I've seen so far, and I just can't wait to see the rest of the Pokemon that come out. And if I could build a team, I'd start with him.
My favorite Luican form would have to be Luican, or should I say Chemian, Mudsdale. I think the steel typing is great. It looks amazing. I used Mudsdale for the first time in Sun and Moon. Fell in love with it. I think the steelness gives it this very knightly chivalry feel. Feels very powerful and strong, but also very smart and loyal as well. I think it's a great design.
I would have to say my favorite Luican variant is Incineroar. On top of Luican Incineroar's awesome design, Incineroar's statistics equate to those of an absolute powerhouse. So I would have to have a Pokemon like Incineroar on my team.
Hey, it's your boy Zanel, and I just want to say my favorite regional form is definitely for alligator. Like, think about it. Have you ever seen an amazing water type starter? Like, I mean, like 10 out of 10. 10 times cooler, which looks way more menacing. There's no other form that touches it at all, not even in the slightest. Like, if a alligator is at top 10, it's holding 1, 2, 3, 4 for all the slots in 10. And then you got all the rest of them. But for alligator, by far my favorite.
My favorite Monarch Pokemon, I have to answer Tritanium. I think it's such a nice design. It's so sleek. I wish it was real. I think it does so much for the Agron line, and I don't know, it's amazing. I love it. Mykel did a great job with it.
I would say my favorite Monarch Pokemon is probably the Blossom. It's a little bit of a throwback to part 2, but yes, I would say Blossom. And the reason why is because I feel like Blossom is very unassuming and cute and adorable, but in a battle, like imagine it just taking your whole team down just because it's so powerful. I love that.